The sky is breaking apart above me, and I am not the one who broke it. That's the whole story of my life. Right there, in one line, 53 years old, flat on my back in a crater, watching the Vermilion Bird Empress shatter all 10 of her divine seals at once so the thing above us dies with her. The crimson-eyed heavenly Killin, 10 stars. A beast so far past me that calling it my enemy would be like a mosquito calling a truck its rival. Her light goes up. His light comes down. Everything in between gets deleted, and I happen to be in between. I'd like to tell you I did something heroic in my last second. I didn't. I put my arms over my face, like that was going to help. 53 years of training and my final combat decision was the same one a toddler makes when someone throws a pillow at them. And here's the part that actually stings, the part I think about even now. I wasn't sad. Not about dying. I'd been ready for that for decades. What I felt in that last flash was this small, ugly relief. Like putting down a bag I'd been carrying too long. Because I finally didn't have to keep track anymore of how many people had died so I could keep standing. Wang Tian walked into a beast tide for me. Just walked in, back straight, didn't even look at me when he did it. Chen Wei took a hit that had my name on it. 3 roommates, a dozen brothers whose faces I can still draw. Every one of them cheaper than me on paper. Every one of them worth more than me in every way that counts. And every one of them dead in a spot I was supposed to be standing in. 3 imprint divine master. That was me. Rank B, stuck at level 30 from age 30 to age 53, the ceiling right there over my head where I could tap it with my fingernail. In a world where a real fighter walks around with 5 divine seals burning on his body, I had 3, and mine were the cheap kind. You know what they called me? 2 Bs. B rank seal, B rank combat score. It was supposed to be an insult, it was just accurate. So the universe said LOL, no second chances buddy, and turned the lights off. Then it turned them back on. I open my eyes, and there's a cicada screaming somewhere, and the sun is going down orange over a running track, and I am holding flowers. Flowers. I look at my hands. They're small. They're smooth. There's no scar across the left palm where a 2-star ripped me open in the yellow ridge, because that hasn't happened yet, because I am 18 years old and standing in the courtyard of Shenzhui No. 2 Middle School with a bouquet in my fist like an idiot. There is a girl in front of me. She's beautiful the way a knife in a display case is beautiful. Mei Shuiyan. And around us, in a wide, grinning circle, is basically the entire senior year, phones up, waiting. Oh no, I know this day. This is the day I confess to her. Again, for the 100th time, in public. And she said the thing she always said, and I stood there and took it, and then I went home and told myself she'd come around eventually. She opens her mouth. I already know the words. Lin Feng, have you made enough of a scene? Yeah, there it is. Word for word, exactly the way it lived in my head for 35 years, and something in my chest just goes quiet. Because I remember what happens after this. I remember her at level 45, a 5-imprint god general with a face like winter, standing in a room where they decided what to do about me and saying nothing, not a word. Not one word from the girl I brought flowers to 100 times. The crowd is laughing. Somebody in the back yells that I should look in a mirror. Somebody else says the campus beauty isn't accepting anyone until after the divine sense, so quit embarrassing yourself. I look down at the flowers. You know what? I say. You're right. Mei Shuiyan blinks. That's not the script. These flowers aren't for you, I tell her, and I tuck them under my arm like groceries. These are for me. I'm celebrating. Celebrating what? My liberation. The laughing stops. It's the strangest thing, a crowd going quiet. You can actually hear it happen. So here's where we are, I say. As of today, I don't like you anymore, and we shouldn't be friends either. I tilt my head. Although, be honest, did you ever once think of me as a friend? Her mouth opens. Nothing comes out, which is its own answer, and everybody standing there hears it. I've thought about this moment a lot, in the life I already used up. I always assumed she rejected me because I wasn't good enough. Took me until I was about 40 to work out the actual arrangement. She wasn't rejecting me. She was parking me. Keeping a spare in the garage, engine warm, in case the awakening ceremony was kind to me and suddenly the boy with the flowers was worth something. I just took her spare away. I walk past her. Behind me, her voice cracks out like a whip, and it isn't cold anymore. It's something else. Lin Feng, you'll regret this. Regret it? I don't even turn around. You're a girl at a school. You're not a celestial being. Bye-bye. And that's when the fist comes at my face. Li Mingyu, class monitor, combat rank A+, Family with money and the kind of confidence that only grows in that soil. He's had a thing for Mei Xuan for 2 years, and he has decided, right now, in front of everyone, that this is his moment. Here's the thing about fighting somebody who is objectively stronger than you. Strength is a number. Where you put your feet is a decision. I've had 35 years of watching my own bad decisions get people killed, and one of the very few upsides is that I know exactly what a wind-up looks like. 9 inches left, step out. That's it. That's the whole technique. I move 9 inches, I put my foot where his foot wants to go next, and physics does the rest of it for free. A+ combat rank goes face first into the dirt in front of the girl he's performing for. I look down at him. Idiot, I say, and I say it quietly, because the quiet ones land harder. Then I walk, because I have somewhere to be, because here's what I actually got out of dying, and it isn't the young knees, nice as those are. I know what's coming. All of it. 20 years of it. I know which cities fall and which hold. I know which of my classmates ends up a general and which one ends up a name on a wall. And I know that the girl who becomes the strongest human being on this planet, the 4th God Emperor of China, the Vermilion Bird Empress herself, is currently a skinny nobody in class 17 who gets sent to buy other people's lunches. I know something else too. I know she gets stabbed in the back. Not by a beast. By a man in our own uniform. A level 80 divine sect marshal. A decorated hero of China. Standing behind her at the worst possible second of the worst possible fight. That wound is why she had to burn all 10 seals to finish the Qilin. That wound is why she died. I don't know why he did it. I never found out. 53 years and I never found out. But I've got the whole thing again from the start, and this time I'm not standing where somebody else has to cover me. Now, where's my empress? Behind me, Li Mingyu is getting up. I hear it before I see it. That scrape and shove sound of a guy who has never lost in front of an audience before and cannot process the input. He's spitting dirt. His face has gone a shade of red that I'd honestly describe as medically interesting. Lin Feng. Why are you yelling for your dad? I ask. You want a bottle? Somebody in the crowd makes a noise like they got hit in the stomach. You're dead. You hear me? Look, you really shouldn't come at me again. I hold up a hand. And also, I'm not chasing Mei Xuan anymore. She's all yours. Go on, take her home. That one isn't for him. That one's for the girl standing 10 feet away, and I know it lands because I hear her breath change. He comes anyway. Credit where it's due, he's actually trained. Combination straight to the throat, hook to the temple, knee coming up underneath. All of it aimed at places that end fights. On paper, this should be over. The problem is that I can see it. That's the honest reason. Not speed, not strength. I have neither. It's that his entire body announces every strike about a half second early, the way an untested fighter's always does, and I have spent decades in rooms where the people who didn't read that half second got carried out. I slip left. His fist goes through the space where my head used to be. My elbow goes into the back of his skull on the way past. Down. Again. Same dirt. Idiot. And that's when the shouting starts, because of course a teacher shows up now. Guo Jingyi comes across that courtyard like weather. White blouse, narrow skirt, black framed glasses, the whole ensemble arranged to communicate that she is a serious professional and not a woman who peaked at level 10 and got parked in a high school because that was her ceiling. She doesn't ask what happened. She doesn't look at Li Mingyu, who is on the ground. She looks at me, who is standing, and makes the arithmetic that she has made every day of her career. One of these boys has a rich father and one of them does not. Lin Feng, look what you've done. Go home and write me a 10,000-word self-criticism. You know, in my last life I wrote it. All 10,000 words. Sat up until 2 in the morning. Ma'am. I turn around. Open your dog eyes and look at who started this. The courtyard goes so silent I can hear the cicada again. Do you actually deserve to be a teacher? Her face does something complicated. Come to my office. Right now. I'm not thirsty, so I don't need tea. I hitch the flowers under my arm. Goodbye. And I leave, which apparently nobody has ever done before, judging by the faces. For the record, I looked her up once, later. Guo Jingyi eventually clawed her way to level 13, became the Dean of Students' mistress, and got quietly removed when that stopped being convenient for him. That's the whole arc. That's the entire life of the woman who terrified me at 18. I'm not going to waste another minute of a second lifetime on her. I've got maybe an hour, and I've got an empress to find. Here's what you need to know about Ye Xinyue, and I'll keep it short because I'll be spending the rest of my life on the long version. SSS grade, Divine Seal, the top of the ladder, and there are years where this entire country doesn't produce one. She climbs all 10 steps. Divine Chosen, Divine Envoy, Divine Master, Divine Warrior, God General, God King, Divine Lord, God Venerable, Divine Sect, and then the last one, the one almost nobody in recorded history touches, God Emperor, 4th in China, only woman ever. She raises an army and they name it after her. She kills 8 stars and 9 stars until they stop counting. She becomes less of a person and more of a flag, and she has no friends, not one. She She holds every human being on this planet at exactly arm's length for her entire life, including 3 separate god emperors who all wanted to marry her and all got told no. I used to think that was arrogance. I was an idiot. I know what today is. After I embarrassed her in that courtyard, Ye Xinyue didn't come to school for a week. Nobody noticed. Nobody asked. I certainly didn't. I was too busy being heartbroken about a girl who was keeping me in a garage. Which means something happened at her house today. I start running. The working district out past the tracks is where the city stops pretending. Buildings like stacked boxes, laundry between windows, everything the color of dust. And about 30 meters out from her door, I hear a man's voice, and it's the specific slur of somebody who started drinking before lunch. "You bitch! Where's my wine? Go buy me wine right now," a woman's voice answers. Tired, not scared, which is worse, honestly. Scared means it's new. Then the flat crack of a hand on a face. I hit the door about a second behind Ye Xinyue. Her mother is on the floor. There's a cut over her eyebrow and blood coming down into her eye. And Ye Xinyue, 17 years old and built like a coat hanger, is standing between her mother and her father with her chin up. "Why don't you just drink yourself to death?" she says. "Get out." He hits her. She takes it. That's the part I'll be seeing for a while. She takes it and her head snaps sideways and blood comes out of the corner of her mouth and she doesn't cry. She doesn't cry because it isn't new information. Then he picks up a length of wood off the floor and he raises it over both of them, and I stop thinking. I don't have a divine seal. I have not awakened. My body is 18 years old and has done nothing more strenuous than carrying flowers across a courtyard. I get there anyway and I put my back over both of them. The wood comes down. "I'm going to be straight with you. That hurt in a way I had genuinely forgotten about. When you've spent 30 years with a divine seal humming under your skin, you stop remembering what a stick feels like. But he's drunk, and I'm not, and I've done this 10,000 times. I catch the second swing on my forearm, take the stick away from him, and put the edge of my hand into the back of his skull. He goes down like laundry. Something in my palm makes a noise it shouldn't make. Great. Fantastic. Without a divine seal to reinforce me, I am a wet paper bag with opinions. The clinic keeps us until dark. I've got a bruise the length of my whole back, one long purple stripe like somebody drew on me with a marker. Her mother has stitches. Ye Xinyue has a split lip and an expression I can't read at all. When it's over, she stands in front of me and bows. Actually bows. "I will pay you back," she says, "for the medical expenses. Don't worry about it. I will pay you back." "Okay. Noted. Filed." "My grandfather's place has 2 empty rooms," I say. "You and your mom could?" "No. That fast. No thinking about it." And I look at her standing there, this scrawny kid with dried tear tracks and somebody else's blood on her sleeve, the strongest human being who will ever live. And I finally understand the thing that took me half a century to almost understand. She doesn't hold the world at arm's length because she thinks she's better than it. She does it because nothing has ever come toward her that didn't hurt. We walk them home. Her mother, Shu Yan, keeps apologizing for things that aren't hers to apologize for. Ye Xinyue walks a half step behind me and says nothing at all, and then the sky lights up. 3 columns of white go up in the distance. 1, 2, 3, spaced across the working district, each one punching straight into the dark, maybe 100 meters high. Then the light between them stretches sideways and joins, and where there was open sky there is now a wall. Forbidden God realm. The military sets those up when something comes out of the ground. It's a cage, and it works both ways, and the reason they build it over the working district and not over the city center is a piece of arithmetic that everybody who lives out here understands perfectly and nobody says out loud. "That's close," Shu Yan says. "Stay inside tonight," I tell her. "Both of you. Lock it." And that's the exact moment her husband comes back out the door. He is not sober. He is not even sobering. He takes one look at me standing next to his wife and his daughter, and his whole face reorganizes itself. "You slut, you brought a pretty boy home?" He goes for the stick again. And behind him, out of the dark between the buildings, something stands up. It's a head and a half taller than a man. It stands on 2 legs the way a person would if a person had been assembled wrong. Its eyes are red and they don't blink, and they are looking right at us. Over his shoulder, bloodthirsty rat. 1 star. 1 star sounds small. 1 star means it can kill everyone on this street. He never sees it. It takes him by the shoulder and lifts him off the ground, and the sound he makes carries for hundreds of meters, and then it stops. "Run!" I've got a fistful of Shu Yan's sleeve and a fistful of Ye Xinyue's, and I am hauling both of them down the alley, and 40 meters in, the second one drops out of the dark ahead of us. 2. Of course there are 2. Xiaoqian's voice is probably in somebody's earpiece right now, saying exactly that. I shove them both sideways and go the other way because the whole job right now is being the interesting one. It jumps. I go under it, roll, come up, and I've got the knife out. My grandfather's knife. Short, ugly, wrong weight. Been in a drawer my whole life. I took it this morning on a hunch because I remembered something about it that I didn't remember remembering. The hunch was right. That blade goes through one-star hide like it's going through a coat. I get behind it. I open its thigh. I hear Ye Xinyue make a small sound behind me, and I find out much later what she was thinking right then, which was that a B rank isn't supposed to be able to do this, that the A rank students at our school couldn't do this. She's right, they couldn't, because none of them have been doing it for 35 years. Unfortunately, 35 years of technique is running on 18 years of muscle, and the tail catches me across the chest like a dropped cable. I go about 10 meters. I land badly. There's blood coming up my throat, and my ribs are having a difficult conversation with each other. Oh, that's fantastic. Reborn for one entire day, killed by a rat, and then it turns away from me. It turns away from me, and it goes toward Ye Xinyue. I want to be clear that I did not make a decision here. I have made a lot of decisions in my life, and most of them were bad, and this was not one of them. I was up before I knew I was up. I hit it in the ribs with my shoulder at a dead sprint and knock it off its line. Its tail comes around and takes Ye Xinyue off her feet. You animal, I hear myself saying. I'll have your life. The knife goes in under the front leg where the heart is, and I turn it. It bites down on my shoulder at the same time, lifts me clean off the ground, starts whipping its head to break my neck, which is the correct move, and would have worked, except its heart is already in 2 pieces, and it doesn't know it yet. We come down together. I have to open its jaw myself to get my shoulder out. That's a detail I could have lived without. Then I stand up, because there's blood all over this alley now, and blood brings company, and I walk to where Ye Xinyue is lying, and I get the knife pointed the right way. She's looking up at me. There's dirt on her cheek. I reach out to wipe it off. I stop my own hand about 2 inches away. She's 17. She doesn't know me. I'm a guy who's been alive for 53 years wearing a teenager, and I have got exactly one job in this life, and it is not that. I pull my hand back. Somebody drops into the alley behind me, and I turn with the knife up, and it's a man in a black hooded coat with a cigarette still going in the corner of his mouth, looking at a dead 1-star rat, then at me, then back at the rat. Dead? He says. He sounds like somebody who just found his car parked in a different spot than he left it. Huh, they're all right. He hits something on his collar. Hua Li, I need you over here. Then my legs stop working and the alley goes sideways, and I get to find out what the ceiling of Ye Xinyue's house looks like. The healer's name is Hua Li, and she has green leaf-shaped marks on the backs of her hands and one more between her eyebrows, and they glow while she works. She's sweating. Nothing vital, she says finally. He's lucky. Lucky. Sure, let's go with lucky. There's a shape under a sheet by the door. Shuyan is sitting on the floor next to it, not crying, not moving, just sitting with her eyes open and nothing behind them. Ye Xinyue is the one who talks. It's his own fate, she says to nobody in particular. A man who only knows how to drink can't even run. Then she looks at her mother. It's not your fault. Zhou Kong and Hua Li trade a look across the room. It's the look of 2 professionals filing a family under complicated and moving on. Kid's still in school, Hua Li says. He hasn't even had his divine sense. And he killed a 1-star. He's a good prospect. Zhou Kang taps ash into his own palm because there's a dead man in the room, and even he's not that guy. If he awakens a decent seal, I might put his name in with the squad. Then he takes something out of his coat and drops it on the blanket by my hand. It's a crystal about the size of an egg, and it's dark red, and it's warm. Beast crystal, he says. Comes out of the thing you killed. That makes it yours. I say thank you. I mean it more than he knows, because a beast crystal is money, and money is food, and this family needs both. Then I fall asleep, and I have the dream. There's nothing in it. No ground, no sky, no direction. And then there are eyes. 2 of them, each one about 5 meters across, and they are gold, and they are looking at me. I know those eyes. I saw them from underneath, once, on the last day of my life, coming down through a hole in the world. The pressure in that place is like being at the bottom of an ocean made of something heavier than water. The gold light touches the shape I'm wearing in the dream, and it burns, and I wake up shouting with my heart trying to climb out of my mouth. There's a hand around mine. Ye Xinyue is asleep sitting up on the floor next to the bed, holding my hand, which she must have grabbed at some point during whatever noise I was making. Holy crap. The future God Emperor of China is holding my hand. She wakes up, realizes, and lets go so fast she nearly falls over, and goes a color I didn't know she could go. Then she picks up the beast crystal and holds it out to me. This is yours. Keep it. It's yours. I said keep. She puts it in my hand and closes my fingers around it with both of hers, which for a girl who flinches at everything is roughly equivalent to a declaration of war, and that's the end of the negotiation. Fine. Okay, I'll find another way to get money into this house. My grandfather is awake when I get home, which is not a surprise, and there is hot food on the table, which also is not. Lin Guanting, bent back, gray stubble, a face that looks like it was carved out of something and then left outside for 40 years. He's been raising me alone since before I can remember, and in 18 years of my first life and 18 years of this one, I have never once seen that man look impressed by anything. Come home right after school, he says, not looking up. Or I worry myself sick. Yes, sir. I sit down and eat, and here's the detail that I never thought about until I'd already lived a whole life and come back. There's fruit on this table. You have to understand what food is now. 300 years since the world broke. Under 1 billion people left on this planet, 99% of them stacked inside fortress cities, and what we eat is a compressed brick that has all the nutrients and none of the reasons to keep living. Actual vegetables are for rich people. Actual fruit is for very rich people. My grandfather has a garden. He has seeds from somewhere. He has always had seeds from somewhere. We live in the working district. I ate that fruit every day for 18 years, and I never once asked where it came from, and I'm only asking now because I'm not 18. I go to bed with the beast crystal in my fist, thinking about a divine sect marshal with a rank on his shoulder and a knife in his hand, thinking that animal actually let them call him a hero of China. The crystal gets warm, then it gets hot, and something goes up my arm like water finding a channel, and the crystal in my hand comes apart into powder, and I'm back in the dark with the golden eyes, except this time there's writing. Beast energy conversion. Conversion progress, 1 out of 1 million. Beastmaster talent, Eye of Insight, 0+1. Divine seal, unawakened. Spirit, 10+1. Strength, 10+1. Agility, 10+1. Speed, 10+1. I read it 4 times, 1 out of 1 million. That's not a cheat, that's a mortgage. Then the light comes out of those eyes and goes straight into the middle of my chest, and I sit up in bed in the dark with dust all over my hand. And I can see. I could see before. This is different. There is a mosquito on the wall on the far side of the room, and I can count the bands on its legs. I can see the individual specks of dust hanging in the air between me and the window, all of them, all at once, like somebody turned the resolution of the world up. I look out the window and I can read a sign 1.5 kilometers away in the dark. Eye of Insight. Level 1. I pull my shirt up. There's a mark on my chest that wasn't there yesterday. It's an animal, and it's got its head up, and it has 2 small marks where its eyes are, and even at this size, even burned into skin, they are unmistakably golden, crimson-eyed, heavenly killin', the thing that killed the Empress, the thing that killed me. I sit in the dark in my grandfather's house at 18 years old with a dead god's eyes on my chest, and I start laughing, quietly, because the alternative is the other thing. So let's do the math out loud, because I've had all night and I'm pretty sure I've got it. When the Qilin died, it didn't just die. 10-star beasts don't evaporate. They come apart, and whatever came apart went into everything in that crater, including me. I was already dead. I was the least important thing in a 10-kilometer radius, and some fraction of a god beast's power went into a corpse that happened to be lying there. That's the rebirth. That's the panel. That's this thing on my chest. And the panel does exactly one thing. It eats beast crystals, and it turns what's inside them into numbers with my name on them. Which means the ceiling I spent 23 years knocking my head against is not necessarily my ceiling anymore. In this lifetime, I might not stop at 3 imprint Divine Master. Grandpa's at the door when I leave. After the Divine Sense, he says, you'll have a little ability to defend yourself, a little. I know. Do you? I'm out the gate and about 6 steps down the road when I hear him say the rest of it, and I hear it because of the ears I woke up with this morning, and I don't think he knows that. I'd rather you hadn't awakened a divine seal at all, my grandfather says, to nobody in an empty courtyard. This world isn't as simple as you think. I keep walking. I file that one. I file it very carefully. Class 17 has already started taking bets by the time I get there. From the hallway, I can already hear it. The odds are on whether I'll go to Mei Shuiyan's desk and try again, because in this classroom's model of reality, that is simply what Lin Feng is for, the way rain is for falling. I walk in. The room goes quiet in that theatrical way. I walk past Mei Shuiyan. I keep walking, all the way to the back corner, to the desk nobody sits near, and I put my bag down next to Ye Xinyue. Roughly half the class just made money, the other half looks like their calculators broke, and up front, Mei Shuiyan's hand closes around her pen. Lin Feng, your taste is terrible, somebody calls out. Why do you like the ugly duckling? And I stand up because I have been waiting 35 years for this specific moment, and I have had a very long time to prepare remarks. Zhao Kai, he stops laughing. How many times has Ye Xinyue run errands for you? Roughly. Ballpark. What? Sun Peng. How much of your homework did she do? Not how much did she help with. How much did she do? Sun Peng's mouth closes. Wu Gong, Zhang Tao, Shu Min. I take them one at a time, and I make them wait for it. How many errands? Each. Nobody's laughing now. Li Mingyu stands up. because somebody has to. His nose is still a bad color from yesterday. That's just classmates helping each other out. Helping. I look at him. You call yourselves people. Outside of bullying her and laughing at her, name one time any of you helped her with anything. He can't, and everybody in the room watches him not be able to. And you. I'm still looking at him. Class monitor. You didn't just let it happen, you let it. You want to explain to me what qualifies you for that job? The silence has weight now. So, new rule, I say, to all of them. From today, anybody who bullies Ye Xinyue answers to me. That's it. That's the whole rule. Then, because they need it in a language they speak, Ye Xinyue, I've got your back. I don't look at her when I say it. I hear her breathing change, and that's plenty. Li Mingyu finds his voice at the door. Combat class, this afternoon. We'll see how tough you are. If I need both hands to beat you, I tell him, I'll admit defeat on the spot. Chen Wei catches me in the hall afterward and nearly takes my arm off. Brother Feng, that was awesome. Chen Wei, B+ combat, terrible instincts, best person I've ever known. In my last life, he took a hit that was aimed at me, and I got to watch him do it. Yeah, I say. Yeah, it was. I'm going to fix that one. I don't know how yet. But I've got the whole thing again from the start. At lunch, I find Ye Xinyu eating a compressed ration brick by herself, which she does because it is the cheapest thing in the building. Cafeteria, I say. I'm fine. Then I'm not eating either. I sit down on the stool across from her and fold my arms. I'll starve. Right here, in front of you. She stares at me. I stare back. I have decades of experience being stubborn about pointless things, and she is 17. I come back with 2 trays. Meat, vegetables, actual fruit. If you don't want it, leave it, I say, and I push one across. We'll just waste it. That's cheating, and I know it. In a world with this much hunger in it, wasting food is close to a moral crime, and she has been raised very carefully by very poor people. She picks up the chopsticks. About 4 bites and her eyes go red, and she keeps them down and keeps eating. And I understand that it has been a long time since she has eaten anything that tasted like anything. I have nothing to pay you back with, she says. I really don't. I reach over and wipe her face with my thumb, one side, quick, businesslike. Sure you do, I say. I want you to protect me later. Across the courtyard, in a window, Mei Shuiyan's pen snaps in half. I take Ye Xinyue out under the big tree behind the gym afterward, because if I'm going to do this, I'm doing it honestly. I'm being nice to you, I tell her, and there's an ulterior motive. She goes very still. Of course she does. In her experience, there is always an ulterior motive, and it is always worse than the one you were told about. You're going to awaken an SSS grade divine seal. She blinks. Not a good one, not a strong one, the top one. And when you do, every person who has made you fetch their lunch is going to spend the rest of their life telling people they used to sit near you. I let that sit. I'm being good to you because I know exactly what you're worth. So when you're strong, you protect me. That's the deal. That's all of it. She looks at me for a long moment. I don't believe that about myself, she says. That's fine. But I believe you. And she nods once, no hesitation at all, and that is the entire negotiation. I find out what she was thinking a lot later, and I'll put it here because it belongs here. She was thinking, it doesn't matter if he's lying. If it's true, I'll protect him for the rest of my life. And if he's telling the truth about me being someone's light someday, then fine, because he's mine right now. Combat class is where the day gets away from everybody. First problem, Ye Xinyue doesn't change out. Her combat suit tore months ago, and there's no money for another one, which is the actual reason her combat rank is a B- and not something respectable. She's not weak, she's underdressed. Then I won't change either, I say, and I sit down on the bench in my school uniform. Second problem, Guojingyi. Lin Feng, where is my self-criticism? Haven't written it. Write it now, 30,000 words. I'll write about your mother. The gymnasium makes a sound like a room full of people all inhaling at once. You want to talk about qualifications? I stand up. You saw 2 students on the ground yesterday, and you picked the one to punish before you asked a single question. You picked the poor one. You always pick the poor one. I take a step. Respect your teachers, honor the way. What way have you taught me? How to flatter, how to check somebody's family before I decide what they deserve. Her face has gone white around the mouth. Squad leader, seize him. And Li Mingyu comes off the wall with 7 friends, most of them A ranks, and I reach behind the bench and pick up the thing I put there this morning. It's a rattan cane. I cracked it myself, one clean split down the middle, so it makes an absolutely obscene noise on impact and does almost no damage whatsoever. The first one goes across Li Mingyu's backside. The noise is incredible. He goes up about a foot in the air, comes down doing a little dance, and there are actual tears. Under the eye of insight, 8 teenagers running at me is not a fight, it's a slideshow. I can see where every one of them is going to be a half second before they get there, and the cane is fast, and the cane hurts exactly as much as an insult and not one bit more. They start hopping, all of them. 8 A-rank students hopping around a gymnasium reaching for their own backs like gorillas who can't scratch an itch. Your combat suit is nanomaterial, I tell Li Mingyu, lining up another one. And you're the class monitor. More responsibility. Crack. Beat me to death if you dare. That is genuinely the strangest request I have ever received. Crack. But fine, I'll grant it. Lin Feng, I will never forgive you. What? You want me to keep going all day? I'm going to kill you. What's that? You want to thank me? Up in the shadow of the second floor walkway, 3 men are watching this. I clock them, and I don't look twice. Principal Chen, and 2 people in black. And later, I find out what the tall one said while I was making 8 A-ranks dance, because Zhou Kong can't keep his mouth shut about anything. His composure is very stable, Fang Hong said. Some of our own squad aren't at that level of combat awareness. Then Guo Jingyi's hand starts to glow. The light on her forearm is white, and it is not much, but it is a divine seal, and I do not have one. The cane comes apart into splinters. Her fist gets me square in the chest, and I go about 10 meters and land on my back in the middle of the floor with all the air gone out of the world. Level 10. C grade. The lowest rung on the lowest ladder, and it just erased me. That's what a divine seal is. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Chen Wei, spear. He gets it up in the air, and I roll to my feet and take it out of the air in one motion, and something in my hands wakes up that has been asleep since I was 53. Because a rattan cane is a joke, a spear isn't. She comes in swinging. I let the tip drift out and touch the inside of her wrist. Just touch it, and her whole strike folds sideways, because that's what happens when someone with a divine seal has never learned where the seal actually connects to the arm. One move, I say. Furious Dragon breaks the army. The butt end comes up under her elbow. The shaft sweeps flat across her forearm. She doesn't get hit hard. She just cannot get within 2 meters of me, and she cannot work out why, and she is a grown adult with an awakened seal being kept at a polite distance by a boy with a training spear. The gym is losing its mind. Somebody yells that my marksmanship is unreal. The girls in the front row have opinions they're expressing at volume. And Mei Shuiyin, standing at the edge with her arms crossed, feels her heart do something it has never once done in the 2 years I was carrying flowers at her. Which is when the dean of students arrives at a jog, all belly and mustache and 2 divine seals worth of authority, shouting the word expelled before he's even through the door. I put the spear butt into the floor. Fine, I say, loud enough to reach the walkway. Let's find out if this school actually can't tell right from wrong. It's already this big. Let's make it bigger. I want to know if a single person in this building will stand up for what's true. And I set my feet, 18 years old, no divine seal, against a 2-imprint divine envoy. He raises his hand. His wrist buzzes. He looks at it. He looks at me. He answers it. I can hear both sides. New ears. Nobody in this room knows that, except me. Are you out of your mind? The principal is saying. What exactly do you think you're doing to that student? If that boy loses a single hair, you are fired. The dean of students goes the color of paper. Then he coughs, twice, and performs the single fastest 180-degree turn I have ever witnessed in 2 lifetimes. A misunderstanding. It's all been a misunderstanding. He is now smiling at me. Lin Feng, this was a dereliction of duty on the teacher's part. I apologize to you on her behalf. Class 17's collective processor catches fire. Guo Jingyi actually stutters. Director, surely he should be severely. That's enough out of you. I dust off my sleeve. Teacher, I say pleasantly. You'll be giving me some kind of explanation for this, won't you? Since I wasn't the one who started it. There is exactly one person in that gymnasium who understands what actually just happened, and she's standing by the wall with her arms crossed. Mei Shuiyin isn't looking at me. She's looking at the dean of students' wrist. Because whoever was on the other end of that call turned a 2-imprint divine envoy inside out in 9 seconds, and the only question that matters in this entire school is, on whose behalf? She doesn't have an answer. It's the first time in her life that Lin Feng has been a question instead of a given. Chen Wei gets to me first. Feng Ge. That was insane. Have you been sneaking off to train at night or something? Train? Nothing. I hand him back his spear. She's just bad. She's got a divine seal, and she doesn't even know how to run force through her own arm properly. I spend the rest of the period teaching Ye Xin Yue to punch, not with a weapon. She's going to wake up with an SSS fire seal, and she is never going to need a weapon in her life, so we're doing hands. Don't wind up. Don't hesitate. Pick a soft spot and go straight at it. And once you've decided, don't take it back. She picks it up in about 4 minutes. Of course she does. By the next morning, Guo Jingyi isn't our homeroom teacher anymore. A new one comes in and announces it flat, the way you'd read a weather report. Removed from the position. Effective immediately, in light of her conduct yesterday and the day before. The whole room turns and looks at the back corner, at the kid with the B rank score, sitting next to the ugly duckling, who has, in roughly 30 hours, put the class monitor in the dirt twice, dismantled the campus beauty in front of a crowd, gotten a teacher fired, and made the dean of students apologize to him. Nobody says anything. I put my head down on the desk and go to sleep, because the divine sense is next week, and I've got a lot to do before then. The new homeroom teacher is a man named He Xiaojun who is going to hold the job for exactly 3 weeks until graduation, and he knows it, and he has decided to spend those 3 weeks being extremely nice to everybody. He takes attendance. He gets to my name. He pauses for about a quarter of a second before he says it, the way you'd pause before picking up something hot. The whole class hears that pause. By lunch, the theory going around is that I've got a relative in the city administration. By the end of the day, the theory has grown a second head, and now the relative is in the military. Nobody's theory is that I'm just better at this than they are, because that's not a thing that happens to people from the worker district. Chen Wei catches me at the gate. Fang Ge, 2 rounds of beast hunt tonight. I'll carry you. I'm broke. It's 4 yuan an hour. Chen Wei. I am broke. He takes that in with the seriousness of a man hearing that his friend has a terminal condition, and then he offers to pay for my hours, which is exactly why he took a hit that was meant for me in a life he doesn't remember, and exactly why I say no. I walk Ye Xinyue home. Her mother's staying with a cousin for a few days, so it's a short walk to a borrowed room, and Ye Xinyue doesn't say anything the whole way, which is her normal volume. Then, about 20 meters back, somebody's following us. I know who it is without turning around, because I know the sound of those shoes on gravel. I heard them behind me for 2 years. Lin Feng. Ye Xinyu goes still like a rabbit hearing a stick break. Mei Xuan comes up the path with her arms folded and her chin at the exact angle she uses when she's about to do you a favor you didn't ask for. I'd like to talk to you. Her eyes flick sideways. Alone. Ye Xinyu starts to step away. I catch her wrist. No need. 3 of us stand there. Somewhere behind the wall, a generator coughs and dies, and somebody swears at it. Mei Xuan looks at my hand on Ye Xinyu's wrist, and something crosses her face that I have never seen on it before. Not once. Not in 2 years of standing in front of her holding flowers like an idiot with a delivery job. So this is how it is, she says. You couldn't get what you wanted, so you found the ugliest girl in the year to walk around with. You didn't have to go that far just to make me sick, did you? Are you really that cheap? Old me would have died on the spot. New me is mostly just tired. Mei Xuan, has anybody ever told you that you think about yourself an unusual amount? Her mouth opens. Xinyue isn't a prop I rented to annoy you. Her name is Ye Xinyue. She isn't a thing that gets compared to you. Say her name or don't talk about her. Ye Xinyu's wrist goes rigid under my fingers. 18 years of being the thing people compare downward to, and it takes 1 sentence to come apart. I don't look at her, because if I look at her she'll cry, and she's got enough to do today. Fine. Mei Xuan recovers fast, I'll give her that. Then say what you have to say and stop wasting my time. 1 question, then I'm done. Ask. Divine sense is in 9 days. Say you wake up an S-grade seal. Say I wake up a C or a B if you're feeling generous. That's not a question. Would you still let me stand this close to you? And she opens her mouth to say, of course. I watch her do it. The lips shape the word. 2 years of my life is standing right there in the shape of that word, and nothing comes out, because her family has told her since she was 6 that talent is the whole of a person, that a B grade tops out at 3 imprint and dies in a garrison somewhere, that an A grade makes 4, that an S grade makes God General at minimum and gets a portrait on a wall. She has been raised to know the exact weight of every human being at a glance, and she has never once been asked to say that out loud in front of the person being weighed. The pause goes on a second too long, then 2. You hesitated, I say. It's fine. That's your answer, and it's an honest one, and it's the first honest thing either of us has said to each other in 2 years. I let go of Ye Xinyu's wrist. That's not love, that's an audit, and I stopped applying. I turn around and go. Behind me, her voice comes out at a pitch I've never heard from her, cracked right down the middle. As long as I awaken a high seal, low-level classmates are a burden to me. That's how the world works. Let's see which of us stands higher, Lin Feng. If you end up above me, then fine. I, Mei Xuan, will crawl to you too. Survival of the fittest. 9 days, I think. 9 days, and you're going to get to find out exactly how you feel about that. And I would love to be able to tell you that I'm above enjoying it. I'm not. I'm going to enjoy it enormously. I have 4 days of savings, no crystals, and a bar that says 6 out of 1 million. I need crystals the way a car needs gasoline, and the difference is that gasoline can be bought, and beast crystals mostly cannot, not by a kid from the worker district, because a 1-star crystal goes for a few hundred yuan, and a few hundred yuan is what my grandfather and I eat on for 2 weeks. so I go looking for somebody who has some and doesn't know what he's holding. Halfway down 4th Street, somebody's on me again. Not Mei Shuiyan shoes. Heavier. Slower on purpose. Whoever it is has been 40 meters back since the intersection and has changed sides of the street twice, which is a thing people only do when they're following you or when they're avoiding a dog. I turn into the alley by the noodle place and put on speed. The footsteps put on speed too, which settles the dog question. Dead end. Brick wall. 2 dumpsters, one of those pipes that comes out of a wall and goes nowhere. I pick up half a brick and turn around with it. The man in the black hooded coat stops at the mouth of the alley and starts laughing. Good lad, you actually made me. You've been behind me for 9 blocks. That's what I'm saying. Joe Kong lights a cigarette off the end of the last one, which is a thing I've now seen him do 3 times and never once seen him not do. Kid, do you know how many people notice me? None. That's the whole point of me. Okay, so listen, I keep the brick. I don't have any money. I don't have anything to sell. And if you tell me I've been specially selected for something and then ask me for a processing fee, I'm going to throw this at your head. I'm not. He stops. He looks genuinely wounded. You think I'm a con man? You've been following a high schooler around for 9 blocks while wearing that coat. There's a drink stand at the corner, so we go sit at the drink stand, and I order 2 of the good energy drinks, the cold ones out of the case and not the powder, and I let him pay for them because he's the one who wanted to talk. Joe Kong, he says. Everybody calls me Old Joe. How old are you? 34. Then everybody's being polite. Old Joe. That's not a name, that's a warning label. Old Joe Kong then, forget it. He drains half the can in one go. Ember Kill Squad, #1 squad in wrong city. We're on the God Hunter board. What's the God Hunter board? He chokes. What do you mean, it's the national ranking for hunting squads. Every squad in China. Sure. And what's your rank on it? He does not answer that one, and the silence goes on long enough to be an answer. I hold the Forbidden God Realm position in Ember Kill, he says with enormous dignity. Is that like a goalkeeper? It is not the goalkeeper, it's the second line. It's the position where, if I move, everybody behind me dies. So, goalkeeper, I'm going to leave. He doesn't leave. He turns the can around in his hands a couple of times and then gets to the part he came for. My captain wants you. I put my drink down. You're 18, and you haven't had your divine sense yet, and normally that means you're furniture. But you killed a 1-star rat with a kitchen knife and a bad attitude, and the captain saw the footage twice. There's crystal tech gear that runs off a power source instead of a seal. Cannons, blades. A guy with no seal at all can hold a line with the right gear if he's got the nerve. And what's the survival rate on a guy with no seal holding a line? The captain would like to discuss that in person. Old Joe Kang, I'm 18 years old. You want me to go and die. Where's your conscience? It's in my other coat, he says without missing a beat. And I like him so much right then that it's actually a problem because I know exactly how this ends. I know the position he stands in. I know that the Forbidden God Realm is the polite name for the guy they leave behind. So I ask him for the thing I actually came out here for. Do you have any beast crystals on you? Give me a few. He stares at me. Did you just? A few. 3's fine. 5's better. You little. He calls me several things, none of them accurate, and while he's doing it, he's digging in his coat, and he slaps 5 1-star crystals down on the plastic table hard enough to make the ashtray jump. There. 5. Choke on them. Thank you, Old Joe Kang. Don't thank me. I'm robbing myself. He stands up, points at me with the cigarette. Divine sense. After divine sense, you come find me, and we talk properly. He walks off down 4th Street with his hands in his pockets, and about 10 meters out, where he thinks I can't see it, he starts grinning like he just closed a deal. Yeah, Old Joe. You did. The 5 crystals go on my desk in a row, and I lock the door, and then I do the thing that hurts. Here's what it's like, for the record, since nobody else in the world is ever going to get to describe it. You hold the crystal, the world drops out, you're standing in a place with no floor and no ceiling and no direction, and the golden eyes are already open, and they are already looking at you, and they were looking at you before you got there. Then the pressure comes down. It isn't pain in a place, it's pain as a climate. It's 4 hours of being slowly ground into a paste that is still awake and still has opinions, and about 90 minutes in, the paste starts thinking that dying would be a solid strategic option, and it means it. 4 hours, every time, that's the price list. I come out of it face down on the floor with my shirt soaked through and my jaw aching from clamping it, and the numbers hang in front of my eyes like a receipt. Progress, 6 out of 1 million. Eye of Insight, 1. Spirit 11, Strength 11 plus 5, Agility 11, Speed 11. The first time, the panel handed out 10 points across the board like a welcome gift. Not anymore. Now it's line by line, and it's honest, and 5 1-star beast crystals bought me exactly 5 points of strength, which is half again what I started with. from a rock the size of a grape, which is fantastic. Which also means that to fill that bar to 1 million, I would need 1 million one-star crystals, and if I converted 5 a day, every day, without stopping, without eating, without sleeping, I would finish somewhere around the year 2548. So there's the cheat. Infinite ceiling, zero elevator. It doesn't make me strong. It converts dead monsters into strong at a fixed and frankly insulting exchange rate, and the only way to get more dead monsters is to go where the monsters are, which is outside the wall, which I cannot do because Wrong City doesn't let you through the gate without a divine seal, and the hunting grounds attached to the Divine Chosen Academy don't let you in without a second imprint, and I can't buy my way past either of those with a bar that says 6. Fine. 9 days. Divine sense. Then the Academy, then the hunting grounds, then everything. The first step is right here, and it's the only step I've got, so I'm taking it. My grandfather has made millet porridge. I want to be clear about something. In Wrong City in this year, the standard civilian ration is a pressed brick with a number stamped on it. You soak it or you gnaw it. It contains everything a human body needs and nothing a human being wants. Actual grain, cooked in actual water in a pot, is the kind of thing you see in a period drama. My grandfather has made millet porridge, and it is not ration millet, and I know it isn't because I've eaten ration millet, and it tastes like the inside of a cardboard box, and this tastes like a field. Grandpa. I always feel like you're hiding something. He doesn't look up. You've got fruit in that room that people at the city market would fight over. There's meat in the cabinet. Where does it come from? How do you do it? My grandfather raps me on the head with his chopsticks. Not a tap, a rap, with wrist behind it. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. That's it. That's the whole answer. That's been the whole answer my entire life. He goes back to his porridge, and the collar of his shirt gapes a little when he leans forward, and I see the key. It's on a cord around his neck. Dull metal, no shine on it, shaped wrong for any lock I've ever seen. He's worn it since before I could walk. When I was 6, I asked what it opened and got the same answer with the same chopsticks. Here's what he doesn't know that I know. In the life I already used up, my grandfather died when I was 43 years old. He went in his sleep in a room in a garrison town, quietly, with no fuss, the way he did everything, and when they gave me his things, there was a cloth bundle, and in the bundle was this key, and folded around it was a strip of paper in his handwriting with 2 sentences on it. I never found out what it opened. I carried it for 12 years, and then I died in the mud outside a wall, and it went into the mud with me. I'm looking at it right now, hanging in the gap of an old man's shirt collar over a bowl of porridge. Grandpa, what does that key open? He puts his chopsticks down. For about 2 seconds, my grandfather looks at me with an expression I have never once seen on his face, and I don't have a name for it, and it isn't anger. Eat your food. I eat my food. When I get up to go, he says it to the wall, not to me, in the flat voice he uses for weather. I hope you never have to use it. And then, because he is who he is, he adds, Brat, I'm this old and I'm still going to end up raising your kid, aren't I? School. Mei Xuan and I move around the same classroom like 2 people who've been introduced at a wedding once. She doesn't look at me. I don't look at her. Her friend keeps saying it's fake. It must be fake. He's going to crack by Friday, and every day it doesn't happen. She says it a little louder. Ye Xinyue falls asleep at her desk before lunch because she's been getting up at 4 to work the recycling route since her father's funeral. I lean down until my face is about 10 centimeters from hers and say very quietly, if you don't get up, I'm carrying you to the cafeteria. She is vertical in under 1 second, hair on end, denying everything. Then she gets very interested in the desk and mumbles that her mother wants me to come for dinner. I say yes before she finishes the sentence, which is a mistake, and I'll get to why. Li Mingyu does not come to school for 3 days. When he comes back, his hand is still strapped, and he has stopped talking to me entirely, which anybody who has ever met a rich kid will recognize as the dangerous version. He is on the phone in the stairwell on Wednesday. I hear about 4 words of it, and the 4 words are enough. Because here's the thing, nobody in this school understands about people like Li Mingyu. They don't escalate to violence when they're angry. They escalate to violence when they're embarrassed, and they do it through somebody else, and they do it with the receipt. Thursday after school, I've got a tail again, not Joe Kong. This one's 20, built like a door, with a dragon on one forearm and a tiger on the other, and he's a C-grade speed seal, which I know because Eye of Insight tells me so in a little dry line of text like a label on a jar. He follows me from the school gate. Good. I walk Ye Xinyue as far as the corner of her street and stop. Go on ahead. But, Xinyue, I hand her my bag. Take this home for me and don't come back out. I'll be 20 minutes. She looks at me. She looks past me at the street. She takes the bag and goes. And she doesn't ask, and I want to write down somewhere that at 18 years old, with no seal and no power and nothing in the world, Ye Xinyue was already the only person I've ever met who could tell the difference between being protected and being handled. Then, I reach into my pocket and let the ladybug out. It's about the size of a thumbnail. Red shell, black spots, 6 legs, and it's mechanical, and it belongs to a Starlink relay unit that has been sitting in my grandfather's back room since before I was born, under a rag with tomatoes stacked on top of it. Full comms, terrain scan, holographic uplink. It is standard issue for a battlefield reconnaissance officer, and it is completely, spectacularly, screamingly not standard issue for a retired old man in a 2-room house in the worker district. I have never once been able to ask about it. Today I'm just glad it's there. The ladybug goes up and back and settles somewhere over my shoulder where nobody is ever going to look, and then I turn into the alley behind the machine shop like a kid who has never been in a fight in his life. He takes about 11 seconds to follow me in. Hey, kid. I back up against the wall. I let my voice go thin. This is not hard. I did this for real for 50 years. I don't have any money. Do I look like I want your money? He's enjoying this. That's important, because a man who's enjoying himself talks. Somebody paid me to teach you a lesson. Nothing personal. Who? Who paid you? Does it matter? It matters to me. He laughs, and he steps in, and he puts a knife against my throat with the flat side in, which tells me he's been told not to kill me, and then he slaps me across the face with his other hand hard enough to bounce my head off brick. Your class monitor, he says, right into my ear, nice and clear, 9 feet under a ladybug. Li Mingyu. He says hello. He also says don't be so simple about it as your idiot homeroom teacher was, so I'm going to do this properly. There we go. That's enough evidence. Okay, I say. Okay, what? 16 points of strength. I want to explain what 16 means, because the number by itself is nothing. An ordinary adult male is about 10. A newly awakened C-grade with a seal running is about 14. This man is a C-grade speed seal with 3 years on it, and he's about 15, and he is genuinely one of the more dangerous people on this street. 16 means that when I bring my fist up under his jaw, he doesn't slide down a wall like in the movies. He leaves. His feet come off the ground, and his head snaps, and the knife goes somewhere in the dark, and while he's still coming down, I put a straight punch into the middle of his chest, and something in there makes a sound like a chair breaking, and he goes into the far wall of the alley and stays where he lands. He's breathing. He's just not going to enjoy it for a while. I stand over him, and I rub my jaw where he hit me, because that actually hurt, and I say the thing I have been waiting 50 years to say to a man like this. Robbing me? Go take a look at yourself in a puddle first. You're not even good at this. Then I pick up my bag and I whistle for the ladybug and I go home and have dinner with my grandfather and I sleep 9 hours. Here's what I don't see. Li Mingyu is at home, watching the whole thing on his watch from the thug's body cam, and what he sees is not the beating. What he sees is an 18-year-old with no seal put a C-grade through a wall with 2 punches. And Li Mingyu, who is not stupid and who has an A-grade divine sense coming in 6 days and a family behind him and a cousin who is something much worse, sits in the dark looking at that footage on a loop and gets an idea. He says it out loud to an empty room. What if he just dies? I go to Ye Xinyu's for dinner and I bring 4 bags. Silly girl, did you think I'd come to your house empty-handed? The house is what's left of a house. Half the roof is a tarp. The wall the rat came through is patched with a door laid flat and nailed. There's a stove and 2 stools and a bed frame, and against the far wall, on the only shelf, there's a wooden tablet with her father's name on it and 3 sticks of incense burning in a rice bowl. The man drank himself stupid every day of his life and ran the wrong way when it mattered, and I'm the one who had to tell his wife where he was. I put my hands together and I bow to the tablet 3 times anyway, because it costs me nothing and it means something to the 2 women standing behind me. Xu Yan starts crying about halfway through the meal. If it weren't for you, she says, Xinyu and I might have gone with him. There's meat in this meal. Not much. Enough that I can do the arithmetic while I'm chewing, and the arithmetic is that the 4 of us at this table, counting the empty stool, are eating 3 days of what this house has. I eat all of it, and I make noise about how good it is, and I ask for more, because refusing it would be worse. Then I walk home in the dark, doing sums, and none of the sums work, and the reason none of them work is that I have exactly one skill in this world, and it is turning rocks that come out of monsters into muscle, and I have no rocks. 2 days later I find out where the rats are coming from. Not from the wall. Everybody's been checking the wall. There's an old drainage main out past the east side, pre-war, wide enough to walk in, and it goes under the wall footing and comes up in a culvert behind the machine district, and it has been sitting there quietly under everybody's feet for 60 years, being nobody's job. I know this because in my last life, it took the city 4 more months and about 90 dead people to find it. I put it in a report to the district security office addressed to a woman named Xiao Qin, whose name I only know because she's still alive in 9 years and still doing this job. Then I go find Zhou Kong because I need more rocks. Holy crap, he says when he sees me coming across the lot. Are you following me now? Do you have any more beast crystals? Do I? He puts both hands on top of his head and turns in a full circle. 5 1-stars is 2,000 wen of merchandise. 2,000. Do you think I'm made of, you know what? Fine. Give them back. I want them back, his collar chirps. He's still talking when it happens, still doing the bit with his hands, and then the voice comes through and his whole face changes, and I have never in my life seen a man stop being funny that fast. Old Joe, we've got a breach. 8 bloodthirsty rat through the culvert east side. They're already past the fence line. Same direction as last time. Same direction as last time. I know that direction. I have stood in that direction with a kitchen knife. I'm already running. Behind me, Joe Kong is shouting my name, and then he's shouting other things, and the last one I hear clearly is, "You little idiot, do you want to die?" Yes. Historically. Constantly. Let's go. 200 meters out I can already hear it, and what I hear is wrong. A 1-star bloodthirsty rat makes a noise like a bicycle brake. What's coming out of that street is lower than that. It's coming up through my shoes. Xu Yan and Ye Xinyu are backed against the patched wall of their own house with nowhere left to go. There are 2 rats in front of them. One is a 1-star. The other one is the size of a car. Its fur isn't fur. It's a coat of iron needles laid flat, and the tail dragging behind it cracks the road surface every time it swings. And when it opens its mouth, the smell that comes off it is old meat and wet basement, and Eye of Insight puts a nice clean line of text in the corner of my vision like a museum placard. Bloodthirsty Rat King. 3 stars. A 3-star is what a full squad gets called out for. A 3-star is what a 2-imprint hunter dies to on a bad day. I hit the street at a dead run with nothing in my hands. Something goes past me from behind at head height, a ball of blue-white light about the size of a football, and it takes the Rat King in the shoulder and drives it sideways through the front of the house. Joe Kang lands in the road with a cannon braced on his forearm, and there are 3 imprints burning on the back of his hand, and there's electricity crawling over his shoulders in little forked lines. Kid, what did I tell you? The 1-star comes off the wall at Ye Xinyue. I don't have a knife this time. I have 16 points of strength and a running start, and I kick it in the ribs like it's a soccer ball with a grudge, and it goes up over the fence, over the alley, and into the side of the building across the street where it sticks for a second before it drops. The silence behind me has a texture. That, Joe Kong says slowly, is a bloodthirsty rat. He kicked it. He kicked it away. I get to Ye Xinyue, and I take her face in both hands and turn it up so she's looking at me and not at the thing coming out of the wreck of her living room. Don't be scared. It's fine. You're going to be fine. She nods. Her whole body is shaking, and she nods anyway, which is a thing I want on the record. Then the culvert empties out, and there are 8 more of them in the street. Joe Kang makes a sound in the back of his throat, unclips a pistol off his hip and throws it to me underhand without looking. Crystal pistol. Point and squeeze. It's got about 20 in it. Kid, you keep those 2 alive and you leave the rest to me. The cannon on his arm goes off 7 times in 9 seconds and 7 1-stars come apart in the road. Then it makes a noise like a fridge dying and the light on the side goes red and Joe Kong throws it away and pulls a spear off his back. Silver. 2.5 meters. The lightning comes off his shoulders and runs down the shaft and stands on the point like something with an opinion. Come on then, you ugly bastard. I've got Xu Yan behind me and Ye Xinyue at my elbow and a pistol I'm firing into anything that gets within 10 meters, and Ye Xinyue in the middle of all this asks me a question. What are those marks on his hand? She's 18 and she's about to have the biggest divine sense in 300 years and nobody has ever taught her anything. Imprints, I say, and I shoot a rat. Every seal has a rank, and the imprints are the levels. 3 imprints is a divine general. That's high. Old Joe there is around level 25, and he's the 2nd strongest man in the best squad in this city. Why is he losing? He's not losing. He's spending. I shoot another one. Every seal has one thing built into it that's just yours. Imprint power. You get exactly 1, and it's the strongest thing you'll ever do, and most people use it once. Some people use it at the end, when there's nothing else left. She takes that in with her eyes very wide, and I don't tell her the rest. I don't tell her that in a life she doesn't remember she carried an imprint power that could have taken the roof off a tier 1 city, and that she used it in a place called the Heavenly Pass, and that it worked. The comm on Joe Kang's collar is still open, and the captain's voice is in it, tight and clipped. Joe Kang, there's a 2nd breach at the North Culvert. We're pinned. We have no way to reach you. 2-star rats are coming up out of the dark now, 4 of them. Bigger, faster, and the king is back on its feet in the ruins of the house, and Joe Kong is one man with a spear standing in the middle of a road. Understood, he says. Just that. I know this. I know this exact shape. The divine hunter squads hold the line in front of the rest of us, not as a metaphor. Physically, geographically, they stand between the thing and the city, and there is a phrase they use that gets printed on posters, and the phrase is fight to the death, never retreat, and for 50 years I thought it was a slogan. It's not a slogan, it's a job description. For 50 years I stood behind that line. I built a whole life on the far side of other people's bodies. I was very good at it. I was so good at it that I got to be 40, then 50, then old, and every single year of that was paid for out of somebody else's account, and I never once signed for the delivery. Zhou Kang looks back over his shoulder at me, and he grins, and for 1 second his face isn't his face, it's Wang Tian's, walking into a beast tide with his back straight, not looking at me when he did it. Lin Feng, you son of a gun, Zhou Kang says. Next life, you protect me, all right? And I've got a jar of wine buried behind the depot, don't you dare drink all of it by yourself. Then he turns around and walks into the middle of them. I get Shu Yan and Ye Xinyue 4 blocks east to the civilian shelter, which takes 6 minutes, and I hand them through the door, and the door starts to close. 6 minutes is a long time in a street. Lin Feng, Ye Xinyue has hold of my sleeve. Where are you going? I owe that idiot a couple of beast crystals, I say. I can't just stand here and watch him die over it. She doesn't tell me not to. She's crying, and she doesn't tell me not to. She just says, you have to come back alive. You have to. I turn around at the corner, and I show her all my teeth. Okay. It takes me 4 minutes to get back, and it's already over. He's still on his feet. That's the thing about him I'll never get past. He's still on his feet in the middle of a road that is now mostly holes, with 3 dead 2-stars behind him and the spear point dragging on the ground, and he is having a conversation on the open channel with the whole squad listening in the voice of a man reading out a shopping list. Brothers, your old Joe might have to say goodbye here. Zhou Kang. Little dragon. Burn me a carton of cigarettes, the good ones, not the district brand. And 1 bottle of something that wasn't made in a factory. Zhou Kang, that's an order, disengage, Hua Li. A pause and his voice comes down a notch. Find yourself a good man and get married, somebody with a boring job. Gong Lai, retreat. That is a direct order, do not fight to the death. Captain. He shifts his grip on the spear. If I pull out, more people die tonight than me, and I'm not worth that much. Then he goes, 1,000, thunder, strike. The spear comes off the ground with all of it behind it, and it stops being a spear and becomes something with a shape like a dragon made out of 1 continuous line of lightning, and it goes down that road and takes 3 2-star rats off their feet at once, and it doesn't stop, and it hits the Rat King in the chest, and the Rat King's claws come down on the point and break on it. For a second I think he's done it. The tail comes around out of the smoke. It catches him across the chest and lifts him off the ground and throws him 30 meters into the wreckage of a house, and he doesn't get up, and the spear is left standing in the road. The Rat King pulls it out of the ground with its mouth. It walks over to where he's lying, and it lifts that spear up over him with the point down. I hit that thing at a full sprint with a jump kick, and the shaft rings like a bell and goes end over end past its own head, close enough to my ear that I feel the wind off it. I land in front of him with my back to the biggest predator in this city. You idiot! Zhou Kang's voice is a wreck. Why, did you come back? You're the idiot. Why didn't you run? Not in the job. Don't you dare die. My hands are shaking and I'm furious about it. I still owe you crystals. You don't get to die over an unpaid debt. It's tacky. And that's when my chest catches fire, not a metaphor. The mark over my sternum, the one shaped like nothing that exists, the one I've had since the day I was born and never once been able to explain, goes hot enough that I look down expecting to see a hole, and light comes out of me, out of every pore, out of my hands, out of the seams of my clothes. Gold. Thick, slow, heavy gold light, and I can see it through eye of insight as a column going up and up past the roofline, and I don't know what it is, and I don't have time to care. The Rat King smells it. 3 stars, 2 tons of it. The apex thing in this district, standing over a man it just broke, and it stops dead in the road and its head goes down and it makes a noise I've never heard a beast make. It's afraid. Not tactically afraid. Afraid the way small animals go when something enormous walks into the field. Something in that gold light is telling it, in a language it was born knowing, that whatever this is, it is not on the same ladder. Good. Raging Dragon, I say, breaks the army. I have never used this. I don't know where the words came from. My body knows the shape anyway, the way you know how to catch something thrown at your face. The first strike takes its front leg out from under it. The second takes the tail off at the base, and the iron needles crumble where I hit them like they're made of chalk. It comes around at me with everything it has, and I go under it, and I put one more strike into the base of its skull, and something the size of a car stops being a problem in this city forever. The road is very quiet. A beast crystal, the size of my fist, rolls out of the wreck and comes to rest against my shoe. Then my legs fold under me like somebody cut the strings, and I go down on all fours in the road, and my arms are shaking so hard I can't hold myself up, and my vision is going gray at the edges. Side effects. Of course there are side effects. That gold ate my body and my mind on the way out, and it took the interest up front. Such, I informed the empty street, generous terms. I crawl to Joe Kong and get the earpiece off his collar. This isn't Joe Kong, I tell whoever's listening. Send a healer to the East District, the Culvert Street, right now. The squad gets there in 90 seconds, and the healer gets there in 80. Hua Li comes down the street at a flat run in a green field jacket with the leaf marks on the backs of her hands already lit, and she goes to her knees beside him and gets both hands on his chest, and the green light goes in, and nothing changes. No, she says it conversationally. No, you don't get to. You absolute bastard. You don't get to. He stops breathing at some point in there. I'm watching his face, so I see it happen, and it's not dramatic. It's a man stopping. Wake up. Her hands don't move off him. Wake up. You haven't married me yet, you coward. The rest of Ember Kill comes up the street and nobody says anything. They stand in a half circle in a road full of dead rats, 6 adults with imprints burning on their hands, and they don't say anything at all, so I get up. It takes me 2 tries. Then I straighten up in front of the man on the ground, and I bring my right fist across to my left shoulder and I hold it there, and I bow my head. It's the God Hunter salute, full honors. You give it once, to one person, when they've been carried off a field. I've given it 11 times in a life nobody in this street knows about. The captain of Ember Kill is looking at me like I've started speaking a dead language, because I have. Because there is no earthly reason that a high school student who hasn't had his divine sense should know that gesture, and I realize that about 2 seconds after I've done it, and by then it is extremely done. Then Fang Hong brings his fist across to his shoulder, and then all 6 of them do, and in the middle of it, the corpse says, in a small, aggrieved voice, "Why is everybody standing around?" Hua Li screams. Then she grabs him by the collar and shakes him. "Stop shaking him," somebody says, "or he really will die." "You bastard!" She is shaking him harder. "Could you not have woken up sooner? I cried for a full minute." "I haven't married you yet," Joe Kang croaks. "How could I bear to die?" Then he squints past her at the squad. "Little Dragon, about the cigarettes. If Sister Hua Li doesn't object," Little Dragon says gravely, "I'll burn you a whole carton anyway, as an investment." The captain crouches down next to the king. He's a big quiet man with a scar through one eyebrow, and he looks at the thing for a long moment, and then he looks up at me. "Who killed it?" "Old Joe did." "Did he?" "Thousand Thunderstrike went straight through it. It was already finished." "I put a pistol into the back of its head while it was down." I shrug. 20 rounds. It only took 19. Fang Hong looks at the crystal pistol, which is still fully charged in my hand. Then he looks at a 3-star beast with a broken leg and no tail. Then he looks back at me. He doesn't call it. He just files it somewhere, the way you'd fold a receipt and put it in your coat. "After your divine sense," he says, standing up. "You come and see me, whatever you awaken, whatever it is." Joe Kang, who cannot lift his head, manages to throw 3 2-star crystals and 1 3-star crystal onto my chest, one at a time, with the accuracy of a man half in a coma. I take the 3 2-stars, I put the 3-star back on his blanket. "That one's yours, old Joe. You paid for it." He calls me an idiot with real feeling, and then, because there's nothing left of that house except the shelf with the tablet on it, and because Shu Yan is standing in the road at 4 in the morning holding a plastic bag with everything she still owns in it, I say the thing I've been building toward all night. "Auntie, Xinyue, the house is gone. Come stay at mine." Somewhere on the other side of the city, my grandfather is asleep and has no idea that I have just moved the future God Emperor of China into his spare room. Here is a thing about my grandfather that I would like an explanation for at some point. He has been iced to me for 18 years. Chopsticks on the head. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Brat this and brat that. 2 strangers show up at 6 in the morning with a plastic bag, and the man turns into a hotel. Stay. 2 rooms empty back there. They're just collecting dust. More people in a house is better. Girl, you're too thin. Does nobody feed you? Sit down. I stand in my own kitchen watching this like a man watching his dog do taxes. Grandpa, you've never once said sit down to me. You live here. Once the house is quiet, I lock my door and I put 3 2-star crystals on the desk. A 2-star is worth about 10 1-stars. 30 crystals of value in 3 rocks, and this time when the floor drops out and the eyes open, I go in ready for it, which helps for the first 10 minutes and stops helping after that. 4 hours. Progress. 36 out of 1 million. Eye of Insight. 1. Spirit 18, Strength 25, Agility 18, Speed 18. Two things are different. The first is that the numbers have denominators now. Every attribute line has a slash and 100 after it, which means somebody has decided to show me the top of the first floor of the building, and it means I've got a very long way to go and a defined distance to go it in. The second is better. When the points come out, I can feel them sitting there unspent, and when I think toward strength, they go to strength. When I split them evenly, they split evenly. Nobody explains this to me. It's just there, the way you know which way to lean on a bicycle. 25 strength. At 11, I put a level 10 Divine Chosen on his back. At 16, I put a C grade through a wall. In the morning, I throw a punch at the air in the yard, and the air makes a noise like a wet towel snapping, and a bird leaves a tree 15 meters away. Eye of Insight is still stuck on one. It hasn't moved through 40 crystals. Whatever that thing is, it doesn't drink from the same cup as the rest. Breakfast is a scene from a different family's life. My grandfather has produced eggs. Actual eggs. He is at the stove doing something to them that I have never seen him do in my entire life. This house hasn't been this lively in years, he says. Xin Yue, eat. Look how thin you are. I'll make you something proper tonight. Grandpa, you have never made me something proper. You're a brat. She's a guest. He points the spatula at me without looking. And you, school, stay next to that girl and don't let anything happen to her. Yes, that's the plan. That has been the plan for about 9 days now. Ye Xinyue, behind her bowl, has gone the color of the inside of a peach and is pretending very hard to be interested in the wall. At school, everybody's looking at me, not the way they've been looking at me all week. Different, sideways. Two girls near the door stop talking when I walk in, and up front, Li Mingyu is smiling at me for the first time in 4 days. Second period, the door opens. 3 police officers come in. City police, not the district ones, and their uniforms are clean, and the one in front is holding a pair of restraints. Lin Feng. Li Mingyu is on his feet before they've said a word, and his voice cracks like a stage actor's. You murderer! There's a dead man in that alley. There's a dead man, and everybody in this class knows what you are now. The room detonates. Somebody says, call the police, and somebody else points out that the police are already here, and about 11 people move away from my desk at the same time. Mei Shuiyin stands up. Lin Feng. She's white. Why would you kill someone? Do you understand what that does to you? Divine Sense is in 4 days. 4 days. Why would you be so stupid? Hands, the lead officer says. I put them out, and the restraints go on, and I let them. Officer, can I ask something first? You can ask at the station. Even a dead man gets told what he's dying for. I say it loud enough for the room. You walked in here in front of 40 witnesses and put irons on a graduating student without a word of explanation. What happens if something goes wrong with me on the way to the station? Who's holding that? That lands. Cops hate that sentence. He stops. There's video, he says. Then play it. Play it here. So he does, because it's easier than arguing and because he genuinely thinks he's about to end the conversation. It's the thug's body cam. It's me, in the alley, coming up off the wall and putting him into the far side of it with 2 punches. Out of context, it is the single most incriminating 12 seconds of footage anybody in this room has ever seen. Li Mingyu is not even trying to hide it now. He's grinning at his desk. Well, the officer says, that's a good video, I say. I have a better one. I hold up my left wrist, cuffed to my right, with a cheap plastic watch on it. Officer, the man in that alley is dead. You said so somebody killed him after I left, because you can see me walk away in your own footage. I've got the rest of the evening. Would you like to watch it, or should I go ahead and put it up publicly first? The watch throws a little square of light onto the whiteboard. The angle is high and slightly behind because it's a ladybug on a wall. First, it's Li Mingyu in the school car park handing over an envelope and saying, word for word, teach him a lesson. Don't be as simple about it as that idiot homeroom teacher was. The whole class hears the phrase idiot homeroom teacher come out of Li Mingyu's mouth, and at the back of the room, Guo Jingyi, who came to watch me get arrested, makes a small sound. Then it's the alley. Then it's me walking out of the alley. Then 90 seconds later, it's Li Mingyu and Zhao Kai coming into that alley with a length of pipe, standing over a man who is still moving and having a short conversation about how this only works if he doesn't wake up. The recording keeps going after that. I don't need to describe what's on it. Nobody in that room needed it described either. Li Mingyu comes over the desks at my wrist. He is an A grade in 4 days, and he is fast, and he is very strong for his age, and he gets one hand on the watch. I catch his fist in my left hand with the restraint still on, and I close it. There's a sound. He goes down on his knees in the aisle, all the way down, and he can't even get a scream out. Destroying evidence? I say. Relax. I uploaded it this morning. Nobody in that room moves. The officers take the restraints off me with the excessive gentleness of men who have just realized whose arrest they were sent to make, and they pick up Li Mingyu and Zhao Kai, and they go. I follow them to the door. Officer, I want him charged properly. Attempted murder of a graduating student, hiring a violent felon, and there's a man in a morgue. Li Mingyu twists around in the doorway, and his face is a thing I want to keep. My family will kill you, he says. You hear me? My family will kill you. Officer, I say immediately pointing. He's threatening my life, in front of 40 people. I want that in the report, and if it isn't in the report, I'll take this all the way up to the temple courts. The door closes. 40 people are staring at me, including one homeroom teacher who no longer has a job and now knows exactly what her students thought of her, and one girl in the front row with a snapped pen in her hand who told me 11 minutes ago that I was stupid. I sit down and get my book out. It's third period, I say. Somebody go get the substitute. The mood in class 3 changes after that. Before, I was the joke that had stopped being funny. Now there's a 2-desk radius around me that nobody crosses, and when I ask to borrow a pen, 3 people offer one. Because they've done the math, this is the guy who takes your money, gets your teacher fired, and has your class monitor arrested on camera, and the terrifying part is that all of it happened in the correct order. Chen Wei is the only person in the building who is unaffected because Chen Wei's brain doesn't have the part that does fear. Feng Gei, he sits on my desk. How did you set that up? That was a divine move. That was 4 days of setup. Can you see the future? Want to learn? Yes? Call me Dad. I'm not calling you Dad. Then you'll never know. He sulks for exactly 11 seconds. So I tell him the truth, straight to his face, because there is no safer place to hide a thing than inside a joke. Chen Wei, I really can see the future. I know what's coming. For instance, on Divine Sense Day, you're going to awaken a B-grade seal. He stares at me. Then he is deeply, personally offended. B, only a B? Are you cursing me? Get away from me. I'm going to be an A at minimum. My aunt was an A. And that's that. That's how you tell the truth. You hand it over with a smile and they give it right back. That night I sit in the dark in my room turning the ladybug over in my fingers. Full comms, terrain scan, holographic uplink, encrypted military relay and a rag under a stack of tomatoes in a back room in the worker district. A retired factory man with a pension of 900 yuan a month does not own this. A retired factory man with a pension of 900 yuan a month does not grow real fruit, does not have a locked cabinet with meat in it, and does not wear a key he won't discuss around his neck for 80 years. I've had this grandfather my whole life, twice now, and I have never asked the right question once. 4 days. The morning of Divine Sense. I find Ye Xinyue sitting under the tree in the yard with her knees up, and she's been there a while. Lin Feng, am I really going to awaken an SSS? Yes. How do you know? I know. She looks at the wall for a bit. If it's true, she says, then from now on, I'll protect you. And I laugh because it's funny, and because there's a version of me that's still sitting in the mud outside a wall being escorted out of the world by a woman with gold in her eyes, and that version wants very badly to say something and doesn't get to. Deal, I say. Divine Sense works like this. They clear the sports field. At 6 in the morning, 10 pillars come up out of the ground, matte black, 30 meters tall. No seams, no controls, nobody knows who built them or when. 10 graduates go up at a time, one to a pillar, hand flat on the surface. There are about 6,000 of us in Rong City this year. Around 2,000 will awaken anything at all. Of those 2,000, 16 or 1,700 will be C or B. About 300 will be A or better. S is a number you can count on your fingers in a city of 4 million. The colors go white, blue, purple, black, red, gold. C, B, A, S, 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 S. Everybody in the country knows that ladder by the time they can walk, the way I knew the alphabet. Nobody has ever seen gold. Gold is a thing in a textbook with a footnote. Principal Chen Kaiyuan gets up on the platform and does the speech. Born for China. Unparalleled glory. The wall stands because you stand. He's been doing this for 20 years and he still means it. And about 40% of the field is crying by the end. And I'm standing there with my hands in my pockets thinking about crystal exchange rates. First 10 go up. White, nothing, nothing. Blue, nothing, nothing, nothing. Purple, nothing, nothing. 3 out of 10, and one of them an A, and the field goes up like somebody scored a goal, and the purple kid gets carried around on shoulders. Here's the part they don't put in the speech. Your seal comes with elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, strength, speed, defense, healing, weapons. And every single person in that field is hoping for more of them, because more sounds better. More is worse. Your seal is a 500 milliliter bottle. 2 elements means you have 250 of each. Nobody has ever gotten a bigger bottle, and there are no beasts on that list. No dragons, no phoenixes, no tigers with 6 tails. Mythical beast seals do not exist and have never existed in 3,000 years of records, which is a fact I have known since I was 6, and which is why I have spent my entire life not knowing what to do about the mark on my chest. Last time around, I got a B. Wind and fire. The wind kept me alive for 50 years by letting me leave places quickly, and the fire let me pretend I was fighting while I did it. 2 hours in, somebody hits black. The whole field goes silent at once. 6,000 people, like a switch. Zhaojun, Class 28 Worker District, a kid so quiet I sat 2 rows from him for 3 years and never heard his voice. He comes down off the platform with black light still running off his shoulders, and he's crying so hard he can't walk straight, and 4 teachers are trying to shake his hand at once. An S grade out of the Worker District. His family will never eat a ration brick again. Then it's Mei Xueyan's row. She stops at the base of the pillar and looks back across the field, and finds me, deliberately, and holds it. I look back at her the way you look at a bus timetable. She puts her hand on the pillar. Black. The field goes berserk. 2 S grades in 1 year in one school is a thing that gets a plaque. Her friends are screaming, somebody's already on the phone to her family, and Mei Xueyan comes down off that platform and walks the whole length of the field, past everybody, to me. Lin Feng. Congratulations. Thank you, she says, for your assumption. Don't thank me. What's yours was always going to be yours. But you were right. She says it very evenly, and I have to give it to her. She is not a coward. I can't do the thing you asked me about. I thought about it for 9 days and I can't. So, her chin comes up. Now I'll wait for your result. Which means, below S, we're strangers. She's told me the price out loud in the middle of a field, and she thinks that's fair, and the awful part is that by the rules she was raised in, it is. Sure, I say. I'm probably a B. Don't hold your breath. She goes. Next to me, Ye Xinyu's hands have closed into fists at her sides. Lin Feng, she says, to the back of Mei Xueyan's head. The person you look down on is the person I'd bet my life on. Then she takes my sleeve in her fist, like a kid grabbing a rail on a bus, and she doesn't let go. I'll always be standing here, wherever you're going. My row. I go first up the steps, and Chen Wei yells at me for it, and I yell back that the good stuff is always at the end of the show. I put my hand on the pillar. The current comes up through my palm and into my forearm, and I recognize it. It's exactly what it felt like the first time, 50 years and a lifetime ago, and I know where it's going. Except, it doesn't go there. Halfway up my arm it turns. It swings across my shoulder and down into my chest, into the mark, and it stops there. It stays there for what feels like a very long 3 seconds. Something in my chest drinks. I can feel it going, a slow, deep pull like a tank filling somewhere below deck. Then what's left of it turns around and goes back up my arm and does what it was supposed to do in the first place. Blue light. B grade. 6,000 people lose interest in me instantaneously. Up on the platform, 2 of the examiners have their heads together and one of them is frowning at the readout. What's wrong with that one? The color's off. Why is there gold in a B grade? Reflection off the pillar. Sun's behind it. Right. Sun's behind it. I walk down the steps with a B-grade divine seal and a heart going like a hammer because I have just felt something in my chest take a drink out of the divine sense itself, and there is a word for a person who has 2 seals, and the word is nothing because there is no such person. Mei Xueyan is waiting at the bottom. A B, she says. And I'm an S. That's the end of it then. She looks past me at Ye Xinyue. Go on. Go be worshipped by her. That's the plan. I agree. 20 minutes later, red. The field does the silent switch thing again. Red is SS. Wrong city gets an SS about once every 3 years, on a good decade. It's Luo Chengfeng. Of course it is. First son of the first family in this city, 1.85 meters, jawline like a policy document, and he comes down off the platform and gives a small modest wave that has been practiced. In the life I remember, Luo Chengfeng spent 2 years telling anybody who'd listen that only an SS rank was worthy of Ye Xinyue and got turned down flat, and then Mei Xueyan spent a year telling anybody who'd listen the same thing about him and got turned down flat. There is something genuinely beautiful about a food chain where everybody starves. Chen Wei comes off the pillar with blue light on his hands and finds me in the crowd with an expression of total betrayal. B, he says. It's a B. Told you. You're a B and I'm a B, so between the 2 of us that's a solid. I get my hand over his mouth before he can finish it. Then Ye Xinyu goes up. Nobody's watching. Half the field has already left to celebrate. The examiners are doing paperwork. She's the last one in her row, and she's so small up there against 30 meters of black stone, and she looks back at me once, and I nod. She puts her hand flat on the pillar. The pull doesn't happen in her hand. Everybody who has ever awakened a seal feels it later, and every single one of them describes it the same way. It gathered between her brows, and then it started to come out of her. The first thing that happens is that every seal holder in that field goes down on one knee, not from an attack. Their own seals do it to them. 6,000 people with imprints on their hands feel the thing on their own skin bow, the way a dog gets low when something bigger walks in, and Zhao Jun is on his knees, and Mei Xuan is on her knees, and Luo Chengfeng is on his knees with his hand pressed to his chest and his eyes very wide. The second thing is the light. It comes up the pillar and it keeps going. It goes over the roof of the school. The morning sun, which is a perfectly good sun, gets embarrassed and steps back, and for about 11 seconds the shadows on that field point the wrong way, because the brightest thing in the sky is a girl who collects cans. Gold, SSS, the first one in Wrong City in 306 years. I stand in the middle of a field of kneeling people with my hands in my pockets and my eyes stinging, and I don't kneel because whatever's in my chest doesn't feel like kneeling, and I file that away for later, along with everything else. Somewhere off to my left, Mei Xuan is on her knees saying the same two words over and over. On what grounds? On what grounds? And then, because she is not stupid, her head comes around toward me and I watch it arrive. He knew. 9 days ago at the gate, he asked me what I'd do if the ranks came out the other way around. He wasn't guessing. He knew. The field explodes about 4 seconds later. 3 separate military recruiters get to the platform before the teachers do. An academy delegation from a Tier 2 city is physically shouldering a general's aide out of the way. Somebody in uniform is shouting that she can be commissioned directly at the rank of lieutenant general today, on paper, and somebody else is shouting, "Can the military please stop being so blatant about it?" And there are 6,000 people trying to get within 20 meters of a girl who has spent her entire life trying not to be looked at. Luo Chengfeng gets there first because SS ranks part crowds. He puts out his hand and does the practice smile. Ye Xinyue walks past him. Not rudely, she doesn't see him. There is no version of this in which she saw him and made a decision about him. She comes down off that platform and through the entire recruiting apparatus of the People's Republic and across the field, and she stops in front of me and her face has completely fallen apart with happiness. Lin Feng, it's real. I really awakened SSS. That's it. That's all she wanted. She wanted to come and tell me. I have to look at the sky for a second. I heard, I say. Loud, wasn't it? Behind her, a colonel is asking her formally which institution she intends to enter. Wherever Lin Feng goes, she says without turning around. He's going to the Divine Chosen Academy, so I'm going to the Divine Chosen Academy. 6,000 people here in SSS grade take orders from a B grade. An officer with gray at his temples, whose name is Fang and who everybody calls Old Fang, materializes at my elbow with the speed of a man who has spent 30 years finding the actual lever. Lin, was it? Now I know you're only a B, and I won't insult you. He's already got a hand on my shoulder. But for Bai's sake, I can make an exception and bring you in directly. Full posting. S-class weapons requisition. Whatever you want. That's very kind. So it's a yes? It's a no. Old Fang looks at me the way you look at a vending machine that has taken your money. Across the field, 2 people are watching all of this and not celebrating. The first is Fang Hong of Ember Kill, standing at the fence with Xiao Qin, saying, "If Ye Xinyue ever joins us, she can be captain. I'll step down the same day." The second is a young man in an expensive coat who arrived 20 minutes ago and is not a student. He has black imprints on the back of his hand, an S-grade seal, and a family resemblance you could pick out at 200 meters. Li Minghan, Li Mingyu's cousin. He watches Ye Xinyue hold my sleeve, and he says quietly, to nobody, "A piece of B-grade trash. She'll work it out eventually. They always do." He turns to go. And she can't stand next to him every hour of every day. We've got time. I don't hear it. I would very much have liked to hear it. Director Sai from the Education Bureau drives us home himself, which has never happened to anybody in the worker district. On the way he explains gently, like a doctor, exactly how bad our lives are about to get. It won't just be the military. The 3 celestial armies will send people. The divine chosen academies from the Tier 1 cities, 4 or 5 of the great families. Miss Ye, from tomorrow, you are the most valuable 18-year-old in this province. Ye Xinyue goes smaller in her seat. It's fine, I tell her. I'll handle them. Then Director Z hands over the deed to a villa in the city center as a gift from the bureau, and I take it because I am poor and I am not proud. My grandfather cooks that night like a man settling a debt. Ham, beef, pork, half a chicken. In a city where meat is a rumor, an old man in a 2-room house produces a table that would embarrass a wedding, and he does not explain where any of it came from, and I have stopped asking in front of guests. Halfway through, he puts his cup down and asks Ye Xinyue nothing at all. He asks me, "Aren't you afraid?" "Of what?" "She's SSS. You're a B." He says it without any cruelty, which is somehow worse. "In 3 years, she'll be somewhere you can't follow. Aren't you afraid she'll leave you behind?" The table goes quiet. Ye Xinyue's chopsticks have stopped. "If I spent the next 3 years afraid of that," I say, "I'd start doing things about it. I'd start managing her. I'd make myself useful in small ways so she'd feel bad about leaving. That's the most pathetic thing a man can turn into, and I'd rather be poor." I go back to my rice. If she wants to go, she goes. I'm not a fence. My grandfather looks at me for a second longer than he needs to. He says, and pours himself more tea, and that's the entire review. Ye Xinyue puts her bowl down. "Grandpa Lin, I'm not going to the military," she says. "Lin Feng's going to the academy. I'm going where he's going." Later I get her out in the yard under the stars and try, seriously, to talk her into the army, because the army is safe, and the army is funded, and the army will not get her killed at 22 in a place called the Heavenly Pass. "You'd be a lieutenant general on paper tomorrow. I'd be holding you back for a decade. A place without you in it is just a place," she says. "I decided the day you stood up in that classroom. That's not something you get to argue me out of. I don't have anything for that." "Xinyue, thank you." "Don't say thank you." She sounds annoyed. "That's what strangers say." That night, I open the panel and finally read the whole thing, and I have to sit down on the floor. Progress. 36 out of 1 million. Eye of Insight. 1. Divine Seal. B-grade Wind Fire God Seal. First imprint. First grade. Evolution 1%. Beast God Seal. SSS grade Crimson-Eyed Chanlin Seal. 1 seal, 1 grade. Evolution 1.9%, Spirit 18, Strength 25, Agility 18, Speed 18, SSS. I have an SSS grade seal on my chest. I say it out loud in an empty room like an idiot. I, Lin Feng, am also an SSS. Then I sit with it, and the second wave comes in, and the second wave is better than the first, because the numbers finally add up. 11 points of strength shouldn't have beaten a level 10 Divine Chosen. 16 shouldn't have put a C grade through a wall. An ordinary human is 10, and I started at 11 across the board before I'd converted a single crystal, and I've been walking around for 18 years quietly stronger than everybody in my year and assuming I was just built well. That wasn't a talent. That was the floor of an SSS grade seal I didn't know I had. And there are 2 ladders now. Beast crystals go into the panel and come out as attributes. Divine crystals go into the seals and come out as evolution percentage, and there are 2 seals to feed, and one of them is a grade that doesn't exist. Nobody can ever know. Not Chen Wei. Not Zhou Kong. Not Feng Hong, and not the 3 celestial armies who will be at my door within a week, because the day anybody finds out that a mythical beast seal is real and it's in a worker district kid's chest, I stop being a person and start being a resource. So the plan is simple. Be a bee. Be a very good bee. Be the most boring bee in the People's Republic. The plan lasts until breakfast. Ye Xinyue comes out of the back room at 6 in the morning, says good morning, steps over the door sill on her way to the yard, and the door sill turns into powder. Not cracks. Powder. 60 years of hardwood becomes a small gray cloud around her ankle, and she freezes with 1 foot in the air like a cat that heard a noise. "Lin Feng," she says in a very small voice, "did I do something wrong?" Nobody has told her that an SSS grade seal at first imprint puts more force through a step than a 2 imprint hunter puts through a punch, because nobody in 300 years has had to explain it to anybody. "You're fine," I say. "We'll practice." So the future God Emperor of China spends her first morning of unlimited power learning to walk, and I spend it following her around the house putting things back on shelves, and at 8:15 someone knocks on our door. I open it. Standing in the yard, in full dress uniform, alone, with no car and no aide, is Qin Guozhong, Lord of Wrong City, Commander-in-Chief of the garrison, 6 imprint God King, level 50-something, which in this city makes him not the strongest person in the district or the strongest person in the sector, but the strongest person, full stop, out of 4 million. He has come to my house personally at 8:15 in the morning, and he is standing on my step in the dirt like a man selling insurance. Ye Xinyue gets to the door before I can say anything. "I'm not going to the military headquarters," she says. "I'm going with Lin Feng." Qin Guozhong takes that with the composure of a man who has been shot at professionally. "Miss Ye, may I at least explain the terms?" "Lord Qin." I lean on the doorframe. "Can I say something as the B grade in this conversation? If I walk into a military academy on her coattails and start drawing S-class equipment, how many people are going to look at me? The military respects exactly one thing, and it isn't paperwork. She'd spend 3 years defending me instead of training. So, no, not out of pride, out of arithmetic. It's a good argument. It's even true. It's also not the reason, and the reason is currently sitting in my chest at 19/10 of 1% evolution. Qin Guozhong opens his mouth to counter, and my grandfather comes out of the kitchen with a tray. Tea, he says. Sit down, you'll get dust on that uniform. The Lord of Wrong City comes up out of that chair like the seat is electrified. His heels come together, his right arm starts to move, and it is unmistakably starting the first half of a salute, and his face has gone the specific white of a man who has just walked into the wrong room. My grandfather looks at him, that's all. He looks at him, over a tray, with the expression of a man who is mildly disappointed about the tea. Qin Guozhong's arm stops halfway. Thank you, he says. Sir. And then he sits back down, and for the rest of that visit, the most powerful man in a city of 4 million is sitting on a plastic stool in my yard with his back straight, taking the cup with 2 hands, saying yes, and of course, and I understand completely, and calling my grandfather nothing at all, very carefully, the way you avoid a word you're not allowed to say. He leaves 20 minutes later. Through the window, I watch him get into the car at the end of the lane, and I watch him sit there without starting it, and I watch him take out a handkerchief and wipe his face. My grandfather collects the cups. Grandpa, you did all right. He doesn't look at me. You understood that going into the military isn't a good thing, which means you've got a brain in there after all. Grandpa, what was that? Take the gifts, he says, as if I hadn't spoken. House, food, equipment, take all of it. As long as the man giving it doesn't have a grudge against you, a gift is just a gift. Grandpa, all 3 celestial armies will send somebody. He stops in the doorway with the tray, not the local garrison, the armies, be polite to those ones, and he goes inside. I stand in the yard for a while. 50 years. I lived 50 years, and I buried this man, and I carried his key for 12 years after, and I never asked once. They come the next morning, and they keep coming for 3 days. 20 or 30 academies from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, some of them 1,000 kilometers away. Every clan in Wrong City, independent hunting groups. The admission requirements they've spent decades advertising are simply gone, erased, not mentioned. One dean drives 11 hours and waits 4 in our lane. We take the food, rice, oil, meat, medicine, blankets, and we take a lot of it because Zhu Yan's house is a tarp and a shelf. Everything else goes back. Divine crystals, back. Combat gear, back. A set of A-class body armor in a case with a bow on it, back. He who takes a gift, my grandfather says from the doorway, without being asked, is obliged to serve it. By the 3rd afternoon, Ye Xinyue is sitting on the step with her chin on her knees, watching a line of very important people wait in the dust to give her things. Lin Feng, is awakening in SSS supposed to be this exhausting? They all look happier about it than I do. Then a car comes down the lane that costs more than the lane. Luo Chengfeng gets out of the passenger side, and out of the driver's side comes a man in his 50s with the same jaw and a much better coat, and behind them 2 men start unloading cases. Luo Yongqi, head of the first family of Wrong City. They come up the path, and Luo Chengfeng puts on the practiced smile, and he puts out his hand toward Ye Xinyue. I take it. Hello? Hello, I know who you are. I shake it warmly, with both hands, for slightly too long. Big fan. Xinyue, look who came. I'm a bit starstruck, honestly. Please, sit down. I'll get the good stools. Luo Chengfeng's smile stays exactly where it is, while something behind his eyes quietly files a complaint about the fact that any piece of street garbage can now shake his hand. In my head, I am eating this with a spoon. Then his father says, set them down there, and the 2 men open the cases on the ground in front of my house. Divine crystals, not a bag, not a box, piles. Divine crystals, A-grade weapons, a source crystal in a padded case, a set of light combat armor with the tags still on. None of it is for me. Luo Yongqi doesn't look at me once while he lays it out, and then he gets to the actual product. I brought my son along as well. Young people should know each other. A good connection now is worth a great deal later. He is, in my own yard, in front of my breakfast dishes, offering me his kid as a package deal. Uncle, yeah, that's very generous. I smile at him with my whole face. But if Xinyue wanted things, the military would back a truck up to this door tonight, and the academy would send 2, and she doesn't want things. Luo Chengfeng is standing in the middle of our yard doing a slow turn, taking in the tarp roof and the water barrel and the crate we use as a chair. What is this, a slum? He says it lightly, the way you'd comment on weather. Miss, yeah, my family has a property in the central district. Please, use it. Nobody should have to stand in a place like this. Uncle, yeah. Ye Xinyue has come out with a dish towel in her hands. Take the things back. We haven't accepted anything from anybody today, and that includes you. Luo Chengfeng recovers and produces the fallback. Then may I have your StarNet contact? I don't have one. She hands me the towel. And I don't need one. When people want to reach me, they reach Lin Feng. You can talk to him. I would like that engraved. They're still packing the cases when 3 cars come down the lane and stop nose to tail. 9 men get out. 6 of them stay at the vehicles. 3 of them come up the path, and they are wearing 3 different uniforms, and every person in that yard who knows anything stops breathing. Azure Dragon on the first, White Tiger on the second, Black Tortoise on the third, the 3 celestial armies, the actual ones, and on each shoulder 1 silver star. A silver star means Lieutenant General. A Lieutenant General means 6 imprint God King, level 51 at minimum. Any one of these 3 men is standing at the same height as the Lord of Wrong City, and there are 3 of them, and they have come to a lane where the drains are open. Han Junji, 34th Army, Azure Dragon, and there it is. I keep my face doing what faces do. Inside, something falls a long way down and lands. The 34th Azure Dragon. In the life I already spent, at a place called the Heavenly Pass, with the sky broken open and the Vermilion Bird Empress holding a line she could not hold, the man who put a blade into her back from behind was a marshal, and the marshal's command was the 34th Army of the Azure Dragon. He isn't a marshal yet. 20 years from now, he will be. He might be one of the 6 men standing at those cars. Mei Xiang, 56th White Tiger. Gao Lei, 42nd, Xuanwu. Luo Yongqi steps forward and salutes beautifully and introduces himself as head of the Ye family. This is none of your business, Han Junji says, without looking at him, and the head of the first family in Wrong City goes and stands next to the fence like a coat rack. Miss Ye, we're not here to compete with each other. All 3 armies have agreed on a joint offer, which has never happened before, so please understand what that means. I'm not going. Ye Xinyue doesn't even put the dish towel down. Wherever Lin Feng is, that's where I am. Generals, I say, if I could just shut up. Han Junji doesn't raise his voice. Did anyone tell you to speak? And the girl who spent 18 years apologizing for existing turns into a wall. You shut up. Nobody moves in that yard for 3 full seconds. Xu Yan makes a small, horrified noise and starts bowing and apologizing to 3 lieutenant generals at once, and Ye Xinyue takes her mother by the shoulders and steers her toward the door. Mom, go inside, I'm not being unreasonable. She turns around. Nobody talks to Lin Feng like that, not in this yard, not anywhere. I am watching an 18-year-old tell 3 6 imprint God Kings to mind their manners, and I am thinking quite clearly, there she is. That's the one. That's the woman who is going to stand in a broken sky 20 years from now and refuse to move. Han Junji stares at her, then he laughs. All 3 of them laugh, and Mei Xiang actually claps his hands once. Good, she's got a spine, that's what we want. Han Junji turns to me, and then he bends at the waist, 30 degrees, a full apology bow from a lieutenant general to a graduating student. Lin Feng, I was rude. I apologize. That's all right, I say. Be more careful next time. Mei Xiang chokes on nothing. They take Ye Xinyue and her mother off to a car to handle registration paperwork that could have been done by post, and they clear the Ye family out of my yard with one look, and then the 3 most powerful men in this province sit down on plastic stools around my table to have a word with me alone. A B grade. Han Junji pours himself tea from my grandfather's pot without asking. You looked after her for a few weeks and now she's completely yours. That's a talent in itself. It comes and goes. Taking her to a city academy is a waste of the country's time. Yours doesn't matter. I know. Then talk her into it. No. And the room changes weight. There's no wind, no light, no sound. It's just that suddenly the air over my shoulders is heavier than air should be, and my knees want to fold, and my spine is bending on its own, and this is what a 6 imprint God King feels like when he stops being polite. I get my hands on the edge of the table. I said, I'm not going. Second wave. My left knee hits the dirt. I look up at him from down there, and I am 18 years old and a B grade, and I have exactly one usable asset in this world, which is that I have already died once, and it wasn't that impressive. If you've got the guts, kill me. Otherwise, dream on. Boy. And if you don't kill me today, I'll settle this with you later. I want that on the record. Han Junji looks at me for a long moment. A B grade, he says, coming to settle scores with me. You can wait. He stands up. The weight goes off my shoulders all at once and I have to hold the table so I don't fall over. 3 days, he says. In 3 days, a transport comes down this lane. On paper, she's a strategic national asset, and on paper, her agreement is a formality that a clerk can sign. You can stand in the lane if you like. What exactly are you going to do about it? They walk out of my yard and turn into the alley behind the house. And 40 seconds later, they don't come out the other end. I find out what happened much later, and when I do, I make Zhou Kong tell it to me twice. Halfway down that alley, all 3 of them stopped at once because the sound stopped, not quieted, stopped. No traffic, no generators, no birds, no city, a silence with edges. Mei Xiang said one sentence and his voice came out wrong. Divine forbidden domain. That's a 7-imprint technique. 7-imprint divine lord. There are not many of those in the People's Republic, and all of them have names you would recognize. Han Junji turned around and bowed to an empty alley and asked very politely which senior he was addressing. And out of the shadow at the end of the alley came a stooped old man in a washed-out shirt with a key on a cord around his neck. Han Junji's first thought, according to the report he did not file, was, "It's over." 20 minutes later, my grandfather comes back through the gate, wiping his hands, and picks up the vegetable knife. "Time to start dinner," he says. "There's plenty of good food today." There are 3 lieutenant generals lying in that alley in the dirt. They will lie there a while. When Han Junji can get his mouth working, he apologizes twice. My grandfather asks him whether he has a problem with being hit. He says, "No, no." Then my grandfather asks him whether he thinks anybody would come looking if he killed all 3 of them right now. That is a sentence Han Junji used on me in my own yard 40 minutes earlier, and he now gets to hear it in his own voice. "Senior, I was arrogant. I was wrong." "And what will you report?" "That Ye Xinyue declined. That's all. We will never mention our elders' affairs. Never. Get lost." I eat dinner across the table from him that night. He complains that I'm eating too fast. Director C comes by after dark and puts a keycard on the table, and he's careful about how he says the next part. The villa's in the old central district. Very private. Nobody gets in there without an invitation. Nobody at all. He knows. He doesn't know what he knows, but he knows. That night the panel has moved on its own. Beast God Seal. 1 seal, 2 levels. Evolution 2%. Spirit 19, Strength 26, Agility 19, Speed 19. Everything went up by 1, together, and the seal level went up with it, and there's the rule, sitting right there in plain sight. The level of the Beast God Seal is the lowest of my 4 attributes divided by 10, not the highest, the lowest. It doesn't care that I can punch through a wall if I can't think fast enough to know where to punch. The seal levels when the weakest part of me levels, which is either beautiful design or the pettiest system ever built, and after some thought, I decide it's both. The Windfire seal pours into the same 4 numbers. It's just that it's a B grade, and a B grade tops out at 3-imprint Divine Master, and mine is currently contributing about as much as a garden hose contributes to a reservoir. 100 in all 4 attributes is level 10. Level 10 is where the Beast God Seal evolves to its 2nd seal. I need beasts, enormous quantities of beasts. The Academy has a hunting ground, and Director Zai owes me a favor, and I have a plan. The villa is in a part of Wrong City I have walked past and never walked into. Glass towers with light running up the seams. Advertisement holograms turning slowly over the intersections. Cars that don't touch the road. The house itself would cost about 100 million yuan if anybody paid for houses in yuan up here, which they don't. They pay in crystals. The door opens by itself. "Welcome home, master. Please call me Xiaobai." S-class defensive shell rated to hold against a 5-star beast. Medical suite with its own ward. A garage with a 4-seat low-altitude armored transport and a single-rider combat cycle that unfolds into a suit of powered armor, both of which are completely useless because neither of them has a source crystal in it, and source crystals cost more than the house. Yisin Yue walks through it with her hands held against her chest like she's afraid of leaving fingerprints. Xiaobai does everything, I tell her. Cooking, laundry, temperature, security. If you stand still long enough, it'll probably comb your hair. Then I'll turn into a useless person. You crushed a door sill this morning. Nobody's calling you useless. She hits me in the chest with her fist, gently, by her standards, and I make a mental note that being hit gently by an SSS is something I should train for. 2 days later, Hua Li takes me to see Zhou Kong, who is sitting up in a chair 30 floors above the street with his chest strapped and a view of the whole East District. Old Zhou Kong, enjoying the scenery? You little. He tries to stand up and immediately regrets every part of that decision. Sister Hua Li, you shouldn't let him move. Sister Hua Li, Zhou Kong says bitterly. He calls you. And me he calls old Zhou Kang. You earned it. He gets serious for about 40 seconds, which for him is a personal record. That king. 3-star. You want to tell me how it died? I told you. You'd already run a spear through it. I finished it with the pistol. With a pistol that had 20 rounds left in it. It was a very good pistol. He looks at me with one eye narrowed, and I watch him decide, deliberately, not to push. Everybody in this business has something. That's the whole culture. You look at a man's secret and you look away from it and you count on him to stand where he said he'd stand. Fine. Then here's the other thing. Captain says you're in. Ember kill, official, whenever you want it. I'll take it. One condition. If Xinyue ever needs to move to a bigger city, I go with her. Then you go. He shrugs, and it hurts him. We're a squad, not a prison. His wall panel goes red mid-sentence. Northern District. Beast tied through the perimeter. Ember Kill mobilizing, and Zhou Kang is on his feet before the alert finishes, and Hua Li puts one hand flat on his chest and stops him like a door. Sit down. Do you want me to cry again? He sits down. He looks like a man watching his own house burn from a train, because the rearguard slot is his, and if he's not in it, somebody else has to be, and there's nobody else. How about, I say, I take the rearguard? Everyone objects. All of them, at once, over the radio, and the objections are all versions of the same sentence, which is that I am 18 and have had a divine seal for 6 days. Fang Hong doesn't object. Do you understand what that position is? I understand it completely, and I can hold it. Long pause on the channel. Zhou Kang, give him a set of your armor. A breath. Lin Feng, you and Zhou Kang will hold the Forbidden God Realm stake together. He directs. You do the work. Ye Xinyue is at the door of the villa when I come out with the case. Lin Feng, it's dangerous. I'll come. You crushed a door sill this morning. That's why I should come. Wait here for us to come back, I say, and I go. Here's the first thing that gives me away. C-grade squad armor is not intuitive. It's 41 separate pieces, and there's an order, and it's the kind of order you learn by being shouted at for a year. I put it on in the back of a moving vehicle in 90 seconds without looking down. Over the radio, somebody says, wait, how is he doing that? Old Joe, has he worn that before? He has not, Zhou Kang says slowly, worn that before. The rest of the squad spends the drive being friendly to the new kid in the loud way soldiers are friendly. Han Xiaolong announces that old Zhou is being protected by a high schooler today and that he intends to laugh about it for the rest of his natural life. Zhou Kang tells him what to do with himself in 3 sentences that don't repeat a word. Second thing that gives me away. We get there and I set the Forbidden God Realm stake. Fast. In the right place. At the right angle. Before Zhou Kang has his out of the case. Kid, when exactly have you set one of those? First time in my life. Right. Then the beasts arrive, and there's no more time for that. Ghost-faced spiders on one side of the breach, bloodthirsty rats on the other, 4 1-stars each and more behind them. You take the left, I tell a 3-imprint divine general with 12 years of service. I'll take the right. Let me give you the arithmetic on armor, because it's the reason this works. C-grade squad armor adds 40% to strength, nothing else. Not speed, not agility, not thinking. My strength is 27, 40% is 11. I go into that breach at 38, and Eye of Insight is level 1 and completely stuck and still worth more than the armor, because when 4 rats come at me across broken ground, they come slowly, not slow motion, nothing that pretty. It's that I can see where each of them will be, and which one is committing and which one is fainting, and where the soft place is on a thing built out of iron needles. Spear through the first one's head. Sweep, and the second one goes into the third, hard enough to end both arguments. Then a slide under the fourth, up, turn. Raging Dragon breaks the army. 3 of them come off the ground on the shaft at once like fruit on a skewer, and then they don't. Solved, I say into the radio. That was easy. Nobody answers me for a second. Then Zhou Kang cuts his microphone. He thinks I don't notice. I notice because I've spent 50 years watching men do exactly that. And I know what it means, and when I look over, he's got one hand pressed flat over the strapping on his chest, and the strapping is dark and wet. Old Joe, don't worry about it. I'm fine. He isn't fine. He's 4 days off a stretcher, and he's out here, and I know why, and I ask him anyway because I want to hear him say it. Why are you standing here? Nobody would have said a word if you'd stayed in that chair. And Zhou Kang, breathing badly, holding his own chest together, explains the rear guard to me like it's obvious. The rear guard isn't the guy hiding at the back. He nods out at the breach. Everything those idiots do out front only counts if this stake is still standing when they're done. If the Forbidden God Realm falls, they pay for it. They pay for it in bodies, and then the district behind us pays for it in more bodies. So the stake stands. He shrugs and it costs him. Anyway, don't fuss. A little 1-star horde like this, I come and go as I please, and I have to turn my head, because I am not going to do this in front of a man on an open channel. I've heard that sentence before. Wang Tian, 51 years old, bad knee, half a lung, permanent rearguard, which is what they do with hunters who get hurt and don't have the decency to retire. Everybody loved him. Everybody made the same joke about him, which was that old Joe comes and goes as he pleases through 1,000 beasts. He held a stake alone against 10 3-stars and everything they brought with them at a place I don't say the name of out loud, and by the end he was holding onto the stake itself to stay upright, and when I got close enough to help he picked me up with the last thing he had and threw me out of the perimeter. Then he went back to the stake. Here's what the rear guard actually is, in case anybody has been told the poster version. They put the wounded there, they put the old there. It looks like mercy. It reads on paper like light duty for men who've earned it. And then, on the day the squad can't hold, the rearguard walks forward out of the safe position and buys the rest of them the 20 minutes they need to get out, and dies doing it, and a form gets filed, and a new wounded man is assigned to the rearguard the following week. That's the job. Everyone in it knows. Nobody discusses it. Kid, Joe Kong is squinting at me. You've got a face like a guy who's been doing this for 30 years. What if I have? Then you're the ugliest 30-year-old I ever saw. You haven't even got a beard. The 2-star comes an hour later. We fight it back to back for a while, and it's good. It's actually good. 2 spears and enough room to use them, and Joe Kang is laughing over the comm about whose kill count is higher and feeding me energy beads out of his own belt pouch when my hands start shaking. Then the ghost-faced spider comes through the breach, and it's bigger than the vehicle we drove here in. That one's mine. Joe Kong is already moving. You take the rest. He takes 3 of its legs off in 4 seconds. He takes 2 more. He is genuinely superb, and the reason people underestimate a 3-imprint divine general is that they never watch one work. Then a leg comes through where he's standing and goes through his thigh, and the spider picks him up and throws him. It throws him backward, out of the perimeter, past the stake into my arms, the same way, the exact same way, at the exact same angle, with the exact same look on his face, and for a second I'm holding 2 men at once. Captain. Joe Kang's voice is barely on the channel. Xiaolan. Everyone, sorry, we can't hold. The stake's going to go. Little boy, stay outside. Wait, I put him down. I can hold them. Lin Feng, get out of there. Captain, I pick up my spear. Believe me, for 4 minutes. And I walk back inside the perimeter toward a 2-star ghost-faced spider with 5 legs left and an appetite. Behind me on the radio, 11 professionals are screaming at me at once. The gold comes up out of my chest. It comes easier this time, which is a thing I file away for later with a small cold feeling attached to it. My hands go bright. The light goes up past the rooftops. And the spider, which is standing in a hole it made in a wall, backs up. That's the part I need to understand, and I don't, not yet. A beast god seal doesn't just make me strong, it makes them small. It reaches into whatever a beast has instead of a mind, and it says, down. Raging dragon breaks the army, spear into the underside, another leg off. It throws web, and I let go of the spear, plant it, and go up off the shaft into the air like a man vaulting a fence, and then I come down out of the sky with the whole weight of it in the point. Geeseland, that's what it's called. Old technique, unfashionable, and my body knows it the way it knows the stairs in the dark. The point goes through the top of its head and into the ground underneath. It convulses and throws me through the front of a building, and by the time I get up, it's stopped moving. 2-star ghost-faced spider down, I tell the channel. Stake is intact. Everybody relax. Xiao Qin, who has been narrating this to the whole squad from a drone feed, says nothing at all for 4 seconds. Then the rest of them come. Wave and wave and wave. Joe Kang's cannon runs dry inside 20 minutes and I put it down and don't pick it up again. It's just the spear after that. The pile in front of the stake gets high enough that they have to climb it to reach me, which is helpful because things that are climbing are things that aren't running. My armor comes apart in pieces. My arms stop being able to feel the spear. Somewhere around the 40th one, I stop counting and start just working, the way you finish a shift. And on the roof of the building behind me, for a while, there is an old man standing with his hands behind his back, watching. He doesn't help. He doesn't move. He watches the whole thing with an expression that isn't pride and isn't worry, and I don't get to see it because I don't know he's there. Then he goes home and starts dinner. Final count. Read out later by Xiao Qin, in a voice with something strange in it. After the 2-star, 48 1-star beasts came at that stake, not one of them reached it. Huali's transport comes over the wall at 1440, and what they see on the feed is a kid standing on top of a heap of dead things with a spear, in armor that isn't armor anymore, not moving. I go down when the ramp touches the ground. They tell me later that it took Hua Li and Han Xiaolong together to get the spear out of my hand, and that they only managed it because I'd finally stopped being conscious enough to argue about it. Xiao Qin says quietly to the captain, nobody holds a grip like that after their first fight. That's a habit. That's 100 fights. And Fang Hong says, he deserves to be one of ours. I wake up in a medical bay to 11 people standing around a bed, and the captain of the #1 Divine Hunter Squad in Wrong City says the sentence. Lin Feng, as of now, you're a full member of Ember Kill. Here's the squad, since I'm going to be talking about them a lot, and I'd rather you knew them before something happens to any of them. Fang Hong, Captain, level 40, 4-imprint Divine Warrior, the big quiet man with the scar through his eyebrow. Wen Kai, 32, 4-imprint Sword, hasn't said a full sentence to me yet. Han Xiaolong, 24, 3-imprint, mouth like a radio that can't be switched off. Peng Jun, 26, 3-imprint, hair like a shoe brush. Kai Long, 28, thin as a rail, fights with iron. Gauntlets and nothing else. Ye Qingqing, 25, long-range assassination, has looked at me exactly once. Duan Bo, 28, Source Energy Rifle, sits on high things. Song Hao and He Tao, rearguard, 29 and 30, both of them carrying injuries nobody talks about. Hua Li, healer, 27. Qin Shan, who everybody calls Xiao Qin, 30, the eye in the sky. And Zhou Kang, rearguard, 3 imprint, currently being sewn back together in the next bed and complaining about the pillows. 12 of us. I stand up and introduce myself the way you're supposed to. Lin Feng, 1st grade, Divine Chosen. Not one word about the 2nd seal. Xiao Qin gives me her old spatial converter, which is a ring that holds about a small room, and my share of the mission comes out of it in a pile of beast crystals that makes my hands shake for reasons that have nothing to do with the fight. Ye Xinyue is waiting at the villa door when I get back at 2 in the morning, filthy and taped together. She takes one look and throws herself into my chest and holds on. You said I'd be the one protecting you. Not yet. I pat the top of her head. Get strong. Then I'll retire, and you can carry the spear. The last night at my grandfather's house before we move up to the central district, he corners me in the kitchen with a dish in his hand. When you're up there, he says, you look after that girl. Both of you have nobody watching. If I hear one word about you making her life harder, I'll come up there myself. Grandpa, you've known me 18 years. That's exactly why I'm saying it. Then I go and lock the door and convert crystals until the sun comes up. 126 1-stars and 1 2-star. I do 50 at a time because 50 is 4 hours, and 4 hours is what I have before somebody knocks. Progress, 86 out of 1 million. Beast God Seal, 1 seal, level 3. Evolution 3.2%. Spirit 34. Strength 37. Agility 32. Speed 34. And now I've got the whole formula. Your starting attributes are your seal grade. C grade gives you 1 point. B grade gives you 2. SSS gives you 10 in everything, which is why an 18-year-old who had never trained a day could put a level 10 Divine Chosen on his back in a school corridor with nothing but a bad attitude. Level equals the lowest attribute over 10. 100 in all 4 is level 10. Level 10 is the 2nd seal. I do the arithmetic on where 37 strength puts me, and I have to sit on the floor and laugh. I can now beat a level 10 B-grade Divine Chosen into the ground with my hands. 12 days ago, I was borrowing 4 yuan for a game. The Divine Chosen Academy of Wrong City has 3 statues at the gate, and they're the reason people cry in front of it. Azure Dragon God Emperor, White Tiger God Emperor, Xuanwu God Emperor, the 3 people this country is standing on, 100 meters each and carved out of something that doesn't weather. Ye Xinyu stops in front of them with her mouth slightly open, and I look at her and nod at them, because in the life I remember there was a 4th statue in that row by the time I was 50, and it wasn't there for long, and it wasn't finished. They say only an SSS can become a God Emperor, she says, but I probably won't, right? What if you do? I don't want to do that. She's serious about it. I just want to be strong enough to protect you. Somebody should tell this girl what she does to people when she says things like that. We get about 40 meters into the courtyard before a girl by the fountain recognizes her and screams. 2 minutes later, the academy forums are on fire, and there are 300 people in the courtyard, and Ye Xinyue is signing the back of somebody's homework, and I am being slowly compressed out of the crowd like a pip. Who's the guy she's holding on to? Freshman. That's a B-grade mark. A B? Why? What is he for? I turn around and put a little of the seal behind my voice. All of you, get back. It comes out louder than I meant. The courtyard goes quiet, and about half of them step backward before they've decided to. Which is when the upperclassmen arrive, because there are always upperclassmen. 2 of them, 2nd and 3rd imprint, at the age where a Divine Master mark on your hand is a personality. Look at this, a trash B-grade freshman. Ye Xinyue, seriously? Him? He's nothing. You could do better in this courtyard in 10 minutes. And then the crowd parts, properly parts, and a young man in a tailored academy coat walks through it. Surrounding first years on their first morning, he says. What kind of behavior is that? Luo Ziwen. The Luo family, second only to the Ya in this city. S-grade seal, and in 2 years he has already climbed to 3 imprint Divine Master, which is genuinely impressive. And he came back early from a military training rotation, specifically because news of an SSS reached him. He puts out his hand to Ye Xinyue, 1 handshake and we're friends. There's no need for that, I step in front of it. Thanks anyway. Luo Ziwen doesn't even look angry. That's the tell. That's the thing about the top families, they don't get angry at furniture. I was speaking to Ye Xinyue. I didn't ask you to speak. He says it pleasantly, to the crowd more than to me. You're a B-grade. Do you honestly think you get to stand next to her for 4 years? Move along. And Ye Xinyue, who 3 weeks ago apologized to a desk for bumping into it, steps forward and says it to the entire courtyard. Every one of you listen carefully. Lin Feng is mine. He is the only reason I'm standing in this school at all, and there is nobody here whose opinion I want about him. Say one more word and find out what an SSS is actually for. 300 people don't make a sound. Somewhere in the back, somebody starts clapping, and then it spreads, because a crowd will always take the side of the person who is most obviously about to win. Luo Ziwen keeps smiling all the way through it. Inside, he is doing the same arithmetic Luo Chengfeng did and Li Minghan did before him, and it comes out the same way it always comes out, and I know exactly what he's thinking because I've heard the sentence in 4 different mouths this month. It's only a B grade. Those can be made to disappear. Villain number 4. I've stopped counting them by name and started counting them by rank. Later, walking to the dormitories, Ye Xinyue is scarlet and pretending to read a map. So, I say, mine was it. That doesn't count. She walks faster. Don't ask about it again. Director Z apologizes for the upperclassman twice, and then I ask him for the thing I actually want. I want access to the hunting ground. Absolutely not. He doesn't even hesitate. The junior hunting ground requires a second imprint, and that isn't bureaucracy, that's a body count. A single 1-star beast in there would take your life. Director Z. Ye Xinyue looks up from her tea. Brother Lin Feng already hunts beasts. He's a full member of a divine hunter squad. He went out with them yesterday. There's a pause. Which squad? Ember Kill, I say. Director Z puts his cup down very carefully, the way you'd put down something that had started ticking. The number 1 squad in Wrong City, Ember Kill. He looks at me, at my perfectly ordinary blue B-grade mark, and I watch a man decide that there are some questions he would prefer to remain unqualified to ask. I'll file the junior hunting ground application this afternoon, and it stays between us. Naturally, Ye Xinyue gets a room in the women's building with a roommate the academy has clearly handpicked. SS grade, 6th school, worker district, ordinary family, quiet. Somebody in this administration is good at their job. I happen to know that girl makes general before she's 40, but that's not the kind of thing you can put in a note. Her allocation comes through that afternoon. A spatial converter ring, a star message bracelet, 10,000 low-grade divine crystals, and 10,000 source crystals, with a line at the bottom saying that additional requisitions will be approved without limit. A B-grade freshman gets 2 crystals. I show her how to work the converter and how to draw a crystal into a seal, and then I sit and watch an SSS absorb in 10 minutes what would take me a night, and I keep my face pleasant the entire time. I have to get strong fast, she says, entirely serious, cross-legged on the floor with light running up her arms. Brother Lin Feng, wait for me. That's what you're calling me now? That's what I'm calling you now. My dormitory is room 309, 4th floor, men's building. I stand outside that door for a while with my hand on the plate and I can't make myself open it. 3 voices come up out of the floor of my head. Feng Zi, next life I'm going to be your father. Feng Zi, look after my girl for me. And don't you dare marry her yourself, I'll haunt you. I'm the oldest, so you listen to me. Go, take the crates back. And tell her to find somebody with a boring job. All 3 of them went down inside 100 meters of each other with me watching, and I walked out of that encirclement, and I was the only one who did. I opened the door. There are 3 people in room 309 arguing about bunk assignments. 4th guy, finally, the tall skinny one with the shoebrush hair swings down off the top bunk. Zhao Long, 6th school, B grade, born in March. When's your birthday? June. Ha. Youngest. You're Feng Zi from now on and you're carrying the water. Zhang Bo, 10th school, B grade, born April. The round one shakes my hand with both of his. Everyone calls me Bear, don't be shy about it. Chen Yang, 7th school, January. The big one has a smile like a golden retriever and a handshake that grinds bone. So I'm the boss, democratic process. Zhao Long, Zhang Bo, Chen Yang, same room, same order, same bunks. Feng Zi. Bear is already leaning on my shoulder. Serious question. You came in with Ye Xinyue this morning. The whole school saw it. I did. So can you introduce me? Not to marry her. I know what I look like. Just so I can tell my mother I met an SSS once. I'll think about it. Zhao Long, up on the bunk, is looking at the ceiling with his hands behind his head, and he says the thing that this room will spend 4 years pretending not to know. Realistically, B grades like us stop at 3 imprint divine master. That's the ceiling. That's just the material. And Ye Xinyue is going to 9 imprint divine sect. He shrugs at the ceiling. It's not a sad thing. It's just arithmetic. 3 of them go quiet for a second. I say goodnight and tell them I'm sleeping out because there's someone waiting. Feng Zi's got a woman outside the school. She's 60, I tell them, and I close the door on the noise, and I stand in the corridor for a minute with my hand still on the handle. Not this time. Not one of you. Not this time. The mission pay comes through the next morning. 1,000 low-grade divine crystals. For a normal family, that's a year of income. For me, it's the wrong currency, so I take it straight to the squad quartermaster and trade the whole 1,000 down. 10 divine crystals buy one 1-star beast crystal, 100 buy a 2-star. I walk out with 101 stars in a ring on my finger and the distinct feeling of a man who has just converted his salary into groceries at a bad exchange rate and could not be happier about it. Jokong watches the transaction with an expression of physical pain. Kid, nobody trades divines for beasts. That's backwards. That's like selling your car for gasoline. I like gasoline. He shakes his head, and then he says the thing that changes the shape of my week. Anyway, doesn't matter. There'll be another tide by Thursday. He taps the readout on the wall. Why does it feel like the invasions have gotten more frequent lately? Not more frequent, Xiaoqin says from her console. Every day. It's been every single day for 11 days. And that stops me, because it shouldn't be. I remember this year. I lived through this year with my head down and my hands over it, and this year was quiet. Wrong City got a tide every 10 days or so and complained about it. 11 consecutive days of breaches is not what happened. There's a theory upstairs, Xiaoqin says, still typing. Military intelligence thinks it's the SSS. High-star beasts can feel a seal like that wake up. They're not attacking, they're looking. I stand there holding a ring full of rocks. I came back to fix things. It did not occur to me until this exact second that the world would fix me back. The alarm goes at 0540 and this one is big. Armored beasts, gold-eating ants, bloodthirsty rats, and ghost-faced spiders, all 4, west perimeter, 3 separate breaches. Every squad in the city is out. Ye Xinyue is at the door of the villa in a nightshirt with her arms crossed. I'm going to be there one day. You will. Come back. Always do. I flick her forehead the way my grandfather flicks mine, hard enough to make a noise, and I'm out the door before she can retaliate because an SSS retaliating is a structural issue. New armor, better grade, 70 points of strength when it's on. Halfway to my assigned breach, a girl screams 2 streets over. She's 17 or 18, S-grade by the mark on her hand, and she slept through the evacuation sirens the way teenagers do, and now she's cornered in a stairwell doorway by 3 bloodthirsty rats. Her seal is lit, and she has clearly never used it for anything. A tail catches her and puts her into a pile of recycling. It takes me under a minute. I pull her out of the recycling by the back of her jacket. She's crying too hard to stand, and I've got about 40 seconds before I have to be somewhere. Are you with the Divine Hunter squad? Yes. Which one? Ember Kill. I carry her 2 blocks to a shelter door and put her down and go, and she forgets to say thank you, and she stands in that doorway staring at my back with one very specific question stuck in her head. Why did that man only have 1 blue mark on his hand? The gold-eating ant is waiting for me at the breach, and it is the size of a person. 2 stars, nearly 3. Its shell is worth more than my house, and it eats metal, actual metal, and it produces something black and thin that goes through a steel plate like a hot spoon through fat, over 100 points of raw strength. I have 70 with the armor on. What I also have is a beast god seal, and every beast within 30 meters of me is currently operating at roughly half of what it should, because the thing in my chest is standing on the back of its neck. That's the entire trick. It's not that I'm strong, it's that they get weaker. Legs, I tell it out loud, because talking helps. Your legs are the problem, let's do something about that. The joint where the front limb meets the shell is the second soft spot. I know because I spent a decade of my last life watching better men than me kill these things while I held a wall somewhere behind them. First limb comes off, it screams like tearing tin. Second limb comes off. Then it tries to leave, which is the funniest thing that's happened to me all week. Oh no, you don't get to go home. Up, over, and down. Geeseland. The point makes a dent in the top of its shell that doesn't go through, and I have to do it again from higher, and the second one goes through. Across the district, on the open channel, our captain is fighting a 4-star ghost-faced spider by himself and telling everyone to mind their own business. I hold a 3-meter gap in the wall from 9 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. Final tally for the city, read out by Xiaoqin when it's over. 1,636 beasts, 1,515 1-stars, 115 2-stars, 5 3-stars, 1 4-star, the exchange board, so you understand what that means. A 4-star beast crystal is worth 10,000 1-stars, a 3-star is worth 1,000, a 2-star is worth 10. The captain and Wen Kai split the 4-star between them. Everything else divides 12 ways, minus a share for the squad fund, and my cut comes out at 700 1-star equivalents. 700. I do the arithmetic standing in the equipment bay, and I have to put a hand on a locker. That's the second seal. That's not a step toward it, that's the whole thing, sitting in a ring on my finger. Behind me, quietly, Fang Hong says something to Xiaoqin that I'm not supposed to hear. Wipe his combat footage, all of it. Nobody outside this squad sees a frame. Captain? Everybody's got something. A pause. And if I'm right about what he's got, that boy is going to walk this squad up the God Hunter rankings. So we protect it. I get home at 3 in the morning with a ring full of the future and a hole in my chest strapping that I'd rather nobody looked at. Yue is asleep sitting up on the couch with the lights on. She wakes up, takes one look, and refuses to let the house feed me. Xiaobai can produce a hot meal in 90 seconds. She stands at the counter for 40 minutes and makes it herself, badly. Xiaobai can do this. Xiaobai doesn't mean it. She feeds me the first 3 spoonfuls because my right arm has decided to stop taking instructions, and she doesn't comment on that, and I don't comment on it either, and I turn slightly so the strapping stays out of the light. By morning, she's absorbed 300 and some divine crystals overnight and gone up a level. 300 in one night. A B-grade divine chosen absorbs 1 crystal in a day. 1. That's the standard. That's what the academy budgets for. That's why my allocation was 2 crystals and hers was 10,000 with no ceiling. Why is it so hard for me? She says over breakfast, frowning at her own hands. We're both, I mean. You have to work 3 times as hard as I do for the same thing. Different engines, I say. Which is true and is not the whole truth, and the whole truth is this. That night, I sit down with a divine crystal instead of a beast crystal, just to check. And it goes into me 10 times faster than it ever did in my last life. Not 2 times. 10. A crystal that used to take a full day now takes about 90 minutes, and I can do a dozen in a night without my head coming apart. It takes me a while to work out why, and when I do, it's obvious. Beast energy conversion has spent 3 weeks rebuilding my body from the studs out. Spirit, strength, agility, speed, all of it up by a factor of 5. The bottleneck on absorbing a divine crystal was never the crystal, it was the container. So here's the schedule for the next few years of my life, worked out at 2 in the morning on a dormitory floor. Daytime, in class, in front of everybody, I absorb divine crystals into the B-grade Windfire seal, publicly, like a good boy, and I let people watch. That's the curtain. Nighttime, alone, behind a locked door. Beast energy conversion. The curtain is the B-grade. Everything real happens after lights out. Room 309 is not a place where a man can be subtle. Fengzi bears on me before the door shuts. You've been out for a day and a night. Where do you go? What do you do? Squad business. He's got the older woman, Zhao Long says from the top bunk. She's 60, I confirm. I take out 4 divine crystals and put 1 on each of their beds, and the room goes completely silent because the standard allocation for a B-grade freshman is 10 a month, and I have just handed out 4 like biscuits. Where? Chen Yong says carefully. Did you get these? Squad pay. Bear picks his up with both hands like it's a baby bird. Fengzi, call me Dad, and I'll give you one tomorrow. Dad, I say. I wasn't ready for you to say it. By morning, the panel reads 189 out of a million, Beast God Seal level 6, and every attribute sitting at 60. The B-grade Windfire Seal, for comparison, needs 20 low-grade divine crystals to gain 1 level, and 1 level gives 2 points, and it caps at level 10, and then it needs an entirely different kind of resource to reach the second imprint, 20 crystals for 2 points. Versus 10 1-star rocks for 10. I love my curtain very much. It is a lovely, useless curtain. The academy sorts people by number, and the number is the seal. Class 17, where I live, is B-grade. There are about 20,000 awakened in Wrong City this year, and 16 or 17,000 of them are C or B, which is why there are a lot of classes with high numbers and 300 people in each. A-grade fills 10 classes, about 3,000 people. S and above is under 100 people in the entire city, and they all fit in one room. And there's a rule that nobody mentions on the tour. If you have not reached your second imprint within 1 year, you are removed from the academy. Not disciplined. Removed. That's the funnel. And it eats about half of every intake. And everyone in class 17 knows somebody it's going to eat. On the 4th day, 4 A grades from class 9 walk into our corridor, and one of them shoulders Zhao Long into a wall on purpose. Watch it, B-grade trash. You bumped into me. I'm being generous by not making an issue of it. Zhao Long, who is 140% mouth and about 40 kilos of actual person, opens his mouth to make it worse. I get there first. I don't hit anybody. I just walk through the middle of the 4 of them at speed, shoulder down, and the 4 of them go off in 4 different directions like bowling pins, and while they're still on the floor, I turn around and yell, "Brothers, now!" And 3 B grades kick 4 A grades for approximately 8 seconds, and then all 4 of us run away down the corridor laughing like maniacs. It's the single most stupid thing I have done since I got here, and I have not enjoyed anything more. The one who gets up last has a very familiar jaw, Li Mingquan, class 9A, cousin to Li Mingyu, who is currently in a cell, and to Li Minghan, who is an S grade and is not. Fine, he says, wiping his mouth. Fine, I'll find them in the training halls. I'm going to kill that one. Our homeroom teacher arrives on day 5. She comes through the door and the entire back row sits up straight, and Bear grabs my arm because 10 minutes earlier I promised him I would introduce him to a woman who was exactly his type. Fengzi, who is that? That's your type, isn't it? That's the teacher. Chu Mingli, A grade. Weapon attribute, which is one of the rarest there is, and hers is the spear. Level 38, 4 imprint divine warrior. She stands at the front with a spear case over her shoulder and looks at 300 teenagers the way you'd look at a delivery you didn't order. Some of you have heard of me, Frost Overlord Flower. I'd advise you to take that seriously because my Overlord spear does not care about your feelings. And I sit in the 4th row with my hands folded and my face perfectly blank while my whole chest goes tight. Because I know that spear. In a life that hasn't happened yet, in a garrison town at the edge of nowhere, a bitter 40-year-old woman with a permanent limp taught a cowardly 30-year-old man how to hold a spear properly, because he asked her to, and because she had nothing else to do with her evenings. She taught me everything I have, every form I used to kill a 3-star rat king, every angle I put into a 2-star spider, Geeseland, raging dragon, all of it came out of that woman's hands, and she is standing in front of me at 28 years old, with both legs working and no idea who I am. You, 4th row, something funny? No, teacher. Then stop smiling. She brings in a demonstration. Teacher Dewey, 40-something, unremarkable, walks to the front and lights his seal, and the mark on his hand is blue, B grade, and there are 4 imprints on it. The room makes a noise like a punctured tire. A B grade 4 imprint divine warrior is not supposed to exist. B grades stop at 3 imprint. Every one of us has been told that by a parent, a teacher, and a careers pamphlet. Grade is where you start, Chu Mingli says. It is not where you stop. It gets harder for you than for them. It takes twice as long, and most of you will fail. Some of you will not. That's the whole speech. Zhao Long, next to me, is staring at Duwei's hand, like a man seeing a door in a wall he's been leaning on his whole life. There's a road, he says. There's actually a road. There's a road to 5 imprint God General, I tell him, and I mean it, because I know his ceiling and it is higher than he thinks. Mine isn't. 2 attributes in a B-grade bottle, wind and fire, splitting 500 milliliters. That seal is a decoration. Fortunately, I am not planning to use it. Then let's do it properly, Chen Yong says that night, upside down off his bunk. The 4 of us, our own divine hunter squad, once we've all got our second imprints. Bear would run, Zhao Long says. Bear would run toward you, Bear says, wounded. To hide behind you. That's tactics. I say yes. I say yes, and I lie in the dark afterward for a long time with my eyes open. The combat assessment is the following week, and the whole academy shows up for it because the S-grade class is going first, and one of them is the girl the whole country has heard about. The system is 5 stars. In secondary school, they graded you D through A. Here you get 1 to 5, and most first years get 1 or 2. Mei Shuiyan gets 3. Water attribute, and she is genuinely, annoyingly good at it. Water curtains, water blades, a clean family sword form underneath. 3 stars in a first assessment is rare enough that her class applauds, and she stands in the middle of it with her chin up, and for about 4 seconds she looks happy in a way I haven't seen since we were 15. Then Ye Xinyu asks to go out of turn. The fire starts between her brows. I'm watching from a service corridor with my hood up, which is not dignified, but I'm not missing this. 3 beasts get released into the arena. She is standing very still in the middle of the sand, with flame coming off her shoulders in a shape that is not a shape, and every person in that gallery has the same thought at the same time, and when Xiaohan, the assessment instructor, says it out loud without meaning to. A vermilion bird. She looks like a vermilion bird. 90 seconds later, there are no beasts. 4 stars. When Xiaohan has to check her own console twice. 4 stars in a first assessment. That's never been done by a freshman, not once. And nobody in that gallery knows that the number is wrong, that the machine measures output and not ceiling, and that the girl standing in the sand pushing her hair off her forehead is going to be the 4th statue at the gate. I know. I stand in a service corridor with my hood up and I know, and there is nobody in the world I can say it to. Afterward, in the corridor, Mei Shuiyan finally cracks. 4 stars. She's in front of Ye Xinyue with 2 of her friends behind her. Congratulations, genuinely. Now can you be sensible for 1 minute? What has he done to you? Your SSS. You are on a completely different road from him, and you're going to look back at 19 and realize you threw your entire life away over a B-grade nobody. He'll get 5. Mei Shuiyan stops. What? If I got 4, Ye Xinyue says. Brother Lin Feng gets 5. And you will never know what you walked away from because you didn't look at him once in 3 years. We'll prove it to you. Which is when I come around the corner, because if I let this run any longer, somebody's going to say something that can't be taken back. Don't waste it on them. I take Ye Xinyu's sleeve. And I'm not proving anything to anybody, you know. That's the whole audience I need. Lin Feng. Mei Shuiyan's voice follows me. If you had any self-awareness at all, you'd walk away from her. You're not good enough for her, and you know it. I stop and look at her. I don't say anything. I just look at her for about 2 seconds, and for the first time since we were children, Mei Xuan takes a step back from me. Whether I'm good enough for her, I say, is not your department. The S-grade class is still in the gallery when I get to the arena floor, and Luo Chengfeng is on his feet. Every SSS in this country belongs to the nation. He says it loudly and beautifully to the whole room. They should be in the military, rising, serving, becoming somebody the People's Republic can point at, not privately owned by one person from the worker district. Uh-huh. If you've got any spine at all, get in the box and be assessed. Wen Xiaohan steps between us. First year, this is not your assessment slot. Go back to... It's fine. I take a spear off the rack. He wanted to see it. Let's show him. 3 one-star beasts drop into the arena. I stand still with my eyes closed and the spear held down at my side, and I let them come. And up in the gallery, about 200 people start laughing, and somebody says he's so scared he's frozen, and somebody else says the poor kid. Somebody get him out. The laughing runs for about 4 seconds. Then my eyes open. One sweep takes all 3 off the ground at once. Raging dragon breaks. The army goes through the middle of them while they're still in the air, and they come apart across the sand, and I put the butt of the spear down and stand there. Total elapsed time, under 2 seconds. My breathing has not changed. The console says 5 stars. Nobody in that gallery makes a sound. And honestly, 5 stars in front of the S-grade class is not a score. It's 5 slaps, delivered one after another, at speed. No. Luo Chengfeng is white. No, that's rigged. He rigged the machine. Wen Xiaohan doesn't answer him. She's looking at the replay, frame by frame, and what she's looking at is not the kill. It's the 4 seconds before it, where an 18-year-old with a B-grade seal stood inside the reach of 3 predators with his eyes shut and his pulse flat. You cannot teach that. You can only survive into it. I get back to class 17, and there is a crowd around my dormitory corridor, and Bear is sitting on the floor with a towel against his mouth. Li Mingquan and his 3 friends got all 4 of them in a stairwell. 4 A grades against 3 B grades. Zhao Long's got a closed eye, Chen Yong's ribs are strapped, and Bear is missing 2 teeth. We're fine, Chen Yong says immediately, standing up, hands out. Fengzi, we're fine, it's over. The corridor is full of our classmates. Every one of them watched it happen. Chu Mingli comes through them like a cold front. So now you're all concerned. She looks down the corridor at 300 faces. Where were you an hour ago? You stood and watched a classmate get beaten and you did nothing, and now you're comforting him. Wonderful. Teacher. I put my bag down. Is fighting against academy rules? She looks at me for a long moment. Duels are permitted in the training halls, between consenting students. Then we're going to Hall 9. If you lose, Chu Mingli says, it's humiliating, and I won't defend you. And if I win, then I'll cheer. She picks up her spear case. My students are not cowards. Move. 30 people from class 17 walk to Hall 9 behind me. Li Mingquan is, already there with his 3, warming up, and he sees the crowd come in and he starts smiling because he thinks a crowd is a thing that protects him. I cross 10 meters without anybody seeing me do it. I put my palm over his face and take him down and put the back of his head into the floor, and I keep my hand there. You hit my brother. I lean on it. Who told you that you were allowed? He gets a hand free and I let go and slap him once open-handed, and 2 of his front teeth come out of his mouth and land 4 meters away, and the hall goes very quiet. The second one, Wu Jian, decides to be clever. That was an accident. We were sparring. It got out of hand. It was. Slap. His teeth go and join the others. I'm sorry, I tell him. That was an accident. I couldn't control myself. Li Mingquan, on his knees, spitting, plays the last card he has. 4 on 4. You want to do this properly? 4 on 4. Right now. No. I roll my shoulders. 4 on 1, and I'll use one hand. If I use the second hand, I forfeit. An A-grade divine chosen at first imprint is a genuinely dangerous person. Purple light, 40-odd points of strength, 3 years of family training. There are 4 of them, and they go across that hall like kites with the strings cut. Somewhere around the 3rd exchange, I use my left hand. That's a forfeit, I announce. I lose. Let's keep going. Then I go through the 4 of them again. 4 on 3 in a stairwell. Slap. It was an accident. Slap. You hit my brother. Slap. When they stop moving, I crouch down where Li Mingquan can hear me, and I say the only part of this that isn't for show. Understand something. If this had happened outside the wall, all 4 of you would be dead. If you want to keep coming at me, keep coming, exactly like Li Mingyu did. I'll put you where I put him. Eventually, I'll stop bothering with the gap in between. And I watch Li Mingquan's face change, because in that sentence he hears that I know his family. All of it. The cell his cousin is in, the name of the other cousin, the whole tree. He has no idea how. It's going to keep him up. Behind me, Chu Mingli addresses class 17 in the doorway. Look at this. If a classmate is bullied, you stand up, even if the other side is S grade, even if you lose. Losing is not shameful. A beat. Being 300 people who watch is shameful. 2 days later, I go back into the assessment box on purpose. Not for me, for the forum. First run, 1 bloodthirsty rat, 1 spear, eyes closed, 1 hand behind my back. It jumps, and at the last possible moment, I am exactly where it isn't, and the point goes through the top of its skull. 5 stars. The machine's broken, somebody says immediately from the gallery. It's broken, it gave a B grade 5 stars, so I don't get out of the box. Set it to 10, I tell the operator. 10 what? 10 beasts. The operator looks at Chu Mingli. Chu Mingli, standing at the rail with her arms folded, says one word. Do it. 10 one-star beasts, 1 first year, 40 seconds, 5 stars. By that evening, the Academy Forum has 1 thread at the top of it, and the thread title is B grade freshman, combat assessment, 5 stars. Up in the S grade class, somebody points out the part that actually matters, which is that everybody in their class who scored 5 stars did it against 3 beasts. Wen Xiaohan is asked by a quiet girl in the back row named Ding Mei whether that means what it looks like it means. It means, Wen Xiaohan says, that not one of you is currently a match for him. And Ding Mei sits there with a puzzle finishing itself in her head, an 18-year-old with 1 blue mark on his hand who killed 3 bloodthirsty rats in under a minute in an alley on the west side and carried her to a shelter and didn't wait to be thanked. A first year with a B-grade seal who scores 5 stars against 10 beasts. A member of Ember Kill. They're the same person. Of course they're the same person. Back in 309, my brothers have gone insane. Big brother. Bear is bowing. I want to attach myself to a big brother. Fengzi. Brother leg. Let me hold the leg. Are you? Zhao Long says from the top bunk, in complete seriousness. The reincarnation of the true martial emperor? I look up at him. Something like that, I say, and turn the light off. On the 4th floor of the administration building there is a room I have never been in, and in it, that same week, 2 men have a conversation about a girl I have never spoken to. Cao Jianjun is the dean of the Divine Chosen Academy of Wrong City. He was something considerable in the military, and he came home to run a school, which people find charming and which I find interesting, because nobody does that for the reason they say. She wants a placement, Director Z says. Not the army, a divine hunter squad. Shu Ting wants to hunt beasts for a living. She's 3rd imprint at 19, she's the best student in this building and it isn't close. Huang shifts. Her father is a general, God King at minimum, she's not speaking to him, that's the whole explanation and she won't give another one. Then send her to Ember Kill. Dean, Huang's voice goes flat. Fang Hong doesn't take placements, he doesn't take favors. 3 years ago, a deputy minister sent him a nephew and got a 2-word answer. Then this will be educational for everybody. Down in the women's dormitory, on the 14th floor, a quiet girl named Ding Mei has a roommate. The roommate is Mei Shuiyan. You keep bringing him up, Mei Shuiyan says, not looking up from her tablet. Why? I'm curious. There's nothing to be curious about. He liked me. He carried flowers to my desk for 3 years and made himself a joke about it in front of an entire school, and I never once encouraged him. She turns a page. A week before Divine Sense, I told him to stop. That's all that happened. Then he woke up one morning as a completely different person. And now? And now he's got Ye Xinyue and a chip on his shoulder. A pause. Then, in a different voice, to the tablet. I don't actually know which of us ended it. I've thought about it a lot and I can't work it out. Ding Mei sits on her bed with her arms around her knees. Shuiyan, what if he isn't what he looks like? Meaning, what if he can see what's coming? Mei Shuiyan laughs. What if he could kill a 2-star alien beast right now, today? Xiao Mei, that joke isn't funny. He's a full member of Ember Kill Squad. Ding Mei says it very calmly. He killed 3 bloodthirsty rats in under a minute in an alley on the west side while I was lying in a pile of garbage watching him do it. Then he killed a 2-star gold-eating ant at the wall. I saw it, not a rumor, my own eyes. Mei Shuiyan sits perfectly still for a while. Impossible, she says. 2 floors down, and a week later, Shu Ting walks up the path to Fang Hong's house. From the road, it's a mansion. Inside, it is empty. Bare floors, bare walls, no decoration, no furniture except 6 wooden chairs in the main room and a table. A dozen rooms upstairs, and every one of them empty. She doesn't ask about it. I'd have asked about it. That's probably why she got in and I got in the hard way. Captain Shi Shu Ting, I want to join Ember Kill. No. Director Shi starts to say something diplomatic, and Fang Hong turns his head about 10 degrees. And if you bring me another one of these, don't come back at all. I'm not a rich kid on a tour. Shu Ting hasn't moved. I'm not here for a line on a file. I'll bleed. I'll take the front. I want to be a blood drinker, not an observer, not a reserve. You'll take the front for a year, get bored, and go home to your father's command with a good story. No. Every one of my people would put their life in the hands of every other one of my people. He stands up. I don't need somebody who's trying us out. And Shu Ting says the thing that nobody in that room expected. Then I'll sign a permanent contract. Director Z's head comes around so fast he nearly falls off the chair. A lifetime contract. For as long as I live or as long as this squad exists, the only unit I can belong to is Ember Kill. I can never transfer. I can never take a commission. I can never go home to my father's command because there won't be anywhere to go. Miss Fang, Huang has her arm. Your father will end my career. Do you understand what he wouldn't dare. She takes her arm back without heat. And if he touches you, I'll deal with him. Fang Hong looks at her for a long moment. Then he takes his gauntlets off the table. Training hall. Now. She lasts a lot longer than anyone thought. 3 imprints of ice, and the air in that hall goes white, and the floor grows a skin of frost, and for about 90 seconds she is genuinely, seriously dangerous. Against a 4-imprint divine warrior at level 40, it doesn't matter. He puts her down, and she gets up. He puts her down again, and she gets up again. Her armor comes off her in pieces. Her weapon breaks. She goes down 11 times and gets up 11 times, and she does not make one single sound the entire time. Not a grunt, not a word, not a complaint. I would like to point out that this is much harder than it sounds. The 12th time she doesn't get up. Fang Hong stands over her for a second. Hua Li, Xiaoqin, he's already walking out. New member needs treatment and registration. And Shu Ting, flat on the frozen floor of a training hall with nothing left, puts her forearm over her eyes so that nobody in the building can see her face. She got in by herself. I understand exactly how much that was worth to her, and I've never once had to explain it to anybody because everybody who has ever had a famous parent already knows. That night at the villa, Ye Xinyue corners me on the stairs. You're stronger again. Little bit. Brother Lin Feng. She's got both hands on the banister and she's not letting me past. 2 weeks ago, I could feel where you were. Now I look at you, and it's like looking at a wall. How? You're a B grade. I'm an SSS, and I'm absorbing 300 crystals a night, and you're still ahead of me. Sometimes I think I'm never going to catch up, and I stand there on a staircase with the truth about 4 centimeters behind my teeth. I could tell her. She'd keep it. Of everyone alive, she is the one person who would take that to a grave, and then she'd carry it. And she's 18, and she's got a war coming, and I'm not putting that on her back to make myself feel less alone. Everybody's got a different engine, I say. Yours is the one that matters. She looks at me for a second longer than is comfortable. Okay, she says, and then going up the stairs past me, you'll say it when you say it. That's not the same as a promise, and we both know it, and neither of us corrects the other. The panel that night says 229 out of 1,000,000. Beast God Seal, level 7, 60 across the board. 1 night of beast energy conversion is now worth about 400 divine crystals of progress. She does 300 on the best allocation in the province. 4 more nights and I'll have the second seal. She's standing in the yard outside the B-grade building the next morning. Mei Shuiyin in the sun at 8 in the morning in front of the ugliest dormitory block in the academy, and about 200 people are pretending to look at their tablets while trying to work out who the first beauty of the intake is waiting for. She's waiting for me. There's something I need to say to you. I've got class. 5 minutes. She steps into my path. Please. Please. That's new. Are you a member of Ember Kill Squad? Where did you hear that? Then explain the 2-star beast. So it was the girl from the alley. That's fine. I didn't ask her to keep anything. There's nothing to explain. Lin Feng. And here it comes. The whole speech. And I can tell she's rehearsed it. And I can tell she thinks it's fair. I'll admit I was hard on you the day you confessed. I was harsher than I needed to be, and I'm sorry for the way I said it. But did I do anything else? Did I ever lie to you? I told you the truth. If you'd stayed a B grade, we'd have drifted apart because that's how the world works and everybody knows it, and being honest about it isn't cruelty. She takes a breath. But you're not just a B grade, are you? So that problem doesn't exist anymore. So we can still be friends. There it is, delivered like a settlement offer. I put my bag down. Do you want to know why I don't talk to you? It isn't the rejection. Nobody owes anybody a yes. Then what? 3 years, I stood in front of your desk, and in 3 years you never once treated me as a friend or as a person who wanted something from you. I was a backup file. Something you kept in a drawer in case the market moved. I keep my voice completely level, because this is not a fight. It's an autopsy. You've never done a single thing in your life without checking the price of it first. That isn't ambition. Everyone here is ambitious. It's that you look at people and see a rank, and you've done it so long you don't know there's another way to look. That's not. And the reason you're standing outside a B-grade dormitory at 8 in the morning is not friendship. It's that a person you'd written off turned out to be worth something, and now your pride is bleeding, and you want the entry back in the ledger. 200 people are pretending very hard not to listen. Here's the part I'd actually like you to hear, and then I'll go to class. I pick my bag up. You'll get everything you want. S grade, a commission, a good posting, all of it, and you will never once have a friend who would stand in front of something for you. Not one. Because the people who do that don't get picked by rank, and you don't know how to pick any other way. I step around her. You said we'd never cross paths. Now that I'm worth something, you'd like us to stay friends. Do you hear how that sounds from outside? I go to class. She stands in that courtyard for a long time, and somewhere in there, standing in front of the ugliest building on campus with her rank and her 3-star assessment and her family's approval and her name on the top of the intake list, Mei Shuiyan goes down the list of every person she knows one by one, looking for a single one who would stand in front of something for her. 2 tears go down, and she wipes them off before anyone can see, and she stays standing there long enough to finish the list twice. Was I wrong? She says, to nobody. Was I actually wrong? I don't hear it. I'm 3 corridors away and I'm not thinking about her at all, which I suppose is the answer to her question. Chen Wei intercepts me at lunch in the corridor of class 32 and hugs me like a returning soldier. Feng Gei, you don't call, you don't visit, you unfilial son. You're older than me. That's what makes it unfilial. He's got a girl with him, sweet face, soft voice, slightly too shy about eye contact in the way that reads as modesty for approximately 2 years and then stops. This is Xu Mei Li. She's in my class, B grade. Nice to meet you, Xu Mei Li says, and she looks up at me and I watch the calculation happen behind her eyes, the whole thing, in about half a second, and then she smiles. Here's what happens to Chen Wei. 2 years of every divine crystal he can scrape together, going into her allocation instead of his seal. 2 years of paying for meals he doesn't eat. 2 years, at the end of which she meets somebody with a better mark on his hand and leaves in a single afternoon without any particular cruelty because she isn't cruel, she's just economical. He never got past holding her hand. He told me all of it once, at a memorial, drunk, and then he told me it was fine. He's standing in a corridor grinning at me with his arm around her shoulders. I don't say a word. You cannot walk up to a man and tell him his future, but I'm going to be around this time. That's not a vow, it's a schedule. Fengge, don't just stand there, say something. I'm thinking about how to say it, I tell him. Take your time, that's all. There's no rush on anything. The next assessment period, class 17 has a problem, and the problem is that nobody will spar with me. Teacher, says a kid in the front row with a completely straight face, if my opponent is him, I'd rather just take the loss and keep my face the shape it is. Chu Mingli looks at the sign-up board. There are 29 names on it, and one name that nobody has selected. Fine, she says, and takes the spear out of the case. The Overlord spear is not a beautiful weapon. It's heavy and plain and slightly too long, and the first time I ever saw it, it was leaning against the wall of a rented room in a garrison town next to a woman who had stopped bothering to sit up straight. Come on then, Chu Mingli says. Since you're my student, I'm responsible for you, so I'll be your partner. I start with a sonic crack off the floor. The spears meet in the middle of the hall, and the shot goes out across the room and pushes the front row back 2 steps. And 4 exchanges in, I see her face change, because I'm using her forms, not similar forms, hers. The Overlord spear has a specific way of turning over at the top of a thrust that she invented and never wrote down, and I do it in front of her at 19 years old, and she watches a stranger she met 3 weeks ago produce a piece of her own private work with the timing slightly better than her own. Activate Divine Seal, she says, and her voice has an edge in it now. Fine. I light the Windfire seal, which contributes roughly what a candle contributes to a house fire, and we go for 10 more minutes. Then she stops playing. A 4-imprint Divine Warrior at level 38 puts a strike through my guard that I see coming and cannot do a single thing about, and it drives me into the floor of the hall and skips me 30 meters down it, and I come to rest against the wall with my head ringing and a taste in my mouth. Teacher, it's nothing, I say, getting up. My gums bleed easily, delicate constitution. If I went all out, Chu Mingli says, walking over, that would have been 1 strike and then a funeral. Could you possibly be less arrogant? And then, in front of the entire class and 3 other instructors, the Frost Overlord Flower squats down next to a first year, tilts her head and says, in a voice about 2 degrees warmer than anyone in that building has ever heard from her, "But you're very good. I'm going to requisition you a 3-star combat technique from the department. Don't tell the others." Behind her, 2 male instructors look at each other with the expressions of men watching a glacier put out flowers. Now, she stands up and dusts her hands. I'm curious about something. Where exactly did you learn to hold a spear? And I say, with my mouth, before my brain can get a hand on the wheel. My grandfather. Your grandfather. He was in the factories, I say. He just, had a stick. Chu Mingli nods slowly. Then your grandfather was a very serious spearman, she says, and I'd like to meet him. I'll come by when I have a free afternoon. I stand there in the middle of a training hall with my head ringing, and I think about my grandfather, who put 3 lieutenant generals on the floor of an alley last month without taking his hands out of his pockets, and about the phrase, divine forbidden domain. That'd be great, I say. He loves visitors. There are 3 of them waiting at the fork in the path that evening, and they're all second imprint, 3rd years, and they've got a holo of my face open, and they're checking it against me like men reading a delivery slip. That's him. Young Master Luo didn't give any specific instructions, one of them says, uneasily. Do you not understand what he meant? The middle one steps forward and does the polite version, which is somehow worse. Friend, we'd like to ask you to keep your distance from Ye Xinyue, that's all. Nothing dramatic. Is that going to be a problem? I start laughing. Something funny? Not you. I set my bag down. I'm laughing at the big idiot standing behind you, and you don't have to do the delicate thing with the wording. You're errand boys. There isn't a spine between the 3 of you, and he knows it, which is why he sent 3. The one on the left takes my shoulder, the one on the right takes the other one. 2 slaps, left and right. 2 teeth go across the path and into the grass, and both of them are on the ground before the sound catches up. If you don't want to die, I tell the middle one, get as far away from me as you can manage, and go tell the man behind you to come and find me himself. Now get out. 3 second imprint seals light up in the dark. Purple light. 2 beads each. Well, fine. I've got a spear and a ring on my finger, 70 points of strength without armor, and a very long evening ahead of me. Second imprint sounds impressive until you check the arithmetic. An A-grade seal starts you at 3 or 4 points per attribute. 10 levels of first imprint gets you to 30 or 40. A second imprint adds a chunk on top of that, and these 3 are barely a week into it. I'm at 70 without armor. Break his legs, Chung Hao says, and the 2 of them come at me, and I take the spear out of the ring. They see the spear and stop being confident because neither of them thought to bring a weapon to a beating. One sweep. Both of them fold around the shaft, come off the ground together, hit the wall of the walkway, and slide down it, and stay there, making a noise like a punctured mattress. Chung Hao's mouth opens. That's not your first imprint. You can't. He lights both arms, earth yellow, a decent defensive form, and throws a genuinely powerful punch that would flatten anybody in his year. I put the spear tip into his face on the rebound, sweep him off his feet, and then, because I'm a professional, I don't use the spear on the way down. A spear kills, a boot doesn't. He lands hard enough to crack the path. I pile the 3 of them together and crouch in front of them with the spear across my knees, the way you'd sit down for a chat. So, who sent you? Nobody sent us. Chung Hao spits something out. We came on our own. We don't like watching you hang off Ye Xinyue. Try again. Nobody sent us. I take hold of his right arm and put the shoulder out of its socket, and he screams, and I ask him again, and he says nobody sent them, which is fascinating. Because that means whoever it is scares him considerably more than I do, and I have just dislocated his arm in a public walkway, so the bar for that is high. Last chance. Please, please, nobody. Be a little merciful. We're all students here. Is this necessary? The voice comes from 20 meters back, cool as a tiled floor, and I know it before I turn around. Shu Ting. We have never spoken. In 50 years of a life she doesn't know about, I saw this woman exactly once, across a room, and we did not exchange a single word, because people like her and people like me were not issued the same map. This isn't your business. It isn't. But I don't enjoy watching somebody strong stand on somebody weak. I look at her. You saw the last 40 seconds of something and you've already assigned the parts. That's not principle. That's laziness with good posture. Her eyes narrow. On the ground, the 3 of them start begging Senior Shu for help and explaining that they've apologized, and I still won't stop. Shut up, I tell them, and they do, instantly, which does not help my case. Let them go. And if I don't? She's very close now, and she's looking at me, and something odd goes across her face, and much later I work out what it was. It was the first time in her life a man had looked at her while genuinely thinking about something else. I didn't see it, I don't care, I saw it, so I care. Behind me the 3 of them are crawling off, helping each other, and then running. Fine, I let them. You know what the funny part is, I tell her. You'll do this again. If I see it again, yes. Great. You do you. I put the spear away. I'll beat them up again next week. I walk off, and I can feel her still standing there, looking at my back, and I don't think about it anymore that day, because I have work. They wouldn't name him. That means the person behind it can end them, and there are about 4 people in this academy who can do that to a 3rd year, and one of them has been standing outside a girl's dormitory every morning this week. Fine. Next time they'll send somebody better. And when they send somebody better, that person will have been paid, and payment leaves a trail. Director C's message arrives while I'm walking back. Hunting ground access approved. Beginner grounds. Entry on my own identity. Huh, I say to nobody. It worked. Meanwhile, at the door of the women's dormitory, Luo Ziwen is being charming. I get all of this later, from 4 different people, and I've put it in the order it happened. Ye Xinyue comes out with her roommate Zhang Rui, and there he is, blocking the path for the 2nd time that day, doing the warm smile. Xinyue, we meet again. Senior Luo, please call me Ye Xinyue, and please stop waiting outside my building. I've got no ulterior motive, I promise. Just accept my StarNet request and I'll never bother you again. Really? 100%. So she accepts it, because she is 18 and polite, and he is a 3-imprint divine master, and she does not yet know what her own hands are for, and he watches her walk away with a smile that changes shape about a second after she turns her back. Step 1, complete. Then he calls 3 injured third years, listens to their explanation for 11 seconds, says one word, and hangs up. Waste. Then he makes another call. Young Master Luo, go and teach someone a lesson. And behind all of this, standing at the corner of the building with Ding Mei, having heard every word, is Mei Shuiyan. Here's what she does. She catches up with Ye Xinyue at the path junction and calls her name, and then stands there like an idiot because she has no idea why she called it. These two have exchanged perhaps 40 words in their lives and 30 of them were bad. What? Ye Xinyue says, expressionless. Nothing comes out. Fine, don't tell me then. Wait. And Mei Shuiyan, who has never in 18 years done one single thing that did not benefit her, says, be careful of Luo Ziwen, he's not a good person. Ye Xinyue stares at her. And tell Lin Feng to be careful too. Luo Ziwen won't come at you. He'll go at him, because of you. That's how he works. Then she pulls a completely bewildered Ding Mei away down the path at high speed. They tell me afterward that she was quiet for about 10 steps and then said, to nobody, that she'd never once felt like that before. That's what it feels like, Mei Shuiyan. That's the whole thing. You just did a thing that cost you and bought you nothing, and now you feel light, and you have no idea why, and nobody in your family has ever been able to explain it to you. I'm already in the hunting ground when Ye Xinyue calls me. Brother Lin Feng, Mei Shuiyan told me to warn you about Luo Ziwen. Do you think she meant it, or is it a trick? I stand in a forest holding a spear with a very strange expression on my face. No, I say slowly. She meant it. How do you know? Because if she wanted something out of it, she'd have said it to me, not to you. Something has moved. I said 150 words to that woman outside a dormitory this morning, and something in the shape of the next 20 years has bent. I don't know how far it bends. It's the first time since I woke up in that schoolyard that the future has changed in a direction I didn't push it. I find that I like it. The hunting ground is the strangest thing in Wrong City, which is a city made of concrete and steel and rationing. It's a forest, an actual forest, kilometers of it, walled off inside the academy grounds, in an era where a square meter of open land is worth more than a house. Every divine chosen academy in the country has one, because you cannot graduate a 2nd or 3rd imprint student on simulation, and because the alternative is teaching them on the wall, where mistakes are permanent. They stock it with beasts. The beasts fight each other and eat each other's crystals, and occasionally something in there evolves into a problem, and the academy does not clean that up, on purpose, because the world does not clean it up either. I'm there for 2 hours and I don't light my seal once. 111 one-star beast crystals. I sit on a log doing the math and grinning like a lunatic because I have just discovered a shop. Nobody is watching. Nobody counts what a B-grade freshman brings out of a beginner ground, because a B-grade freshman is supposed to bring out 4. That's when I hear the crashing. Come on then, I say cheerfully to the bushes. Come and let Grandpa Lin put you in his ring. Shu Ting comes out of the bushes instead. She is gray in the face. There are 3 claw marks across the front of her armor, and the armor has stopped being armor. We look at each other with identical expressions of what are you doing here? How did you get hurt? Nothing in a beginner ground can do that to a 3 imprint. 2-star. She's holding herself upright by will alone. Move. I need a minute. Then call it in. No. What do you mean no? There's an emergency channel. You press the... Something comes through the trees behind her and I stop talking because a 2-star bloodthirsty rat is a bad afternoon and the thing standing in the gap between those trees has fur going to steel and shoulders like a car and is about 2 weeks off being a 3-star. Shu Ting. I am already moving backward. Call for help, right now. I said no, I can kill it. She grabs my wrist and starts running, dragging me with her, which is genuinely one of the most offensive things anyone has ever done to me. Let go, it's chasing you, not me. Don't call anyone. You're at maybe 1/10 of your strength, you've got holes in you, and that thing eats armor. If you want to die, do it on your own schedule. Even if I die, it's none of your business. Her eyes are red and she is not hearing a word I say, and I have met this exact condition before, in men who came from families with names, and there is no arguing with it because it isn't stupidity, it's a debt she's decided to pay. Fine, I pull my wrist out of her hand, then die, enjoy, and I turn and run the other way. I get about 40 meters. Damn it, I stop. Damn it, stupid woman. Then I turn around and go back because I've spent one entire lifetime being the man who kept running, and apparently I only get to be that person once. By the time I can see them again, it's finished. She's on her back in a crater with a sword in her hand, absorbing a divine crystal in her fist as she goes, burning her last reserve to make one strike, and the rat comes in, and Shu Ting gets up on one knee and calls the seal. The temperature drops 30 degrees in a second. Every leaf inside 20 meters turns white. The sword in her hand grows and grows until it's a blade of ice 10 meters long, shaped like something with a spine, and out of the air around her dozens of frost swords condense. Each one the length of the real one, hanging there and turning slightly. Frost Dragon Thousand Blade Slash. I know the name. In the life I remember, this move got famous. 20 years on, when she was somebody, that blade came in at over 100 meters, and the count was not dozens. She brings it down. The rat goes into the ground with a forest of ice standing in it, and it does not get up again, and Shu Ting, kneeling in the crater with nothing left at all, starts to smile. Then the tail comes around one last time, because a dying thing has one more in it, and she is empty, and she watches it come and cannot move. It puts her through 3 trees and into a stump. She stops there. She doesn't lose consciousness. She lies against that stump, completely unable to move any part of herself, watching the rat shake and stop and go still, and what is on her face is not pain. It's the dumbest, happiest expression I have ever seen on a human being. She did it herself. That's the whole content of it. 19 years of somebody's daughter, protected by every adult who ever learned her surname, and she just went out alone into a forest and killed something that could kill her, and nobody helped, and she knows exactly what that's worth because nobody has ever let her have it before. Are you smiling? I say from the bushes to myself. Do you have any idea how many things are on their way here right now? Because the smell has gone out through the whole sector, and my perception is filling up with movement from 3 directions, and the woman at the middle of it has an empty seal, a broken body, and a grin. I walk out into the clearing and stand between her and the trees and put the spear down where I can reach it. Don't get up, I tell her. Not that you can. Shu Ting's eyes go wide. You came back. I did not. I roll my shoulders. I'm here for the crystals. Yours is a 2-star, and I've decided that as the only person present who can still stand, I'm claiming salvage. Something comes through the bushes on the left, and I take its head off without turning all the way around. You, save it. You're going to need your voice for the part where you explain this to the captain. 20 minutes. They come in from 3 sides and they keep coming, and I stand in front of a woman who cannot move, and I work, and I don't light the seal, because the seal is for emergencies, and because there is somebody watching, and because I would very much like to keep my second one in a box. 20 minutes is long enough for a person to think about a great many things. Shu Ting thinks about the fact that a first year with 1 blue mark on his hand has been holding a line in front of her for a third of an hour without breathing hard. At the end of it, I pick her up, and she makes a noise of protest that has no force behind it at all. I can walk. You cannot lift your own head. Put me down. You've got about 11 broken things. If I put you down, they will be 12. I start walking. Also, for future reference, and I want you to really take this in, the emergency channel is not a moral failure, it's a radio. She's quiet for about 100 meters. Why did you come back? I didn't. Salvage. You had already left. I watched you leave. Then I'm terrible at leaving. She's quiet for another 100 meters, and then, in a voice like someone reading a foreign word, thank you. Don't. Why not? Because you'll want it back later, I say, when you find out how much I'm going to shout at you about this. They send the better one 2 nights later. His name is Song Wei. He is 31 years old. He is not a student, and he does this for a living. Second imprint. Weapon attribute. A short blade in each hand. And he is waiting in the dark at the bend in the path between the training halls and the dormitories where the lights have been out for a month. He is genuinely good. In a fair matchup against a 3-imprint Divine Master, he would win about 4 times in 10. He has been told he is being sent to break the legs of a first year. I let him start it. That part matters. He comes out of the dark at the shoulder, and I let the first exchange happen properly, and then I take a blade out of his hand and put him face down on the path with his own arm folded up his back. Right, I say. How much? What? How much were you paid, and by whom, and through what account? You're a professional. You don't have loyalty, you have invoices. Silence. So we go through it, and it takes a while, and I'm not going to dress it up. I am not gentle, and I am not proud of the 4 minutes in the middle, and at the end of them Song Wei tells me a name and a payment route and repeats both of them twice into a recording. Then I pick him up by the collar, and I drag him across the entire academy, past the training halls, through the main courtyard at 8 in the morning, in front of about 900 students on their way to first period, up the steps of the 3rd-year building, down the corridor, and I drop him on the floor outside a door with a nameplate on it. Then I hammer on the door. Luo Ziwen, delivery. By the time he opens it, there are 200 people in that corridor. What is this? This is Song Wei. I nudge him with my foot. He came at me last night at the bend by Hall 4. He says you paid him. He says the money came through a company your family owns, and he's happy to repeat that to anybody. Luo Ziwen laughs, beautifully, for the audience. I have never seen this man in my life. Do you know how many people would love to attach my name to a thing like this? Anybody can be paid to say anything. And here's the part nobody expects. You know what? You're right. The corridor goes quiet. Anybody can be paid to say anything, I agree cheerfully. So let's say nobody hired him. Let's say a professional came at a first year on academy grounds for free, purely out of enthusiasm. Sorry to have troubled you, senior. I pick Song Wei up and walk away with him. 200 people watch me go, because what they have all just witnessed is a 3-imprint divine master publicly refusing to claim a job that publicly failed, which in front of that audience is not a denial, it's a receipt. Luo Ziwen understands it about 4 seconds too late and comes down that corridor after me. Freshman, stop. I'm going to be late. I said. His hand comes down on my shoulder, and there is a great deal of 3-imprint behind it, and the corridor sucks in a collective breath, because everybody there can do the arithmetic on what happens to a first year at that range. Then a spear comes over my head, not near my head. Over it, close enough to move my hair, and it takes Luo Ziwen off his feet and puts him into the wall of the corridor hard enough to leave a dent in the shape of a person. Disrespectful to your elders, says Chu Mingli, walking through the crowd with the Overlord spear back on her shoulder. Laying hands on a student in a corridor in front of me, he deserved it. Teacher Han, that is a 3rd year, and his family. His family are not standing in this corridor. She doesn't even look at the boy in the wall. I am. That's when my brothers arrive. They come down that corridor at a dead run, all 3 of them, Zhaolong in front, Bear last and losing ground, and they arrive and put themselves between me and a 3-imprint divine master, which is exactly as useful as 3 cardboard boxes. Get behind us, Fengzi. Go away, I tell them. Right now. This is not for you. Don't talk rubbish. Chen Yong doesn't move. You're our brother. And I stand in that corridor for a second, and something in my chest does a thing I don't have words for and don't want, because I have seen these 3 men die. I watched all 3 of them go down inside 100 meters of each other, and I walked out of that encirclement. Alone. And here they are at 19 with no power and no sense, putting their bodies in front of mine over a corridor scuffle they cannot possibly survive. You're idiots, I say, and my voice comes out wrong, and Bear starts crying, which ruins the moment entirely. Then I look past them at Luo Ziwen, who is getting out of the wall, and I raise my voice so the whole corridor gets it. Director Z, since I know you'll see this footage, everybody here is a witness. If I have an accident in the next year, if I fall down some stairs, if I go missing, if I turn up in a coma, I want the academy to start with the person in that wall. That's all. Thank you. It's the cheapest possible move, and it costs him more than the fight would have. Luo Ziwen straightens his collar. His face is completely calm now, which is worse than shouting. The academy can protect you for a while, he says pleasantly. Can it protect you for a lifetime? If the Luo family decides to remove somebody, there is nobody in this city we can't reach. Great, I pick my bag up. Then stop sending contractors. I go to class. And walking there, I make a decision, and I say it in my head clearly so that I'll remember making it. He wants to play. Fine, we'll play. And if this man ever ends up in front of me somewhere that isn't a corridor, I'm not going to hesitate about it for even 1 second. That evening, 2 people watch the corridor footage in a very expensive room on the other side of the city. Luo Chengfeng and his cousin Luo Chengmei, who is 22 and does the family's less photogenic work. Straight at him is a mistake, Luo Chengmei says. He wins fights. That's his whole shape. You don't beat a man like that with fists, you beat him with a story. Meaning? Meaning by the end of the month, the Academy Forum will be certain he's a cheat, a thief, and a liar, and there will be evidence, and the evidence will be excellent because I'll be making it. She shrugs. Ye Xinyue is 18. Nobody stands next to a scandal at 18. Luo Chengfeng turns the glass in his hand, and meanwhile Luo Ziwen keeps trying to kill him. Let him. If he succeeds, we didn't do it. If he fails, he burns himself, and we're the ones left standing next to her. Then what I need, Luo Chengfeng says, mostly to himself, is to evolve, like a madman. Because the day she looks up and finds nobody in this city at her height, that's the day the question answers itself. He drinks. Luo Ziwen, just kill him. Don't let me down. The panel that night says 269 out of a million. Beast God Seal, 1 seal, level 8, 70 in everything. Windfire Seal, 2nd level, contributing its usual 4 points and an apology. I've stopped going to class in the afternoons. There isn't a lecture in that building that can teach me anything I didn't learn the hard way over 50 years, and 4 hours of beast energy conversion is 4 hours, and I've got a shop in the forest with no shopkeeper. But I do sit on the floor of room 309 that night with the bar in front of my eyes, and I ask the question I've been avoiding. 269 out of 1 million. What happens when it fills? Not the levels. The levels I understand. The levels are just a ladder. I mean the bar. Somebody built a bar with 1 million on the end of it and put it inside the chest of a factory worker's grandson, and a bar with an end on it is a bar that arrives somewhere, and under that, the other question, the one that makes my hands cold, the mark is a crimson-eyed Tianlin, a 10-star mythical beast. The examiners at Divine Sense would tell you flatly that no such category exists, because in 3,000 years of records not one person has ever awakened a beast seal. So where did mine come from? And is the thing it came from still out there? The Luo family has a house on the North Ridge, and 2 days after the corridor, Luo Ziwen's older sister comes home from the clan compound with a message from their father. I don't have this from a witness. I have it from what happened afterward, which is a better source than most. The old man says you're to stop provoking Ye Xinyue. Whatever you were doing, stop. I'm not. He doesn't care what you're not. He cares that an SSS grade is standing in this city with our family's name in her mouth for the wrong reasons. A pause. As for the other one, you're being stupid about it. Why are you going at him directly? Because doesn't he have people? A grandfather, 3 roommates, a girl's mother in a district house somewhere. She says it the way you'd suggest a restaurant. Go around. It's easier and it's quieter, and afterward he does the rest himself, because men like that always do. Then the part that matters. You have 1 month. If you haven't handled it in a month, I'll take it over. So that's where it stands now. 2 weeks ago, a rich boy wanted me to stop walking next to somebody. Now a clan has moved its file from me to the people around me, which is what clans do, because they are patient and they are not sentimental, and they understand perfectly well that the fastest way through a man is his door. Nobody has told me any of this. I find out the way everybody finds out. Shu Ting turns up at room 309 4 days later, walking without help, which by my estimate is about 6 days early. Bear opens the door and stops functioning. Move. She comes in, looks at the 4 beds and the laundry and the instant noodle cartons, does not comment, and puts herself in front of me. You. Hunting ground. That was you. Was it? 20 minutes, in front of a stump, while I couldn't move. Her chin comes up. A first year with a B-grade mark held a line for 20 minutes against a beginner ground clearance and didn't light his seal once. Explain that. I've got a very good spear. Lin Feng. You have 0 practical experience, I say, and I say it flatly because she came here for a fight and this is the only useful thing I have. That's not an insult, it's a diagnosis. Your seal is enormous and your judgment is a child's. You went into that ground alone with no backup and no exit, and you burned your entire reserve, killing something you could have walked away from, and then you had nothing left when the actual danger showed up. In that situation, your choice was wrong. Not brave, wrong. Behind me, Zhao Long makes a small noise like a man watching someone put a fork in a socket. Shu Ting's jaw goes tight. I killed it. You did. Congratulations. That's worth exactly 1 thing and you already got it. And if I hadn't been 40 meters away being annoyed at you, nobody would ever have known you did it because there'd have been nothing left to tell them. Silence in room 309. Then she takes a spatial converter off her wrist and empties it onto the desk, and 100 and something 1-star beast crystals go across the surface and start rolling off the edges, and Bear makes a sound like a kettle. I said I don't take anything for free, she says. So I don't. That's too much. That's what 20 minutes cost. She's already at the door. Lin Feng, I know you're hiding something. I don't know what it is yet. She looks back once. But I'm going to find out. The door closes. Bear gets down on the floor and starts collecting beast crystals with both hands and no dignity whatsoever. Fengzi, Chen Yong says slowly. Was that Shu Ting? Yes. In our room. Yes. Calling you by your name. Yes. Zhao Long, from the top bunk, delivers the verdict of room 309. Right. Everybody just go to sleep and nobody talk about this ever again, because if that gets onto the forum, they'll burn this building down with us inside it. Xiaoqin calls the squad in 3 days later and puts a map on the table with the city in the middle of it. The area around Rong City is speckled. Not a line, not a wave. Clusters sitting still at distances of 8 to 40 kilometers in numbers that have been going up every day for 2 weeks and have now stopped going up. They're not moving, she says. They're accumulating. Beasts don't accumulate. Han Xiaolong leans over the table. Beasts come at a wall until they die on it. That's the entire behavior. That's what the military said. Then they said it twice more, quieter. Xiaoqin taps the far edge of the map. Current thinking upstairs is that something out there is holding them, something with enough intelligence to say, wait, 5-star, possibly 6. Nobody says anything for a second, because a 5-star beast that gives orders is not a thing that has happened in the lifetime of anyone in that room. They want a squad to go out past the wall and look. We'll take it, Fang Hong says. Captain, it's time to take the 2 new ones out and let them see something. He's already standing. We go after the tide breaks. There's a tide coming first. When the room empties, Xiaoqin stays behind, and I'm at the door, and neither of them notices me. Hong, She almost never uses his name. Stop living in it. It wasn't your fault. He doesn't answer her. He picks up his gauntlets and walks out past me without a word, and I stand there thinking about a mansion on a hill with 12 empty rooms and 6 wooden chairs in it, and I file that next to everything else I don't understand yet. The night before it happens, the panel reads 339 out of 1 million. Beast God Seal, 1 seal, level 9. Spirit 88, Strength 90, which is the ceiling of the first seal, sitting there full. Agility 87, Speed 87. 8 more crystals. 8 crystals and everything under 100 rolls over, and the Beast God Seal goes to its second seal, and I stop being a very strong first year and become something the Academy does not have a form for. 70 conversions in a day and a night. My hands shake when I stand up, and the Windfire Seal has crawled to its second level and is very proud of itself. Outside the wall, past the light, in the dark on the flats, the clusters sit and wait for the sun. The sirens go at 0512 and they do not stop. 90% of the Divine Hunter squads in Wrong City are mobilized inside 11 minutes, which has happened 4 times in the history of this city, and twice in a war. It's raining, not soft rain, the kind that comes sideways with thunder inside it, which means visibility is gone, and the drones are half blind, and everything is going to be done by hand. I sleep through the first 5 minutes of it, which is a thing I intend to carry to my grave, and then I come off the 4th floor of the dormitory by the outside of the building and cover the distance to the academy gate in under 60 seconds, and I hear Bear screaming my name out of a window somewhere behind me. Joe Kang is at the mustering point with his chest still strapped and his arm in a sleeve he shouldn't be using. He hands me his spear and his armor. Old Joe, take it. Mine's better than the loner, and I'm not using it today. He clips the collar for me because my hands are wet. Kid, listen to me. This one isn't like the others. Look at the count. Look at the weather. This one's arduous. He steps back. Don't die. Understood. I'll come find you for a drink when I get back. You don't drink. I'll watch you drink. Shu Ting is at the stake when I get there, in Ember Kill's colors, and she looks at the rearguard marker and then at me, and her whole face rearranges. You're in Ember Kill? A first year with a B-grade seal is in the #1 squad in Wrong City? A beat. In the rearguard position? Good morning to you too. The captain's voice comes on the channel. Lin Feng, Shu Ting is your responsibility today. Teach her. Captain, I can't take that on. She's a young lady from a good family. I don't have the qualifications. Who exactly do you think you are? Shu Ting's head comes around. Captain, I want a different position. Am I offering either of you a choice? A pause on the channel. Teammates are people who can put their backs to each other. Start now. Here's what's coming at us, in order. Armored beasts in front, because they always are, thick as a bank door and about as motivated. Gold-eating ants behind them, then bloodthirsty rats, then human-faced scorpions, then ghost-faced spiders. And somewhere in the middle of it, something with 4 legs, a narrow head, a tail like a column, and 4 eyes. A corpse-eating beast, middle-tier mythical. It does not fight for territory, and it does not fight for food, exactly. It follows tides, and it consumes what's already stopped moving, and while it does that, whatever is wrong with it heals. You cannot win a war of attrition against a thing that gets its health back off the floor of the battlefield. The first 2 hours are ordinary, and Shu Ting is spectacular. She lights up like a flare and goes through 1-star beasts at a rate I genuinely cannot match, and by the 90-minute mark, she is 11 kills ahead of me, and she says so, twice, over an open channel. At 2 hours and 10 minutes, she goes down on 1 knee in the mud and cannot get up, not injured, empty. Her seal has nothing left in it, and her hands are shaking, and she is looking at her own palms like they've betrayed her, and around us there is no pause in the noise whatsoever, because the tide does not care. I put my spear down and start talking, and I don't make it kind, because kind takes longer. You killed more than me. Fine. You also burned enough power doing it to have killed twice that number, and now you're kneeling in the mud in hour 3 of a battle that will run until dark. I was. The power of a divine seal is not for 1-star beasts. It's never for 1-star beasts. You point it at a thing you cannot kill with your hands, and you point it once. Everything else is arms, legs, and a blade. I crouch to her level. If you can't stop leaning on that seal, you'll die in the 3rd hour of every serious day of your life, and you'll die confused, because you'll have been winning. Her jaw is set, and her eyes are wet with fury, and she is listening. A ghost-faced spider is soft underneath. Go under it, not through it. A human-faced scorpion, you take the hook off the tail first, then you finish it if you can, and take the claws if you can't. Everything out here with a shell has joints, and every joint is a door. 1 cut through a joint beats 10 cuts on a shell. I stand up. You've read the general treatise on beasts, presumably. Did you read it, or did you carry it? I got the highest mark in my year. Then think of the mark, I say, the next time something is standing on you. Somebody on the open channel says, very quietly, that's insightful. Then Han Xiaolong says, out loud, to 11 people, who talks like that? He swears like my uncle is 54. And Xiaoqin says, from the drone, don't get distracted by his seal level. His combat awareness is better than Xiaolong's. It might be better than mine. Shu Ting is looking at the mud. Her entire education since she was 6 years old has been the same sentence in different clothes. You are SS grade. Trust your seal. Everything comes from the seal. And she has just watched a boy with a B grade mark hold a position for 2 hours without lighting his once. It turns out, she says, mostly to herself, that the thing between us was never the seal at all. Think of it like driving in traffic. I pick the spear up. You've been flooring it for 100 meters and then standing on the brake. Everybody who does that runs out of fuel, and everybody who does that thinks the fuel is the problem. I put a hand down and haul her up by the wrist. Now get up. This isn't the hunting ground. This is a battlefield, and we're maybe a fifth of the way into it. The 2 stars come in at hour 4. I take a 2-tailed human-faced scorpion, which is 3 meters of bad news with a hook on each tail, and I do it exactly the way I told her to. Hooks first, then a tail, then the face, and when it turns to run, I throw the spear like a javelin and put it through the thing's skull and pin it to the ground, which is showing off, and which I do entirely on purpose because there is a 19-year-old watching. Shu Ting takes the corpse-eating beast. She doesn't ask. She sees a mythical tier target, and she goes. And she opens with Frost Dragon 1000 Blade Slash, all 3 imprints, everything she has in one strike, at a thing whose entire biology is built around getting back up. It's a beautiful attack. The rain freezes in the air. It doesn't finish it. It tears out of the ice, and the tail comes around like a falling column, and it breaks her ribs and puts her into a wall, and she stays there. I get to her. She's conscious. She's staring past me at the beast, and what's on her face isn't pain. A level 1, she says. You're a level 1 divine chosen, and you killed a 2-star. I'm a level 22 3-imprint divine master, and I couldn't. She laughs and stops laughing immediately because of the ribs. Am I actually stupid? No. I'm already turning around. You're not stupid. You're not stupid at all. And in my head, I told you 800 times, save your power, and you are going to spend the next 10 years being the best person I know, and you will still do this again. The corpse-eating beast is standing over a slope of things that stopped moving an hour ago, and it is feeding, and I can see the damage closing while it does it. I can't out-hit it. The gap is too wide. My strength caps at 90, and that thing is somewhere past 300, which leaves cleverness, and cleverness is the only thing I brought back from the last 50 years. Old Zhou Kang. What? Watch this one carefully. Why? Because this shot, I tell him, is going to look extremely cool. Do you think I care what you look like, you enormous idiot kid? Kid, do not. I run at it and it opens its mouth for me, which is what I need because a thing that opens its mouth is a thing that has committed, and I jump straight in. Then, at the last possible instant, I put the Origin Crystal Cannon against the ground under my own feet and fire it. The recoil throws me upward out of the path of that jaw, and the spear comes across as I go and opens the underside of its head from below, and I am now 4 meters above a mythical beast with no ground under me at all. So I point the cannon down again and fire the second charge. Second push. I go up another 6 meters, turn over, and come down out of the rain like a piece of falling architecture with the point aimed at the top of its skull. Using a cannon as an engine is not in any manual. There is a reason for that, and it almost works. At the last quarter second, the thing snaps its head back, and the spear goes into its mouth instead of into the crystal behind its eyes, which is the difference between a kill and an insult. Damn it, I have time to think, upside down, in the rain. My one attempt to show off, and I fluff the landing. Then the tail hits me. I don't remember the next part clearly. I remember the wall arriving. And I remember something in my chest going wrong in a way that made breathing an activity rather than a habit. On the channel, somebody is screaming. Also on the channel, Han Xiaolong is saying, in a voice full of genuine wonder, using the cannon as a booster. Who plays like that? Who even thinks of that? The corpse-eating beast comes for me while I'm still trying to get an arm under myself. And Huali steps in front of me. Huali. 27 years old, healer, a divine seal with no offensive application whatsoever, holding a field knife in both hands and standing between a mythical beast and a first year. I can cover a teammate too, she says. 11 people start shouting at once. Then the sky over the eastern block lights up. An A-class low-altitude armored transport comes over the rooftops at an angle that transport was not designed for, and the source energy cannon mounted under it fires once. The beam takes the corpse-eating beast off the ground and off the street and through the front of a building, and then through the building behind it, and then through the block behind that, and when the light goes out, there is a corridor of open sky 100 meters long where there used to be a district. Brother Su Liang, Ye Xingyue is standing in the open hatch with her hair plastered flat and her seal burning in her hand, and she does not look 18. Xiao Qin, Duanbo says faintly over the channel. How much did that shot cost? Thousands of source crystals, Xiao Qin says. The military will absolutely be asking about it. They can ask. Ye Xinyue jumps down into the street. I promised him. Today I'm keeping it. Then she quotes my own rule back at me before I can even stand up, in exactly the tone I used when I taught it to her. Whatever the fight is, we give it everything, and we don't get distracted. That's right, I say, and I let her pull me up. Han Xiaolong goes down at 11:40. He's a blood drinker. Front line. 3 imprints and 24 years old, and a mouth that has not been shut once in the 8 days I've known him, and something 2-star comes through his guard on his blind side and he doesn't get up. He's still on the channel. Brothers, his voice is wrong. Sorry, I dragged you down. The whole squad starts talking at once and he talks over them, badly, and gets out one more thing. Old Joe, your turn. Burn me. Those cigarettes. The good ones? Huali gets to him. I get there 4 seconds later, and I see what she sees. And Han Xiaolong, who is 24 and cannot lift his head, puts one finger against his own lips and holds Huali's eyes and shakes his head, once. Don't tell them. Keep talking normally. Don't let them hear it. I have watched a lot of people do a lot of brave things. That one is in the top 5. Huali. I'm already pulling the transport keys. My house, Central District. There's an AAAAA medical suite in it with its own ward, and it is better than anything in a field station. Take him. Xinye, fly. I'm not leaving. You're not leaving, you're carrying. Go. Which is 2 things at once, and I'd like to say I only meant the first one, but I'm not going to lie in my own account. He needed the suite, and I wanted her off that street. By 1 in the afternoon, the wall of light around the Eastern District changes shape. Forbidden God realm barriers are per squad. Each stake throws a dome, and the domes sit next to each other like a row of soap bubbles, and you can tell exactly how a city is doing by looking at the pattern. Ours merges with the one on our left, then with 2 more. Which means the squads that were holding those gaps aren't holding them anymore. One wall now, much bigger, with the beasts squeezed between it and the city wall, and every meter of extra area is drawn out of the people standing at the stakes. That's when Shu Ting comes and stands in front of me, with her ribs strapped, and says 2 words, teach me, and starts to go down on one knee, because that is what her family does, and I get the butt of the spear under her knee before it lands. Don't. I was being rude earlier, that's all. From now on, when I shout at you, just listen. She stays where she is. In the hunting ground, she says, when you were standing in front of me, I saw gold. You were concussed. I know what I saw. You were, I repeat, concussed. She looks at me for a long moment and doesn't push it, and I add that to the list of people who have decided not to ask, which is now 4 people long and getting dangerous. Zhou Kong limps up to the stake at 1:30 with a spear in his good hand. Old Joe, absolutely not. I'm not fighting to the death. He plants it. I'm standing here so you can go out there. That's the whole job. He shrugs, and it hurts him, and he grins anyway. Small tide like this, I come and go as I please. Up on the wall, the military finally powers the grid, and 40,000 beasts get a very bad second at the same time. And at 1400, our captain does something I will be thinking about for the rest of my life. There's a press 200 deep coming up the avenue, and Fang Hong walks out to the front of it alone and draws. Then he cuts, horizontally, once. The rain stops. That's what it looks like. Every drop in the street hangs in place for about 1/4 of a second, and a half circle of edge goes out from him at the height of a man's chest, all the way across the avenue, through everything standing in it. Then the rain falls again, and the front 200 beasts come apart in the middle of their own forward momentum, and the ones behind them run into the pieces. Nobody on the channel says anything for 4 seconds. Then Ye Qingqing, who has said perhaps 90 words in 8 days, says, we should give the captain a proper title. Something like Asura Blade, and everything inside me goes cold and stays cold. Asura Blade. I know that name. I know it from a life nobody in this squad has lived, and I know what is attached to it, and it is not a nickname a squad gives its captain on a rainy afternoon. It is a thing people say quietly. It is a thing that ends up in a file. Our captain cannot be the Asura Blade. He is a big, quiet man who owns 6 chairs and 12 empty rooms and will not be spoken to about something that was not his fault. He absolutely cannot be the Asura Blade. I turn that over for about 2 seconds and then I have to put it down because a 4-tailed human-faced scorpion comes over the rubble at the end of the avenue and it is more than 3 meters tall. 4 stars. Fang Hong walks toward it, and the cloud cover chooses that exact moment to break, the way it does about once a year, and a single column of afternoon light comes down through the gap and lands on him and nothing else on that street, and the water running off his armor turns gold. Every time, Peng Jun says reverently. Every single time. How does he do that? First, a wind barrier, so the hooks have nothing to bite. Second, he opens the second seal, and it is called the Sorrow of the Wind, and all 4 tails come off at once. Third, the third seal, 1,000 wind blades, and the thing stops having a head. He walks over, collects a 4-star beast crystal out of the wreck, puts it in his converter without looking at it, and keeps walking. Level 40, 4 imprint divine warrior. That is, on paper, 1 step below a god general, and no 4 imprint divine warrior in the records does what I just watched. What exactly is my captain? The tide breaks at 3 in the afternoon. The squad sits down where they're standing, in the rain, in the wreckage, 12 people who have been working for 10 hours. Fang Hong stays on his feet. Xiao Qin, he says. Get me Xiaolong's condition. Han Xiaolong lives. Hua Li gets him stable in a medical suite that costs somebody else a fortune, and by evening he's awake and complaining about the pillows, which is how you know. Then she says the other part, in the corridor, quietly, to the captain. He'll walk. I don't know yet whether he'll be what he was. And there it is, the whole machine, in 1 sentence. A blood drinker takes something he doesn't fully come back from. His output drops 8%, then 12. He's still good. He's still better than almost anybody. But the squad's front line is measured in tenths of a second, and one day somebody looks at the numbers and says, gently, kindly, with genuine affection, Xiaolong, why don't you take the rear guard for a while? That's how Zhou Kong got his post. 3 imprints, a real career, and 1 bad afternoon. That's how Wang Tian got his, in a life that hasn't happened, at 51, with a bad knee. The rear guard is not a job. It's a diagnosis, and the treatment is a stake in the ground and a form filed afterward. The captain doesn't sit down after 10 hours. He goes straight back out onto the avenue with a converter and starts recovering crystals from the field, alone, in the rain, and none of us can talk him out of it, so eventually 8 of us go and do it with him. The nickname sticks by dinner. Asura Blade. Peng Jun is delighted with it. Say it out loud. Just say it. Captain, I'm working very hard to sound casual. Do you actually like that one? Because we could do better. Berserker Blade, Bloodthirster, Storm Edge, honestly, anything. Why Asura? Nobody understands why I'm pushing, and Ye Qingqing tells me why she chose it in a tone that suggests I'm slow. Once you've seen the captain use 4 imprints, you'll understand the word. 4. He's on 3. She's talking about something ahead of us. Here's what nobody at that table knows, and what I would give a great deal to be able to say out loud. In the life I already used up, the Asura Blade was national news. Not a nickname, a file. 1 man went through Divine Hunter squads, and not 1 or 2 of them, dozens. It ran on every channel in the country for a season, and then the military and every ranked squad in 3 provinces went out after him together, and the result of that was exactly what you'd expect the result to be, and they closed the file. I never once heard the man's real name. Nobody did. That was rather the point. I'm sitting at a table with him, and he's telling Duanbo to eat something, so the question isn't whether my captain becomes that. The question is, what gets him there? Because a man does not walk out of a squad like this one and start doing that for no reason. And if I know anything at all, it's that people don't turn. They get turned, which means it hasn't happened yet, which means it can be stopped. And the only way to stop a thing like that is to stop it before it starts, and I have no idea what it is. Great. Wonderful. Add it to the list. Hua Li, drying her hands next to me, says a strange thing. You know the captain's held back by us. What? With what he is, he could have built a squad out of S grades. 2 years, easy, he didn't. She nods at the table. You've met us. Half of this squad would be a liability anywhere else. He picked us on purpose. Why? You and Shu Ting will be able to actually help him one day. Wen Kai maybe. The rest of us don't have the ceiling for it, so we do what we can, and what we can do is help him get that thing done. What thing? Hua Li looks at me for a second, and I watch her decide she said 1 sentence too many. If the captain hasn't told you, she says, don't ask. And I stand there with a towel in my hands, remembering something I never thought about twice. In my last life, Ember Kill was not the number 1 squad in Wrong City. It wasn't the number 4 squad either. By the time I was 22, Ember Kill was not a squad at all. It had gone entirely out of this city, and nobody I ever drank with could tell me where or why, because nobody cared, because there was another squad at number 1 by then, and people are like that. Dinner is 9 dishes and 11 exhausted people, and it is, without competition, the best thing that has happened to me since I got here. Fang Hong picks up his chopsticks first and eats faster than anybody at the table, which turns out to be squad law. The captain starts and everybody dives. 20 minutes of absolute silence and industrial-grade chewing, and then somebody burps, and somebody else says that was excellent, and the noise comes back all at once. Zhou Kang goes for the last chicken leg. I take it out of the air. Hey, that's mine. It's mine. Fine. I was going to save it for Xiaolong anyway. He's on a drip. I take it again as he reaches. Eat your own food, old Zhou Kong. Somebody asks why I'm grinning. I like this, I say. It's nice here. Which is the single most honest sentence I've said out loud since I came back, and nobody notices because Han Xiaolong's replay is up on the wall screen and they're watching me use a cannon as a jump engine for the 9th time. Xiaoqin has scrubbed the footage. I know she has because in the version on that screen there is no gold coming off my hands. How many battles, Duanbo says slowly, would somebody have to be in to think of that? I really don't know, Zhou Kong says, where this kid got his experience. The split happens the next morning, and it tells you everything about this squad in 10 minutes. Fang Hong goes down the line and tells each person what they did wrong in front of everybody without any cushioning at all. Xu Ting, your level qualifies you to be a teammate. Your combat awareness and your skills are poor. She takes it standing up. Afterward, Peng Jun pats her shoulder in passing and says, he talks like that to everyone. It's better than the ones who smile at you and write it in a report. Then he gets to me. Lin Feng, your rank. He stops. Never mind, there's no point saying anything about it. The table detonates. Zhou Kang laughs so hard he hurts himself. Final count for the day, citywide. 7,136 beasts, 6,786 1 stars, 316 2 stars, 33 stars, and 4 4 stars. 11 of us did the bulk of it. That's over 600 each. The 4 4-star crystals went to the captain and Wen Kai, who killed them. And then Fang Hong takes one of his and puts it in the middle of the table in the common pot. 1 4-star crystal is worth 10,000 1 stars. It is worth, on its own, roughly as much as everything else the entire squad recovered in 10 hours of rain. Everybody had a hard day, he says. Upgrade your equipment if you need to. Nobody speaks for a second. Then Peng Jun says to me quietly, ask around. Ask anybody in any squad in this city whether their captain does that. Go on. Ask. 22,946 1-star equivalents, split 12 ways, comes to 1,912 each. Zhou Kong refuses his full share because he spent half the day holding a stake with one arm and takes 500 instead and gets shouted at by 4 people and doesn't budge. The captain sets aside a share for Ye Xin Yue for the shot and for the medical suite and won't discuss that either. I walk out of that room with 2,000 beast crystals in a ring and 2,000 divine crystals from the military on top of it. 2,000. 12 days ago, I asked a man for 5 and he called me names. Then the captain says the sentence that changes the shape of the next month. We've been given a mission outside the city. Let me explain what those words do to a person who has spent their entire life inside a wall. Nobody goes outside. Not civilians, not students, not most soldiers. The wall isn't a border. It's the edge of the world, and everything past it belongs to the things that come at us in tides. And it is also, for exactly the same reason, the only place left where anything is lying around. Source crystal veins in the open rock. Food that grew on its own, spatial converters, weapons, armor, all of it still on the ground where the last people to try this stopped walking. Somebody's squad pulled an A-grade weapon out of a ravine 4 years ago, and it paid for their retirement. Going outside is a chance, and it is a nice way to stop existing, and both of those are true at once, and everyone in that room lights up like children. Mission parameters, 200 kilometers north, danger rating 4 stars, objective is reconnaissance, not clearance. 18 locations, 1 Sky Eye relay at each. Success is defined as all 18 standing when we leave. Anything above that, specifically any contact with a high intelligence beast, is a bonus. Expected maximum threat on the route is 5 star, because the military has stopped pretending. They think somebody out there is giving orders. Xu Ting, you're not coming. Captain, today showed me what your problems are. For your own safety, not this one. While we're out, work on your awareness. She swallows it whole in front of everybody and says yes, Captain, and I watch her make a private promise to herself with her jaw. Han Xiaolong isn't coming either, for reasons that don't need explaining. 12 of us go. Monday. 2 days to put ourselves back together. And in my head, quietly, while everybody else is arguing about supply loads, I'm looking at a map of a place 200 kilometers north that I have seen before, in a briefing, in another life. There's a vein up there, I know roughly where. If I can get within a kilometer of it with nobody watching, I can carry a piece of it home. The captain stops me at the door on the way out. Lin Feng. Captain. He doesn't turn around. There are some things, he says, that you ought to be telling her instead of keeping from her. And then he leaves. I stand in that doorway for a while. He saw the gold. Of course he saw the gold. He and Xiaoqin both saw it on the first mission and on the second, and Xiaoqin scrubbed it off the recordings without being asked and without ever once mentioning it to me, so they know, or they think they know. They think there's a boy walking around this city with a golden seal and a blue mark painted over it, hiding an SSS grade because he's from the worker district and he's frightened of what happens to him if the wrong people find out, which is close enough to true that I could live inside it forever. They do not know about the Beast God seal. Nobody knows about the Beast God seal. There is no such thing as the Beast God seal, and every examiner in China would tell you so, and that is the single most valuable fact I own. I go home to convert 40 crystals. The 8th one finishes the first seal. Everything rolls over at once. Spirit, strength, agility, speed, all 4 of them hit 100 at nearly the same moment, and the seal reads level 10, and then it keeps going. And then it starts. I have described the pain before. I want to be accurate now, because everything I said earlier turns out to have been the trailer. Multiply it by 10, not figuratively. The light behind my eyes goes from gold to a deep red. Every part of me at once feels like it is being taken apart by something very small and very thorough and extremely patient. It goes on for an hour. For most of that hour, I am biting down hard enough to taste it, because the alternative is a noise that brings 3 roommates through a locked door. Somewhere in the middle of it, something in my right eye changes. There's a new mark forming, not on my chest, in the eye, not the shape of the beast this time. An eye with a pattern through it, growing into my own pupil like frost across glass. Then it stops, and I am lying on the floor of my own villa with my face against cold tile, and the panel is hanging in front of me. Progress. 379 out of 1 million. Eye of Insight. 1+1. Divine Seal. B grade Windfire. First Seal, 2nd grade. Beast God Seal. SSS grade. Crimson-Eyed Qianlin. 2 seals. Level 10. Spirit 108 out of 2000. Strength 108 out of 2000. Agility 108. Speed 108. 2000. The ceiling was 100 an hour ago. The 2nd seal did not raise the roof by a step. It multiplied it by 20, and the road to the 3rd one is 8,000 crystals long, and I sit up on the floor of a house I didn't pay for and start laughing, and the laughing hurts. And Eye of Insight moved. 40 conversions ago, it was stuck at 1 and had been stuck at 1 since the day it appeared. Now it says 1+1, and there is a mark in my eye that wasn't there this morning, and I have no idea what it does yet. 2 open questions. What the Beast God Seal's imprint power is, since every seal has exactly 1 and mine has never shown me anything. And what, precisely, is now sitting in my right eye. I have a mission north in 36 hours. Across the city, in a car with tinted glass, a man in a good suit finishes his report to a young master with a bruise on his cheekbone. The boy's registered address is in the Eastern Worker District. He grew up there. There's no family to speak of, no money, no connections, just a grandfather, very old. And the grandfather? Alone in the house, nobody visits. Then handle it properly, Luo Ziwen says. I don't want anything left over. It's already arranged. We've obtained a 2-star beast. Grandfather and grandson will simply disappear. Good. He looks out the window at the rain. And I'll go and pay my respects to Ye Xinyue's mother tomorrow, with gifts. I want to be very clear about the shape of what has just happened, because I did not know about any of it at the time. A young man from a great family has spent good money to have a beast released in a 2-room house in the worker district in order to erase an old man with no connections. The old man with no connections put 3 lieutenant generals of the celestial armies on the ground in an alley last month and covered that alley with a divine forbidden domain, which is a technique available to 7 imprint divine lords, of whom this country has a number you could write on one hand. Nobody has told Luo Ziwen this. There is no reason anybody would. It is not in any file. I'm going to enjoy hearing about it. The first thing the 2nd seal does is make me faster at everything. 40 crystals used to be 8 hours. Now it's 3 and change. Later, when I get greedy and time it properly, it's 200 crystals in 8 hours, which is half a level in 1 night's work. The second thing it does is give me a button. Every seal has 1 power built into it that belongs to you and nobody else. Imprint power. Zhou Kang's is Thousand Thunderstrike. Shu Ting's is a blade of ice with a name people will know in 20 years. I've been waiting for mine since the day the mark showed up, and I assumed, given the pattern, that it would be something enormous and impossible to hide. It is worse than that. I try it standing in the middle of my own living room at 2 in the morning, which in hindsight was optimistic. My right eye lights up. Not a glow. A lamp. Gold, bright enough to throw my own shadow onto the wall behind me, coming out of one eye, which means there is no version of using this in public where anybody thinks it was a trick of the light. Then the rest of it arrives. White vapor comes off my skin from everywhere at once, like a kettle that's decided to be a person. Everything inside me goes hot in a way that isn't temperature. And on top of that, riding it is a want. Not anger. Anger is a thought. This is underneath thoughts, and what it says is tear apart whatever is standing in front of you, and it does not care that what's standing in front of me is a coffee table. I go through the coffee table. Then I check the numbers, which is when it gets interesting. 108 becomes 216. Everything doubles. Strength, speed, agility, reflex, the lot. My own guess is that defense goes up too based on how little the table hurt, and then it eats. It drains a full reserve so fast you can watch it go, and the burn does not scale down politely when you're calm. There is no cruising speed, there is on and there is nothing left, and the gap between them is about the length of a good argument. 5-second man, I inform the ruins of the coffee table, but look at the shape of it. At 108, doubling gets me 216, which is a good afternoon. At 1000 it gets me 2000. At 2000 it gets me 4. It's not a finishing move, it's a multiplier, and multipliers don't get less useful, they get more useful forever, which means that at level 15 I will be hitting like a level 20, and at level 50 I will be a problem that has no correct answer. Ye Xinyue names it on the stairs after I explain what it feels like and carefully do not explain where it comes from. Your blood burns. Basically. Blazing blood then. Which is perfect, because there is not one syllable of beast anywhere in it. Eye of Insight takes me 2 days to understand, and I nearly missed it entirely. At first it seems like nothing, slightly sharper vision. I spend an evening being disappointed about it. Then I look at Joe Kong across the equipment bay, and a line of text lays itself over him. 3 imprints, lightning attribute, and I can see the pattern of the seal on the back of his hand while it's switched off, which should not be possible for anybody. Level 25.4, and next to each imprint, a fill level, the way you'd see the water line through the side of a bottle. His first 2 are full. His third is at about 60% and has been for years. That alone would be worth a great deal. A God King can feel roughly how strong a person is by standing near them. That's an aura thing, and it's approximate, and it takes 50 years to develop. I'm reading it off a man like a delivery label, but it's the last part that stops me. Old damage. It marks old damage. Right side of the chest. Left thigh. And in the middle, marked differently from the others, in a way I don't have a word for, his heart. His heart is injured. Not recently. Years. And that is the whole answer to a question I've had since the night I met him. That's why a 3-imprint divine general with the best instincts in this squad stands at a stake in the back instead of on the front line where his hands belong. There was a day, some year, in some street, and after that day the numbers stopped adding up and somebody sat him down and said it kindly. I look at that for a while, then I look at Song Hao and He Tao, our other 2 rearguards, and I get the same kind of answer, in different places, and I stop looking at people for the rest of the afternoon. Here's the part that matters for the future though, and I want it on the record because I thought of it that day, and it took me a long time to test it. If I can see the weak point of a man, what happens when I point this at a beast? Joe Kang turns up at the villa the next morning and dumps a mountain on my floor. 100,000 divine crystals. The captain's lending it to you. Go and buy proper C-grade armor because mine is a rag and you're wearing it. He's lending me 100,000 crystals? He worked out that you don't have enough beast crystals to buy armor and keep converting, and he decided you shouldn't have to choose. Joe Kang shrugs. Don't make a thing of it. He does the sums on everybody. It's creepy. Just say thank you. 100,000 buys a good C-grade set. B-grade isn't in the conversation at that price. I say thank you. Now. I need to tell you about the afternoon that happened while I was out buying armor, and I need to tell it properly because I have made 3 separate people describe it to me, and I have watched the yard footage twice, and it is, without exaggeration, the funniest thing that has ever happened in the Eastern Worker District. Luo Ziwen decided to go and pay his respects to Ye Xinyue's mother. Gifts in the car, century-old ginseng, bird's nest, dried seafood you cannot buy with money in this city, only with a name. The plan is simple and bold. Be kind to the mother, be seen being kind, and let the daughter hear about it. His people gave him an address. The address is where Shu Yan has been living since a bloodthirsty rat came through her wall. The address is my grandfather's house. His man works it out somewhere around the 3rd turning and calls him. He doesn't pick up because he's rehearsing. Also, and this is the part that keeps me warm at night, the second half of the plan is already running. A 2-star beast is being walked toward that house on a suppression collar so that young Master Luo can heroically save the mother of an SSS grade in front of witnesses. So the gifts come out on the table in a 2-room house in the worker district. And my grandfather, who has been putting up with me for 18 years and has therefore forgotten more about performance than I will ever learn, decides to have some fun. Oh. He picks up the ginseng and turns it over. 100 years, is it? That's got to be worth what? A few thousand yuan? 1,000 times that, uncle, Luo Ziwen says, swelling slightly. Goodness, and that's nothing to a family like yours? 90 seconds later, my grandfather has the entire inventory. The Luo family is now the first family of Rong City, and the Ye family is old news, and if you'd like the details, several divine crystal veins under private title, the city resource exchange, the weapons mall on Divine Road, a beast crystal conversion station, wealth comparable to a district, 1,003 imprint divine masters on the books, several hundred divine warriors, a number of divine generals, and at the top of it, a god king with 6 imprints. My grandfather nods along, deeply impressed, occasionally saying goodness. Then he asks his last question. And does a family like that have S-rank armor? Weapons? Absolutely. Luo Ziwen laughs. Of course. Right, my grandfather says. I've got it. Anybody in the world listening to that conversation would have heard an old man being flattered. He was taking a shopping list. The beast comes through the yard wall 4 minutes later, and my grandfather, sitting on a stool with a cup of tea, taps one foot on the floor. Nobody in the yard notices. What happens is that the sound of the district stops all at once, the way a radio stops, and none of the 3 people standing in that yard have the training to know what that means. Luo Ziwen is delighted. Don't be afraid, auntie. Trident out, seal lit, chin up. It's only a 2-star. I can handle this easily. Then the beast becomes a 3-star. I don't know how he does that. I have thought about it a great deal. But between one step and the next, the thing coming across that yard puts on about 2 tons and a set of shoulders it did not previously have, and the first charge takes Luo Ziwen off his feet and folds him around the water barrel. What follows is 1 hour. I want to stress that. 1 hour of a 3-imprint divine master of the first family of Wrong City being taken apart in a 2-room yard by a beast that keeps being on the wrong side of him. Every single time he starts to gather the power of his seal, something interrupts him, a tail, a shoulder, the washing line, and through all of it, 2 adults are cheering him on. Luo, my grandfather calls out, refilling his tea. Are you sure you can handle this? Because you can leave. Nobody would think less of you. I can handle it. Young man, you can't. That's Shu Yan, who is genuinely, sincerely frightened for him, and whose kindness is doing more damage than anything else in that yard. You can't do it. Please just run. Call somebody. Auntie, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen to you while I'm here. Luo, honestly, my grandfather says, you're not really good enough. Call someone who is. And Luo Ziwen, from somewhere under a 3-star beast, insists that he is absolutely capable. At the end of the hour, the beast simply leaves, turns around, and goes over the wall like it remembered an appointment. Luo Ziwen gets up on legs that are not working. Auntie, I'm fine. I'm just not in the right frame of mind today. And Shu Yan pats his arm and destroys him. Oh, young man. If you can do a thing, you can do it. And if you can't, you can't. Auntie isn't going to scold you. Just don't take risks like that again. He limps out of the gate, and a middle-aged man from the house next door, who nobody in that lane has ever seen before, comes out at exactly that moment carrying a slop bucket and empties it over his head. Oh no. Oh boss, I'm so sorry. I've poured it right on your head. What's left of Luo Ziwen's self-control goes at that point, and he sets fire to the entire lane and burns 2 fences and a shed and cannot lay a finger on the neighbor, who keeps apologizing and keeps not being where the fire is. Then the neighbor puts him out with 1 palm, catches him before he lands, and carries him off under 1 arm like a rolled carpet. Here's what my grandfather thought about it, which I only got out of him much later. You wrecked my yard. Fair's fair. That evening, cloud comes in over the Luo family compound on the North Ridge, and the pressure in the courtyards drops far enough that the automatic defenses wake up on their own and swing a source energy cannon at an empty sky. 3 divine generals come out onto the steps. Insolence! Who dares? Nobody sees anything move. All 3 of them go down at the same moment, and there are teeth on the flagstones, and one of them says, in a voice gone completely thin, that not even a god king could do that. Then the head of the Luo family comes out, 6 imprints. Black light off both hands, God King. In this city, there are perhaps 3 people at his height, and he has spent 40 years being one of them, and he says the word die. He gets slapped into the ground. The impact leaves a crater in his own front court, and he does not get up out of it, and the man standing over him has not raised his voice or taken his hands out of his sleeves. Then that man turns his palm over, once, and more than half of the buildings of the 2nd greatest family in Wrong City stop being buildings. To explain, my grandfather says, to a courtyard full of people who cannot move. Your boy came to my house, wrecked my yard, and spent an hour telling me that the Luo family is the first family of this city and rich enough to pay for anything. So I came. He smashed mine. I've smashed his. That's fair, isn't it? Nobody answers. If the Luo family has any complaints, he says, come and find me. I've got plenty of time. Then he isn't there anymore. The reports come in over the next 40 minutes, and they are, in order. The resource exchange has been opened and every divine crystal in it removed. The weapons mall on Divine Road has been taken down with one strike and every single piece of S-rank equipment in the building is gone. And at some point in the middle of that, Luo Ziwen wakes up on a stretcher in his own ruined courtyard and starts screaming about who dares to touch his clan. His own clan head, still in the crater, has him brought over. The slap knocks out what teeth he had left. You worthless thing. What have you been doing out there? Father, I don't. Hang him up, the God King of the Luo family says, and beat him. For a year, 10 years. I get home late with a new set of C-grade armor and find my grandfather's yard on fire. Well, not on fire. Out. 2 fences gone, the shed gone, 1 wall scorched black, and my grandfather sitting on his stool in the middle of it drinking tea. I light Eye of Insight before I'm through the gate. Shu Yan, no injuries. Ye Xin Yui, no injuries. My grandfather, nothing, not 0 imprints, nothing. The reading that comes back on him is not a low number, it is an absence, in an ability that has read every single person I have pointed it at, up to and including a 4 imprint. Divine Warrior, at the front of a classroom, it's like looking at a wall and being told there is no wall. Grandpa, what happened here? Nothing much. He doesn't look up. Some fellow came round, bit of a temper, chased him off. Shu Yan tells the version she saw, which is that a very polite senior student came with gifts, and a beast came over the wall, and the poor boy tried extremely hard. Honestly, she finishes, sympathetically, he wasn't much of a fighter, it kept hitting him. Mom, Ye Xinyu's voice could strip paint. That man is not a good person. He has been standing outside my building every day. He hired people to hurt brother Lin Feng. Shu Yan's face changes. My grandfather picks up the century-old ginseng and considers it. Keep the gifts, he says. We'll put the lot of it in a soup tonight and feed it to the girl. She's too thin. And since he's that sort of person, and we almost did him an injustice, it's only fair we use his things to apologize. I stand in a burned yard. Grandpa, weren't you the least bit worried about your only grandson? You seem perfectly fine to me. So then I try to get my inheritance out of him 30 years early, and it takes me 20 minutes, and it is humiliating. Here's the thing I'm working from. In my last life, my grandfather gave me a set of armor and a spear. He gave it to me after I graduated, when I was 22 and already halfway into the career that killed me. B-grade armor, decent spear. I used both for years, and I was grateful for both, so I come at it sideways. Grandpa, you've never really talked to me about my parents. What's to talk about? I told you, they're in the ground. It's just, with everything going on. And I've been thinking about safety. Yours, obviously. I could bring you something for your blood pressure. Are you going to tell me or not? Fine. I'm in a Divine Hunter squad, I say. I've been going outside the perimeter with them. I'm going 200 kilometers north on Monday and that's as far as I get. My grandfather goes into the back room and comes out and throws 2 things onto the ground at my feet the way you'd throw out a wet bag. Then, as an afterthought, he tosses a 3rd thing on top. Nearly forgot that. Combat skill crystal. Take it. Take it. It's all there. Grandpa, I look at the pile in the dirt. Could you show me some respect? I have been building up to this conversation for 20 minutes and you have thrown my inheritance at my feet like refuse. Why? Is it going to break? Do you want it or not? I'll take it back. Then I actually look at it. Wait, I crouch down. Wait, hold on. Why is it S-rank? Because it is. Both pieces. The armor is S-rank and the spear is S-rank. And in the life I remember, this man handed me B-grade equipment when I was 22, and I know exactly what that means. And what it means is that things are not running on the same rails anymore. What's the matter? My grandfather says, in a voice like a closing door. Is the grade too low for you? No. No. If anything, the grade is too high. It's a bit showy, isn't it? I was hoping for something more understated. Take it inside. S-rank armor gives 70% to strength. C-grade gave 40. B-grade gives 50. At 108, that's 183 before I touch anything else. With blazing blood on top, it's 366. 2 weeks ago, I kicked a rat. Grandpa. I stop in the doorway with an S-rank spear over my shoulder. You're not going to shout at me about the Divine Hunter Squad? What would be the point of shouting? He picks up his tea. If I die of temper, are you going to be the one collecting my body? Look after yourself. I can't be bothered talking to you. And he sits there in a burned yard, an old man with a key around his neck who registers as absolutely nothing to an ability that reads everybody. Then he goes back into the room and comes out with a second set. Violet and gold, S-rank, and newer than mine. Girl, come here, put this on. I stand in my own yard holding my inheritance and watch my grandfather personally check the fit of a suit of S-rank armor on Ye Xinyue's shoulders while telling her that good armor speeds up growth and that she is not to skip meals. Grandpa? Mine was on the ground. Yours is on you, isn't it? I mouth the last 4 words back at him silently, with the face, and get a knuckle on the top of my head from a man who was looking in the other direction. Is it significant, my grandfather says, that you are here? The city news comes through on Starlink that night while I'm cleaning the spear. The Luo family compound on the North Ridge has been leveled, not damaged, leveled by an unidentified party, reportedly with 1 strike. The family's resource exchange has been emptied of every divine crystal it held. The weapons mall on Divine Road is a hole in the ground and its entire S-rank inventory is gone. And the Luo family, who own a god king, have said nothing at all. No statement, no complaint, no request for an investigation. I read it twice. Holy crap, I say out loud to a room containing my grandfather. What kind of monster does that? They have a 6-imprint god king in charge and they're just eating it? Terrible. My grandfather agrees, from behind his tea. Awful city. They flog Luo Ziwen in his own courtyard. He doesn't even understand what he's being flogged for. He keeps explaining it, to anybody who will listen, from a rope, that he only went to deliver some gifts, and a lunatic in a lane poured a bucket over his head, so he broke a few of the man's things, and how is any of that his fault? And the Lord of Wrong City calls the head of the Luo family personally to give him one piece of advice, which is also a warning. If your family doesn't want to be erased, swallow it. He isn't going to explain himself to you. That's the whole message, which tells that God King, lying in the crater of his own front court, 3 things. That there is something living quietly in his city that he has never had on any list, that the Lord of Wrong City knows what it is and will not say the word out loud, and that his own son wandered into it holding a box of ginseng. He let the boy wreck his yard on purpose, the clan head says finally to nobody. He wanted the debt. Then, lock my son up, he's worthless. And that's villain number 4, off the board, without me lifting a finger, by a man who was mostly annoyed about a fence. The armor is blue and gold and moves like cloth until something hits it. The spear is dark red, nearly black, with a pattern up the shaft that looks like an animal that hasn't decided to wake up yet, and on the butt cap there are 2 characters stamped into the metal, which means it isn't a product, it's got a name, Candle Dragon. I hold it up in a burned yard, and it sits in my hands like it's been waiting in a drawer for 18 years, which, as it happens, it has. Combat skills come in crystals. You watch the recording, the movements go into you, and then you spend years turning what you've seen into what you can do. There are 4 rungs: beginner, minor mastery, major mastery, and peak. Most hunters retire somewhere in major. Mine is a 3-star technique called Dingjun's Spear. Raging Dragon breaks the army comes out of it. So does the falling strike I use, the one properly named for geese coming down on a mountain. In my last life, I ground that technique for years to reach peak, and reaching peak is why a coward stayed alive as long as he did. My grandfather flips a crystal at me across the table like a bottle cap. Here, your father said this was a 5-star, something about waves. 5-star. There are hunters in this city who would trade a limb for a 4,000 waves, I read off the case. The mastery scale is written into the name, 1 wave. Is beginner, 10 is minor, 100 is major, 1,000 is peak. I put it in the projector and sit down to watch, expecting to spend the next 2 years on the first 10. And Eye of Insight switches itself on. I don't do it. It does it. The figure in the projection comes apart in front of me, not into a blur, but into components, this angle, that weight shift, this delay before the second wave, and while I'm watching, the whole thing steps out of the light and walks into my head and puts itself away in a place that already had a shelf for it. Then the recording ends. I stand up, and I throw 1 thrust at the empty yard, and the air in front of me folds over on itself 100 times in a row, and the burned fence at the end of the lot stops existing. 100 waves. Major mastery, on the first viewing, of a 5-star technique, in about 11 minutes. I stand there in the dark with a spear in my hands and 1 thought, which I say out loud because there's nobody around. That's just cheating. Chu Mingli comes to visit 2 days later. I have been dreading this since the afternoon I said the word grandfather in a training hall, and it arrives with a knock, and she is in civilian clothes and carrying a gift box. I brought this for you. A crystal case. 3-star. Dragon Roar 9. Howl's Spear. 3 roars is minor, 6 is major, 9 is peak, and the roar is the shockwave off the thrust. She hands it over. A 1-star would be a waste on you. You're currently the strongest first year in the B-grade classes, and it isn't close. Teacher, this is. And I'd like to meet your grandfather. There he is, sitting on a stool in a vest, peeling something. Master, Chu Mingli says, and bows properly, from the waist, the way you greet a senior of the art. Forgive the intrusion. I am at this point calculating exit routes. I've been at major mastery in my family's overlord spear for 30 years, she says. I've taken it as far as I can see. Your grandson has forms in his hands that I don't recognize and timing I can't fault. I'd be grateful for any correction at all. And my grandfather, without looking up from the vegetable. Go on then, have a practice. Spar with the brat. He might spot something. Grandpa, You've had everything I've got to give, he says, and picks up another one. Call it a test. We go out into the yard. Suppress to first imprint, she says. It's only fair. Second, please. Chu Mingli's eyebrows go up about a millimeter, which for her is astonishment, and then she does it. Here's what a spar looks like when one person can see. Eye of insight lays her out for me like a diagram. 4 imprints, all of them, their fill levels, the pattern of the weapon attribute sitting behind her hands. And when she moves, the same thing that happened with the projection happens with her. The strike comes apart into components while it's still traveling, and I can see the exact instant in every thrust where the force has committed and can no longer be redirected, which is the instant a counter goes in. I'm learning her technique while she's using it on me. 10 minutes in, she stops and shakes out her arm. Something's wrong with you, she says. I'm hitting hard. It keeps feeling like hitting a pillow. Last exchange, my grandfather calls from the stool. Go on, both of you, properly. She sets her feet. Overlord disarms, and I give her 100 waves, 1 thrust. It arrives as one thing and lands as 100, wave behind wave, the way the sea works on a breakwater, and her strike comes apart somewhere in the middle of it, and the end of it puts the shaft of her own spear flat against her chest and walks her backward 4 steps. She stands there staring at me. What was that? That went through Overlord armor. Nothing goes through Overlord armor. Then I do the part that actually matters, and I want to be honest about how it felt, because I have not felt anything like it before or since. I show her her own technique. I run her opening form, and then I run it again with 1 change. Here, this front step is about 10 centimeters short, and you've been doing it that way so long you've built the whole set around the compensation. Take the full step, and the same thrust lands with about 1/5 more behind it. She does it. Her eyes change. And this one. The mountain opening stance. There's a backswing in it that isn't doing anything. It's ornamental. Cut the backswing and commit straight out of the guard. She does that too, at the fence post, and the post goes. Kyomingli lowers the Overlord spear and looks at me the way you look at a stranger who has just used your childhood nickname. I fought you once, she says slowly. 1 spar, and you have all of my family's forms. Teacher, I'm a genius. I pick things up by looking at them. You're fat, my grandfather observes from the stool, and you're out of breath. She stays for 2 hours. At the end of it, she has corrected 4 details in a form her family has been passing down for 200 years, and she is hitting harder than she was at breakfast. And she says a thing to a 19-year-old in a burned yard that costs her something. From now on, in that yard, you're my teacher. Then going out the gate, and outside the academy, don't call me teacher, call me Sister Chu. My grandfather watches her go. 100 waves, he says. Bit stiff though. I stay up that night trying to break my own cheat, and I find the wall. I've got 218 crystals converted and a plan, and the plan is that strength is what wins fights, so everything goes into strength. It doesn't work. Strength climbs to 200, which is the ceiling for this level, and then the surplus simply flows out sideways into the other 3 on its own. I try again. Same result. The panel does not permit a lopsided man. If I want more strength, I have to be more of everything, which means the system is not going to let me build a hammer with no handle. Fine. Annoying. Correct. Progress. 747 out of 1 million. 2 seals, level 11. Spirit 133 plus 67. Strength 183 plus 17. Agility 133 plus 67. Speed the same. 200 in everything, plus armor, plus blazing blood if it's an emergency. 218 crystals in 1 night. And divine crystals now go in at about 5 an hour, where my roommates take a full night to absorb one, and Bear has started calling me a machine, which is closer than he knows. Emberkill's headquarters is a barbershop. I want to be clear that I mean an actual barbershop, in the basement of a building on a dead street, with a neon sign in the window that has been broken for years and a stairwell that smells of damp. The captain picked it because it was cheap and because 2 men who were extorting the owner were standing in it at the time. Xiaoqin has refused to let us move ever since, on the grounds that the #1 squad in Wrong City meeting in a basement barbershop is the single best piece of security in the city. Monday, 5 o'clock, 12 of us in that basement. The captain stands at the end of the room and says one thing before we go up the stairs. This mission has risk in it and it has money in it. What I want is that we come back the way we're going out. Every single one of us. Nobody is going to explain to me afterward why that wasn't possible. Everybody says yes, Captain. At the north gate, there are other squads waiting, which is not normal for a reconnaissance run. The one nearest to us is Bloodwolf. Their captain is a broad man in a coat with a fur collar named Cao Lei, and on paper, Bloodwolf is stronger than us. 4 imprint divine warriors on the roster. We have 2. A woman in red from their side, who Xiaoqin calls Mei Mei with the exact intonation you'd use for a stain. Immediately starts a conversation designed to make Xiaoqin angry, and it works, and Fang Hong stands next to Xiaoqin and says nothing at all in a way that ends it. I look at Cao Lei through Eye of Insight because I've started doing it to everybody, and I get a clean read. 4 imprints, 3 of them full, a good strong wind and metal set, level 41. Then I look at my own captain, and I have to look away. It isn't numbers. It's the size of the thing behind them. Reading Chao Lei is reading a man. Reading Fang Hong is standing at the mouth of a cave and hearing something breathe. 4 imprints, and all 4 are full. Completely full, with nowhere left to put anything, which means the 5th can open at any hour of any day. A 5 imprint God General. In a squad that meets in a barbershop. That's why Ember Kill is first in this city with half the roster of the people standing next to us. It has never been a squad with a strong captain. It's one man with 11 people he refuses to leave behind. Cao Lei briefs us at the gate, and the target comes up on the hollow. Phantom Moon Demon Fox, 5-star, high intelligence, and I mean actual intelligence, not pack behavior. Command thinks this is what's been holding the herds and sending them at the city in waves. Somebody asks why the military hasn't sent something bigger. Because on paper it's a 5-star, and on paper this is reconnaissance. Cao Lei's mouth does something unpleasant. My own opinion is that a thing with that head on it should be rated 6, but nobody asked me. We are not clearing it. We are looking at it. Then he explains how it fights, and everybody in the room gets quieter. It doesn't fight. It drives. It moves other beasts the way a shepherd moves a flock, and when something comes at it, what arrives first is everything else it has collected between here and there. It has never once, in any encounter on record, been the first thing anybody met. Operation Codename, Chao Lei says, is Burial Moon. And the world goes out from under me. Burial Moon. I know that name. I have known that name for 50 years. It is one of about 4 things I know about this year that I would have paid money to be wrong about. The Burial Moon Plan was not 12 people and a Sky Eye run. The Burial Moon Plan was 20 Divine Hunter squads. It was the working core of every ranked squad in Wrong City, plus 2 marching companies of regulars, and it went north, and what came back was not enough people to make one squad out of. It is the reason this city was thin for a decade. It is the reason people my age grew up hearing that Wrong City used to have real hunters. And it is, I understand now, standing at a gate at 6 in the morning, the reason that Ember Kill Squad simply was not there when I was 22, and why nobody I ever drank with could tell me where they'd gone, and why nobody wondered. They went here. They went out this gate on this morning, and they didn't come back, and by the time I was old enough to ask, there was nobody left who remembered them well enough to answer. And then it's in front of me, all of it, in daylight, with my eyes open. Their faces go gray. All of them, at once, the whole basement barbershop, Zhou Kong and Hua Li and Xiao Qin and Duan Bo and Peng Jun and the rest, and they come apart at the edges and go off downwind like ash off a cigarette. And I'm on the ground in the middle of it, cut open, holding somebody, and I can't see which one. Kid, Zhou Kang has my arm. Kid. Hey. I'm sweating. It's 4 degrees out, and I am soaked through. Captain! My voice comes out wrong. Cancel it. Everybody looks at me. Cancel the plan, not delay it. Cancel it. Don't go north. Cao Lei laughs once and stops when he sees my face. Lin Feng. Fang Hong's voice does not change at all. Explain. And there it is. Because what am I going to say? That in 19 years, I have already lived 50 of them. That I watched this city bury a generation of hunters, and I know the code name of the operation that did it because it was printed in a memorial hall I walked past for 30 years. That I know how every person in this room dies. Say any of that out loud, at a gate, in front of 2 squads, and I am a boy having a breakdown at best, and something the military would like to open up at worst. I can't, I say. I can't explain it. I just know. The silence goes on for a while. If you're frightened, the captain says, go home. Nobody will hold it against you, and I won't force any man onto a transport. That's not. You've been out with us 3 times. Zhou Kong is still holding my arm, and he's not angry, he's worried, which is worse. 3 times, no trouble. You were the coolest head out there. Why now? What's different about today? What's different about today is that I know how it ends. 12 people are standing in the cold checking their gear and complaining about the transport heaters, and 11 of them are going to be dead inside a week, and the 12th is the one who ate the last chicken leg. And there is not one sentence in any language I could say out loud that would stop a single one of them from getting on that vehicle. So I get on it too. You cannot get off. That's the first thing I check. Sitting in the back of an armored transport heading north with my S-rank spear across my knees. A squad that accepts a military tasking and then withdraws from it is not a squad that had second thoughts. It's desertion, and the penalty for that is administered by people who do not take an interest in your reasons. So there's no back, there's only through. 20 minutes out, I get the captain alone at the rear hatch. Captain, this mission is going to kill people, all of us possibly. He looks at me. Give me a number, Xiao Qin says from the console without turning around. You said it twice now with your whole chest, so put a number on it. 90%. Nobody moves. I have shaved that number, incidentally. In the version I lived through, 90% would have been a triumph. There's a lot here I can't explain, and I know exactly how it sounds. Believe me anyway. This is worse than the briefing. It's worse than Chao Lei thinks, and he's already the most pessimistic man at that gate. Fang Hong is quiet for 4 seconds. Xiao Qin, raise our internal danger rating to maximum and inform the others. Captain, do it. Xiao Qin does it, and the mood in that vehicle changes so fast you can feel it in your teeth. Maximum internal rating is not a thing a squad sees. It means right letters. Half of them start asking why, and Xiao Qin tells them not to ask. It's the captain's order, and they stop asking because that is what this squad is. Then Fang Hong turns back to me. I'll take what you said as true. I don't want it to happen either. A beat. But I've just told 11 people we're going into a meat grinder on your say-so. So now you explain something. Ask. The gold. Ah. Yes, I say. I'm SSS grade. He nods once like a man having a delivery confirmed. Twin seals? Yes. And I'm asking you not to make me explain the rest of it. You don't have to explain anything, Fang Hong says. Keep it. And that's it. That's the whole interrogation. Xiao Qin, however, gets my current level out of me and then has a small incident. Second seal. Level 11. She takes her hands off the console. You had your divine sense a week and a half ago. Captain, are you hearing this? How is anybody else supposed to live? We've struck gold, Fang Hong agrees, and goes back to the map. I ask for one thing, a vehicle to myself at night, no interruptions, no exceptions, and if I'm in there with the door shut, nobody opens it for any reason short of the world ending. I get it. The rest of the squad notices that the first year gets his own quarters and comments on it for 2 days, and the captain never explains, which makes it worse, and which he clearly enjoys. 40 kilometers behind us, on a ridge, there are 11 people watching our dust. I don't see this. Xiao Qin reconstructs some of it afterward, and the rest I learn much later, and it belongs here. Their armor is old, patched, scarred, and every piece of it has been reshaped with plates and ridges that make the wearer look like something on 4 legs. The man in front has a wolf's shoulders built into his coat and dark rings under his eyes, and the others call him Shadow Hunter. They have a list. It is a hunting list, with grades on it, and it is not a list of beasts. Fang Hong, one of them reads. Class A, Level 3. Absolute kill. He's S grade, somebody objects. A -3 is for God Generals. A 2 and A1 are reserved for SSS grade targets. Who put an S grade in that band? That's because you don't know Fang Hong. Shadow Hunter doesn't move. Give it time, you'll see how far off the scale he is. Then, has Han City moved? 300 kilometers out. They'll be here in 2 days. Wang Minghan is leading them personally. 5 imprints. Shadow Hunter finally smiles. Then Fang Hong and Wang Minghan will meet out here. That's going to be worth watching. Which tells you what we were actually walking into. Not a beast. An arrangement. 2 cities sending their best north after the same fox, and a third party in the middle who would very much like both of them to arrive at the same time. Gao Qiang. Shadow Hunter jerks his chin at the dust. Go and play with them. See how many you can take off the board. Divine Hunter squads move in a shape, and the shape is not decoration. The captain and 4 blood drinkers go in front. The middle holds the long-range killers, Ye Qingqing and Duanbo, and the healer, with Xiao Qin between the captain and the shooters, so the eyes are never more than a shout from the hands. The rearguard sits at the very back with the stakes. I don't take the back. I put myself on the seam between the blood drinkers and the rearguard, which is the ugliest position in the formation, the one that has to turn both ways, and the one nobody chooses unless they've had a bad day somewhere and learned what happens when that seam opens. 6 people notice me do it. Nobody says anything, but Zhou Kong looks at Xiao Qin, and Xiao Qin looks at the captain. An hour later, Fang Hong reassigns me. Lin Feng goes to Blood Drinker, a first imprint freshman in the strike group of the #1 squad in Wrong City. In any other outfit in this country, there'd be a mutiny. Here, nobody says a word because there is one commander in this squad, and everybody has already worked out that he sees something they don't. At the end of the first day, we come over a rise, and the horizon has rectangles in it. Hills, roughly the right shape and completely the wrong angle, wearing 300 years of forest. There's one about 200 meters high with trees growing out of the top of it and a straight vertical face on the north side. Luo City, Xiao Qin says. Tier 4, about 1/10 the size of Wrong. It went in the second wave. Skyscrapers turned into geology. There are beasts living in the upper floors of the ones still standing. You can see the paths worn up the outsides. I light Eye of Insight and sweep the ruins out of habit, and there's a person on the roof of a tower 5 kilometers away. Captain, human. Bearing 040, 5 kilometers on the flat roof of the tall one. Zhou Kang leans over my shoulder and stares into distance and fog. Kid, that's 5 kilometers in a straight line. What exactly do you think you saw? Xiao Qin runs the scan anyway, because she's professional. There's a life signature there, reads as possible beast. It isn't a beast. 5 kilometers away, on that roof, a man in patched armor puts his hand on the neck of the thing standing beside him. It's the size of 2 men, built low at the back with short heavy forelimbs, and it is not a wolf, and when it lifts its head and calls, the sound that comes out of the ruins around us in answer is 500 voices deep. Crimson eyes come up out of every window and doorway in that dead city. Blood moon demonic wolves, Xiaoqin says, very fast, hands moving. Count is 500 plus. Over half are 2-star or better. They're on all 4 sides, Captain. They were already placed. Air? Blood vultures, dozens, circling. If we lift, they take the transports and we walk home. So we don't lift. And in the middle of that, standing on the hull with my spear in my hand, I hear the call again and my skin goes cold because I know that sound and it is not a wolf. That's a jackal. A what? That howl isn't wolf. It's a jackal and it's giving orders. That's an organized pack. I'm already moving. They ride. It rides on the back of one of the big ones and it thinks, properly thinks, and it does the planning for the whole pack. If we kill wolves all day and don't kill that thing, we're just doing exercise. Behind me, Peng Jun says, how does a first year know what a jackal is? And Feng Hong, who has gone very still, says nothing at all because he is thinking about a word he hasn't said out loud in years. Let me give you my numbers before this starts, because they are the only reason I'm not luggage. Base 400 strength. S-rank armor adds 70%. That's 680. 680 puts a first imprint 19-year-old at roughly the output of an A grade 3 imprint divine master at level 21, which is to say I am now, on paper, level with every blood drinker in this squad except Wen Kai and the captain. And Eye of Insight has stopped being a party trick. It reads beasts now. Not just the level, the evolution progress, the state of the aura, and one small bright marker on each one that says, here. So I don't fight 500 wolves. I put the point of a spear into 500 specific places. The first one that reaches me is nearly 3-star, and I give it 6 roars of Dragon Roar 9 howls, which comes off the thrust as 3 shockwaves stacked into one, and the point goes through the front of its skull and out the back of the argument. Then I shake it off the spear and put my boot into what's left and take 2 more off their feet with it. Is that, Kai Long says on the channel, in genuine bewilderment, a B grade? He's got S-rank armor, Duanbo says. Look at it. Kid, how do you buy S-rank armor with 100,000 crystals? You don't. It was a gift. From Juho. My family, I say, and kill something. 20 minutes in it stops being a fight and starts being arithmetic that doesn't work. Song Hao goes down. He's rear guard, he's at the back where the back is supposed to be safe, and a 3-star wolf comes over the transport and takes him off his feet, and there are a dozen more 3-stars in the press behind it, and our line is 4 people wide. Feng Hong gets there. Then he says the sentence I will be repeating to people for the rest of my life. I'm going to open 4 seals and sweep. The Forbidden God realm goes up the instant I do. Everyone gets inside it and stays there. I'm going to kill that jackal. Wen Kai, you have the squad. He goes up. Win takes him off the roof of the transport and holds him about 6 meters over the pack, and he brings his blade horizontal in front of his face and closes his eyes, and the air over that dead city starts turning. It builds for maybe 2 seconds. Then he opens his eyes. I have thought about how to describe this, and I can't do better than what Peng Jun said at the time, which was nothing, because he'd stopped being able to. 1 horizontal cut. Everything within 30 meters in every direction stops, not falls, stops, all at once, the way a room goes quiet. At least 100 blood moon demonic wolves, and 6 of them. 3-star, and the pressure wave off it knocks the fog out of the whole street and sits us all down inside our own barrier. Wind's extreme, Ye Qingqing says reverently, into the silence. Dark Knight Asura. He hates the long version, Xiaoqin says. He'll only answer to the short one. Dark Knight Asura, that's where the nickname comes from. And that is a 4-seal technique, from a man whose 4th seal is full to the brim, and I am standing inside a light barrier watching a thing I have only ever heard about in a phrase people said quietly. He doesn't get the jackal. It goes over the rubble in 20-meter bounds with the man in the patched armor riding it, and Feng Hong stops at the edge of the ruin field and lets them go, because chasing a thing that wants to be chased is how squads get separated, and he has just told 11 people to stay behind him. Afterward, in the light, he says what he's worked out. There was 1 jackal. Xiaoqin had 2 signatures. The second one is human. Everybody turns and looks at me. God Eaters, the captain says. I had heard the name maybe 3 times in 50 years, always as a swear word. Here's what they are, for anybody who's only heard the word. They are people. That's the important part. They are descendants of the worst criminals this country ever exiled past the wall, plus everyone who ran and everyone who was pushed, plus a steady trickle of divine chosen who went out and decided they liked it better on the other side. They believe humans and beasts are supposed to coexist, and they have drawn one very simple conclusion from that. The divine chosen kill beasts, so they kill the divine chosen. And some of them work for beasts, directly, as staff. Because high-intelligence beasts are not a metaphor, their minds are not different from ours in kind. Some of them are cleverer than the people in this transport, and the only reason there are no beast cities is that there aren't enough of them. If this is God-eaters, Fang Hong says, then there's an arrangement behind Burial Moon, and they're part of it. And I'd bet the last 11 days of tides on Wrong City are theirs too. Xiao Qin sends it up the chain. The answer comes back in 90 minutes, and the answer is that the operation's danger classification is unchanged, that the reconnaissance stands as ordered, and that Ember Kill is additionally tasked to determine the composition and strength of the God-Eater presence, which, translated, means, no, we will not upgrade the rating, because upgrading the rating upgrades the payment. Those people, Zhou Kong says, to the ceiling, sitting in a warm room. Then Kai Long says the quiet thing. How were we found on day 1? We left the gate at 6 in the morning, and by dusk there's a 500-wolf ambush waiting in a ruin on our route. How did anybody know our route? He stops. Could it be that somebody? He doesn't finish it. Nobody in that transport finishes it. I sit in the corner with my spear across my knees, and I think about a man in a marshal's coat putting a blade into the back of the Vermilion Bird Empress at the Heavenly Pass 20 years from now, and I keep my mouth shut because it is the only thing I can do that helps. The fire that night is the best hour of the whole trip. He Tao cooks. Nobody told me the rearguard was also the squad's chef, but he has a pan out of the transport and something he shot this afternoon and a bag of spices he has evidently been carrying for years, and Peng Jun makes a noise of genuine emotion at the first bite. Brother Tao hasn't lost a step. They're all there in the light. Peng Jun, thin, 2 short swords, obsessed with money to a degree the others find funny. Kai Long, built like a door, iron gauntlets, no filter at all. Duan Bo, who smiles at everything and can put a source round through a beast's eye at 900 meters. He Tao, 30, rearguard, patient about everything. Song Hao, who is Zhou Kang with the volume turned down and who is currently being fussed over about a shoulder. Hua Li, who everybody defers to and who nobody swears in front of. Xiao Qin, soft-voiced until she's behind a console. That thrust today, Peng Jun points a chopstick at me. That was Dragon Roar 9 howls. It was. How many roars? 6. The circle goes quiet. 6 is major mastery, Kai Long says. I have never in my life met a young man as freakish as you. Well, Zhou Kang leans back. Let's remember who brought him in. You didn't bring me in. The captain took me in. You tried to talk me out of it because you had a conscience. Old Zhou, Song Hao says, can you even do 6 roars? The fire goes up nicely after that. Here's the honest part about mastery, since it came up. Almost nobody reaches peak in anything. It isn't grinding. Grinding gets you to major and then holds you there for 30 years, which is exactly where Chu Mingli has been sitting. Getting past that takes understanding, and understanding mostly comes from being hit, and most people who get hit enough times to understand are no longer in a condition to use it. I'm cheating. I know. I'd like it noted that I'm aware. Late when the fire's down, I hear 2 people talking on the other side of the transport, and I do not move because I am a coward in one very specific and permanent way, which is that I will always keep listening. If it really is those people, Xiaoqin says, what are you going to do? Nothing. You don't have to answer. I already know. You'll send us all home and go and do it by yourself. Nothing. What happened wasn't your fault. It has never been your fault. Why have you locked yourself in there with it? Nothing. Fine, don't talk. Her voice doesn't break, which is somehow much worse. I'll follow you anyway, right to the end of it, if that's where it goes. A pause. People say you shouldn't meet somebody too remarkable when you're young. You shouldn't have turned up in front of me when you did. You're like something I took once and can't get out of my system, and if I'd found out you died out here, I wouldn't have bothered staying either. Then, roughly, go and sleep. She doesn't. She lies down next to him, and neither of them says anything else. And I lie in the dark in an armored vehicle 3 meters away with my eyes open. He is looking up at the sky. I know what he's doing because I've done it. When you have watched enough people go, the stars start arranging themselves into faces and every single one of them is smiling, and that's the part that ruins you. Not the screaming, the smiling. Some things have to be settled. My captain owned a squad before this one. I don't know how I know that. I know it the way you know a house is empty when you walk past it. 12 empty rooms and 6 chairs and a rating band that says absolute kill and a woman who is prepared to die next to him and who has never once been told why. That's the shape of it. And whatever settles it is the thing that turns a man into a name people say quietly, which means the Asura Blade is not something that happens to my captain in 10 years. It's something that starts out here. 250 conversions overnight. Progress, 947 out of 1 million. 2 seals, level 11. Spirit 201. Strength 400, agility 200, speed 200. The gorge is on the second day and it is kilometers across with no visible bottom, and there are 3-star vultures nesting on the walls of it. We cross on the transports. The captain rides on the roof of the lead vehicle the entire way with his blade out, and every time something comes off the cliff face at us, it stops being a bird about 4 meters from the hull, and by the far side not one of them has touched us, and he has not once sat down. That's the tip of it, Xiaoqin says, watching him. You've never seen him actually strong. Ediga. First Sky Eye goes in on a peak at the top of the gorge. It's a steel cylinder 3 meters long and half a meter across, and it goes into the rock until only 30 centimeters of it is showing. Inside, there are 10 bionic birds. They fly a 30-kilometer circuit in real time, come back, sit on their charger, and go out again. 18 of these spread across 400 kilometers of the north, and the military can watch every approach to Rong City in daylight for the next decade. Point 1 of 18, 60 kilometers to the next one, and 5 kilometers behind us, sitting exactly on the outer edge of our detection envelope, a man in patched armor rides a jackal and waits for instructions. The instructions arrive that evening. Forget the people, Shadowhunter tells him. Take their vehicles, take their supplies. Leave them out there on foot, and the jackal, who is not a dog and is not a wolf and is cleverer than at least 2 people in this account, makes a series of low sounds and moves its forelimbs, and Gao Chang listens to it and nods and says, "That's better than mine." I find them again on the 4th morning, sitting on a hill 6 kilometers out, comfortably outside the range of every instrument we own. Captain, same too, bearing 315, 6 kilometers. Fang Hong puts a hand on my shoulder and we go. I want to talk about the next 65 seconds because I spent them being carried 5 kilometers in a straight line over broken ground in a little over a minute. I've done the arithmetic since and I keep getting the same answer. And the answer is that you cannot move like that under 2,000 points of speed, and no 4-imprint divine warrior in the national records has 2,000 points of anything. Also, there's a suppression device on his belt that I have never seen issued to anybody. If he's waiting for us, it's a trap, I manage. It isn't. He doesn't slow down. If he were strong, he'd have come at me directly instead of sitting on a hill. Then he sees the face and everything changes. Wu Bei! He cuts once from 400 meters out, and a furrow opens through the tree line like somebody dragged a plow down the hillside. The man on the jackal doesn't run. That's the part that tells you what this is. There he is. Gao Chang spreads his hands. Fang Hong, all these years, and you still get out in front of us. You know, thinking back on it, the 3 heroes of Wind and Thunder gave us a very hard few years. We came at you head on, over and over, and we could never do it. Gao Chang's voice is almost fond. And in the end, nobody had to. You lot came apart over love. Some of you died, some of you scattered, and some of you turned on each other. 3 heroes of Wind and Thunder. I know that name too, in the way you know a phrase from a plaque you walked past as a child, and it has never once in 50 years been attached in my head to a big quiet man who owned 6 chairs. Do you still remember the night we took her? Gao Chang says, and my captain stops being a person. I have Eye of Insight running, which means I get to watch it happen as data, which is worse. His aura is at the top of its range, and it is the wrong color. There's red running through it, thick, and it isn't power. It's something sitting inside the power like sediment. The whites of his eyes go dark. Everything about him gets very quiet and very hot at the same time. And don't you want to know, Gao Chang adds gently, where he is these days? That one lands hardest. Whoever he is. All of you, Fang Hong says. All of you deserve to die. 3 of us from that night are out here, Fang Hong. Come and take us. He dies by my hand. My captain is already moving, but you die first today. Gao Chang escapes for exactly one reason, which is that he empties an entire reserve of 3-star wolves into the gap behind him as he goes. Dozens of them. Fang Hong goes through the lot. I stand at the edge of it with my spear in my hand, and I do not raise it once, because there is nothing in that clearing for me to do that would not make things worse. And when it stops, my captain is standing alone in the middle of a hillside that has been rearranged, breathing, with his blade down. Nobody says anything on the way back. The squad opens a path for him without being asked, and Xiaoqin walks up to him with a cloth and cleans his armor, panel by panel, without one word, and he lets her, and neither of them looks at the other. Who was she, I think? Who was she, that a man opens like that at the mention of a knight? Zhou Kong tells me what he knows that evening, which is not much and is enough. Blood feud. Old one. The captain and that man's people, and it goes both ways, and it's been going a long time. He turns his cigarette over. An Ember kill isn't the captain's first squad. What? He was a squad member, not a captain. Somewhere else. Something happened, and out of that whole squad almost nobody walked away. Zhou Kang nods across the fire. Wen Kai was in it, that's why he never talks. Ember Kill got put together after the captain came to wrong city, and every one of us was picked up afterward. Xiao Qin wasn't there either, he shrugs, she just stayed. Then who knows the details? Xiao Qin, Wen Kai. He drops the end of the cigarette and grinds it out. And neither of them is going to tell you, so don't be clever about it. 6 kilometers away, on a different hill, Gao Qiang is being put back together by his own people, and he is a 4-imprint divine warrior at level 40, and he is in genuinely poor condition. Fang Hong did that? To you? With the beast helping you? Shut up. Shadowhunter is looking at a map. He hates us that much, he says. Then this time we send him to keep that woman company. He taps a point on the map, a long way north. They're going deeper. Once they're in far enough, they don't come out even if they decide to. Wang Minghan's people crossed the line yesterday, so both cities are in the box now. Somebody asks if it's all arranged with Jade Serpent. Everything's arranged. We're waiting for them to walk in. Shadowhunter finally looks up. Understand what this is. When we bring them all to the target, every squad from both those cities dies in one place, on one day. There it is. That's not an operation. That's the Burial Moon plan, and it was never a plan of ours. It's a name the survivors gave to somebody else's trap, and we have been walking into it since Monday morning with our own code word painted on it. Gao Qiang, get yourself functional. Take Hu Jing, take the pack, take the vultures. Shadowhunter turns away. And destroy their vehicles. I want none of them going home. 100 and something kilometers north of us, a second column is moving. 10 people from Han City. The lowest ranked member of that squad is a divine warrior. 4 of them are divine generals. The man in front is 30 years old, wears no armor at all, and has 5 imprints on the back of his hand. His eyes are like the water at the bottom of a well. Wang Minghan. Their objective is the Phantom Moon Demon Fox, and specifically what's inside it, which is a thing called a Tianji core, and which nobody in my squad has heard of yet. Somebody in his column mentions wrong city, and mentions Fang Hong, and I'm told that Wang Minghan's face did not move at all. Ignore him. And if we run into each other, Captain? Then that's exactly why he deserves to die. A pause. Fang Hong had better pray he doesn't stand in front of me out here. Otherwise it's him, and every person standing behind him. And their scout, a quiet woman who reads terrain, says the only sensible thing anybody says in that camp. Everything about this is going too smoothly. It's as if that fox has been pulling us up here the whole way. I keep feeling like we're being watched. She's right, and nobody listens, and that is the entire history of every disaster ever filed. Day 4. 250 conversions a night for 3 nights. Progress. 1,947 out of a million. Eye of Insight. 2. Windfire Seal. First seal. 8th grade. Which is genuinely funny. My decoy is now leveling several times a day out of sheer overflow. Beast God Seal, 2 seals, level 12, Spirit 478, Strength 600, Agility 467, Speed 467, 600 base, with the S-rank armor on, 1,000. 1,000 points of strength puts a 19-year-old first imprint at the working output of a mature A-grade 3 imprint Divine Master, and there are perhaps 3,000 of those in a city of 4 million. We find the vein on the 4th afternoon. Xiao Qin spots the mineral signature in a cut bank, and Peng Jun is out of the transport before it stops. 500,000 divine crystals in the wall. 500,000. That's 5 4-star beasts, sitting in rock, waiting. And more than a tenth of it is mid-grade, which matters enormously. 100 low-grade crystals make 1 mid-grade, and a mid-grade goes into a seal cleaner and faster than the 100 ever would. That one detail roughly doubles what the find is worth. There are 30-odd silver apes living on it with a 3-star at the head of them, because of course there are. Clear them, Fang Hong says. All of them. So many mid-grades. Peng Jun has his swords out, and his eyes have gone strange. Mine. All mine. I mean, he coughs. Ours. Obviously. Ours. We pull a B-rank weapon out of a collapsed structure on the way back too, which nobody even gets excited about anymore, and I understand for the first time why hunters talk about the outside the way sailors used to talk about the sea. Then that night, they come for the transports. Gao Qiang sits at 6 kilometers and watches the whole thing through bionic birds, and he explains his own plan out loud to his own people, which is the difference between a good enemy and a bad one. You think this kills Fang Hong? Then you don't understand what he is. That man has the makings of a king of single combat. You do not kill him with wolves. Then why? Because you can kill the people standing behind him, and when it goes badly enough, they'll put the wounded in the vehicles and run for the city. He lets that sit. And the moment the vehicles are gone, we've finished the job. They're 400 kilometers out, on foot. Somebody asks why they don't simply come at us in force. Because the Chinese military is not a joke, Gao Qiang says. The second this looks like a real engagement, their long-range support arrives, and you and I are a stain on a hillside. We do this slowly. We do this cheaply. Then the jackal puts its head up and calls, and everything alive inside 5 kilometers starts walking toward that stream bed. Xiaoqin calls the count, and I hear her voice change halfway through it. Over 1,000, multiple 3 stars. I have, Captain, I have 4-star signatures, plural. A beat. Blood vultures overhead, dozens. They're not coming for us. They're coming for the vehicles. The first transport goes up 11 minutes later. Xiaoqin requests satellite. She asks for the Tianji Eye, which is the thing that would let us see this entire trap from above and get out of it, and the request is denied on access-level grounds by somebody in a warm room 400 kilometers away. Asshole, says my captain, who does not swear. So I do the only thing I have that nobody else has. I pour everything into my right eye. The second seal flares gold in my socket, and my near vision simply switches off, which is the most unpleasant physical sensation I've had since the conversion started. The world at arm's length goes to nothing. And what I get instead is distance, kilometers of it. Terrain stops mattering, ridges and tree lines are suggestions, and I am looking at the far side of a hill the way you'd look at a diagram of it. The cost arrives immediately. My mental reserve empties like a bath, but I find them. Found it, man and beast, 4.6 kilometers, north-northeast, in the dry course behind the second ridge. The jackal's up on the rocks. There's a second man with him. Xiaoqin looks at my face and my eye, and I remember about a second too late that the gold does not hide. So it's true, she says quietly. SSS. The siege lasts most of the night. Fang Hong opens the space with Dark Knight Asura twice to buy room, and between times we get the source energy quantum wall up, a steel ring 30 meters across that throws a small hard dome, the poor relation of a forbidden god realm. Anything that touches the wall burns. It has 2 problems, which are that it runs on a timer and that the emplacement at the base of it is not hard to break. 8 4-star beasts in the rear ranks. Leave those to me. The captain is already going. I'll take Ghosthead. Everyone else prepare for a berserk engagement. They have code words for this. I did not know that, and I find out that a squad which has been together for years has a private vocabulary for the specific kind of night where the plan is now to survive. Half an hour, he kills 4 of the 8. Wen Kai, who has said perhaps 9 words to me, opens his 4th imprint, and it is nothing like the captain's. There's no sweep. His attribute is starlight, and what the 4th seal gives him is speed and edge, so a man who is standing next to you is now a shadow at the other end of the field, and the thing he was pointed at is coming apart. Stars break through the moon. Zhou Kong, who should be in bed, throws Thunder Dragon breaks the army into the middle of a wedge of 2 stars and clears 11 meters of ground with it. The wall goes down at some point after 2 in the morning, and a blood vulture comes out of the dark at Peng Jun's back while he is elbow deep in a 3-star and cannot turn. He Tao puts himself into the line of it. He doesn't push Peng Jun aside. There isn't time for that. He just gets his own body into the space where the strike is going to be. It takes him off his feet and puts him into the ground, and what's left of his armor is not armor. He's conscious. That's the part I'd like removed from my memory. Don't worry about me, he says to the 4 people converging on him. Go and help the others. And when Hua Li gets a hand on him, Hua Li, don't. I'm not walking out of this one. Go and help everybody. Then he stops talking. Peng Jun makes a sound I'm not going to write down and goes into the pack with 2 swords and no plan at all. Again, it's happening again. Somebody stepped in front of somebody else on my watch with me standing 40 meters away holding a spear. That is the one thing. That is the entire thing I came back for. I take stock in about a second and a half, because that's all there is. Wen Kai is down and not getting up quickly, folded around a 4-star that hasn't finished with him. Peng Jun's swords have gone blunt, and he's swinging them like clubs. Kai Long, who is the strongest pair of hands in this squad after the captain, has a shoulder that isn't working and has just been thrown into the middle of the press. Fine. Blazing blood, white vapor comes off every centimeter of me at once. The world goes red at the edges and the want arrives, the one underneath thinking, and this time I don't have to fight it, because for once, everything it wants and everything I want are the same. 600 becomes 1200. With the armor, over 2000. 2000 points of strength is an S grade 3 imprint Divine Master, and there is exactly one of those in this province, and he is not standing in this stream bed. 100 waves. The thrust goes out and the air folds 100 times and a wedge of the pack, 20 meters deep, simply stops existing. A 3-star at the end of it goes backward through 2 trees and does not stand up again. Then I start walking the perimeter. I don't remember most of the next 6 minutes. I have been told about it. What people saw was a 19-year-old going around the outside of a collapsing formation at a speed that made him difficult to look at, and everything that touched him ended, and the 3 stars that came at him went the same way as the 1 stars, and the ring of the encirclement stopped shrinking and started being pushed outward. Is that thing even human? Somebody says on the channel. Xiaoqin is the first one to think. Stakes, Forbidden God realm now, while he's holding the line. Move. They get the dome up, they get the wounded inside it. He Tao goes in first, and 6 kilometers away, a man on a hill watches through a bird's eyes and says slowly, Feng Hong has recruited an SSS. Impossible. Wrong City has never produced an SSS. One came out this year. That was a fortnight ago. You think anyone has that kind of output on a first imprint? Then Gao Chang says the thing that costs me later more than anything else that happens on this trip. There's a limit on it. Sir? Look at him. If he could fight like that normally, he'd have opened with it hours ago when the first vehicle went up. He watches the gold move along the perimeter. It's a state and it burns and it will end. Everything like that ends. Which is completely correct and which is why enemies who talk to themselves are the dangerous ones. He does not get long to enjoy it. Because my captain left the field an hour ago, on purpose, dragging 4 4-star beasts away to the west, and the reason he did that was to get out from under those birds. He comes back into the dry course from behind them. The first thing Gao Chang knows about it is that the jackal, the thinking one, the one that has been running this entire operation from the rocks, goes down with its back opened and does not get up. Qi Hengchu. He's in the air over the stream bed, and there is no rage on him now at all. That's what I noticed through the gold and the noise. The red went out of him somewhere in the last hour, and what's left is a man who has decided to do something and is now doing it. And the third of them steps out of the trees. He's enormous. 4 imprints, and the light off them is black, which means S-grade. Earth attribute. He is carrying 2 bronze hammers that would each be a load for a normal man, and his name, I learn later, is Hu Jing. He swings first. Fang Hong's counterswing takes him off his feet and sends him backward through the tree line for what I would estimate as 40 meters. Hu Jing lies in the wreckage he made and says to nobody, in a voice full of honest confusion, he's a wind attribute. Wind. Why does it feel like a mountain came down on me? Hu Jing gets up and opens his 4th seal. The ground in front of him lifts and becomes a dragon made out of the hillside, a meter thick at the neck, and it comes down the dry course at my captain with about 400 tons of momentum behind it. Fang Hong opens his 3rd and turns it into gravel in the air. Then he opens his 2nd, the one called the Sorrow of the Wind, and Hu Jing stops being a factor in this or any other operation. Gao Chang, watching that from the rocks, is still stuck on an earlier question. 6 kilometers, he says. How does he find me at 6 kilometers? Nobody has detection at 6 kilometers. Does he have a military satellite? Who gives a hunting squad a satellite? Nobody gives a hunting squad a satellite. A hunting squad has a 19-year-old with a lamp in his eye, but I understand why that isn't the first place his mind goes. Then Gao Chang starts talking, because he is out of ideas and stalling is free. You want to know what she said at the end? To Wang Minghan? Feng Hong stops moving. That's right. Gao Chang is backing up now, hands out, grinning through it. You've spent all these years pointing at us. We were there, certainly, but we didn't have to do very much. Say it. Wang Minghan was jealous of you. That's all it ever was. He didn't want to be the one who did it, so he stood where he could see, and he waited, and he let it happen. A shrug. The 2 of you should have been together. You'd have been a fine pair, but your brother-in-arms decided it was easier to watch you get surrounded than to stand next to you, and while he was busy watching you, she paid for it. That's the famous 3 heroes of wind and thunder for you. I am 40 meters away, and I have Eye of Insight running, and I can see exactly what that does inside my captain, and I have never wanted to switch an ability off so badly in my life. He'll die by my hand, Fang Hong says. He might. But he's a 5-imprint god general now, and he's 100 kilometers north of here with 10 people, and… Gao Chang stops. His eyes go wide, tracking the blade. Wait, you've mastered the… He does not finish the sentence. He goes about 100 meters and takes several trees with him, and he is a 4-imprint divine warrior at level 40, and he does not get up under his own power. A 4-star wolf drags him out of the strike line by the shoulder, and the last thing he says on that hillside with something like satisfaction is, "You'll be along to keep her company." Shadowhunter finds the message he managed to send later and reads it 11 times. Watch out. He's mastered the wind, and there it stops. The jackal is dead, so nothing is giving orders, so the herd stops being an army and goes back to being 1,000 animals in the dark that would rather be somewhere else. The gold coming off me does the rest. Nothing with 4 legs wants to be near it, which means we have time, which means I get to stand in a dry stream bed at 4 in the morning and watch He Tao die. Peng Jun is holding him. That's important. The man he stepped in front of is the one holding him up, and he knows it, and the first thing he does is make a joke about it. Why? Peng Jun keeps saying. Why me? Because I'm cheap. He Tao's voice is almost normal. And because I came in after all of you. The last one in looks after the rest. It's not a decision, it's just what your arms do. You're not dying, you're not. I've still got to eat your chicken. Damn, listen to me, big man like me. A pause. Maybe next time round. Then he does the thing that finishes everybody, which is that he goes down the list. All of you. Careful out here. I can't stay with the rest of it. Breath. Tell Xiaolong he owes me. The good cigarettes, not the district brand. Somebody laughs and it comes apart in the middle. Don't you dare cry. What's the matter with you? So I don't wake up. Fine. Then we're brothers again next time, and I'll get in first, and you lot can carry the pans. He finds Zhou Kang. Old Zhou, I'm not going to get to drink at your wedding. A breath. So don't keep her waiting years. She's been waiting long enough already. Zhou Kang says something. I don't know what it was. I was not in a condition to record it. Then he finds me, and I have known this man for 11 days. The kid's good, he says, to the whole squad, not to me. He's going to be worth something to the captain. All of you look after him. And last, the captain, who has come and crouched down and taken his hand. Bury me next to Sun Yang and the others, He Tao says. I'll have company that way. And Fong Hong, in a voice I had not heard before and have heard since. Next life, we'll be brothers again. These last few years, He Tao is looking past all of us at something. With this lot, happiest I've been. 11 people give the God Hunter salute in a dry stream bed at 4 in the morning. I give it too. And inside, where nobody can hear it, the only thing in my head is, again. Again. I was standing right there and I was too slow and it happened anyway, and I came back from 50 years in the future specifically so that this would not keep happening, and it has now happened once. I go down about a minute after that, and it has nothing to do with grief. Blazing blood does not cost energy. It costs everything. When it switches off, the Beast God seal is not low, it is dry, in a way I have never felt before and would describe as 3 days in a desert compressed into 1 second. And that's when I find out something the panel never told me. When the seal is empty, it feeds itself. I don't convert. I don't sit down and do the 4 hours. I take beast crystals out of the ring and hold them, and the seal simply pulls in 2 streams, one into my chest and one into my right eye, and it drinks them the way you drink after running. And it's fast. Obscenely fast. What would take a full day through conversion takes 2 hours through the drain, which is delightful right up until I count the receipt. 500 crystals to refill. 2,000, all in, once you count what the state itself burned. 2,000 beast crystals. That is my entire stock, the whole of my mission share, the vein, everything, gone in about 6 minutes of being useful. Every single time I use blazing blood, it costs me thousands, and there is no version of the arithmetic where I get to use it twice in a week. So I go and find my captain in the dark and ask him, quietly, to lend me a 4-star beast crystal. 1 4-star is 10,000 1-stars, and more importantly, 1 4-star is 1 object, and 1 object does not look like a 19-year-old carrying a warehouse. Fang Hong takes it out of his converter and puts it in my hand and does not ask a single question. Then he walks away. Note for later, written on the inside of my skull that night. Get the armor rebuilt. Put a cavity in the chest plate. If the seal can drink directly, I never need to be in a safe room again, and I can level in the field, in the dark, between engagements, like a man refueling on the move. In the morning, the captain calls a vote, and it's the first time I've seen him ask anybody anything. Given what this mission has turned into, I want to abandon it. Opinions. Nobody speaks for a while because everybody is doing the same 2 sums. The first sum is that a squad which abandons a military tasking carries that on its record permanently, and a record like that follows you into every contract negotiation for the rest of your working life. The second sum is He Tao. Then Brother Tao died for nothing, Peng Jun says. He did not. Fang Hong says it flatly. Brother Tao did not die for nothing, and the people who arranged this will be paying for a long time. But we're not paying them anymore today. Vote. Everybody votes to pull out. Then he tells us what we're actually dealing with, and it's the first time I hear the whole shape of it out loud. The God Eater Society, not the Drifters. The Drifters are just people. The Society is the organization that collects the best of them, and its distinguishing capability is that it can tame, control, and direct beasts, which is why a jackal was giving orders in a ruined city and why a fox is currently shepherding half the north into our path. Its stated purpose is the extermination of Chinese talent, not soldiers, talent. Young people with high-grade seals before they finish growing. Their list runs A, B, C, and D. Category A has 3 bands inside it, and those 3 bands line up almost exactly with S, SS, and SSS. Fang Hong is A3, I say before I can stop myself. Everybody looks at me. I'd assume, I add. Yi Xinyue will be on that list, the captain says, letting it go. Probably at the top of it, which means it's already been written and delivered. So this whole thing, Hua Li says slowly, was never a reconnaissance mission that went wrong. It's an encirclement. Of us, specifically. That's when Zhou Kang makes his joke. Sure. And our Lin Feng's an SSS grade too. Haha. And nobody laughs. Zhou Kong's head comes round. He looks at the captain who is checking a strap. He looks at Xiao Qin, who is very busy with a console. He looks at Wen Kai, who has not changed expression since I met him and does not change it now. You're actually SSS rank? Yes, I say. What did you think? I've told you about 9 times. I have as well. Every single time somebody has said it as a joke, I have agreed with them, and every single time they've laughed and moved on, and I would like to state for the record that I have not lied to these people once. You, what, when? 2 conditions. I cut across the noise. Nobody outside this squad, not your families, not the bar, not the academy, nobody. Why? Duanbo says. Half the province would fall over itself too, because of what's inside the military. That stops the room because everybody in it has been thinking about how a 500 wolf ambush was waiting on our route 6 hours after we left the gate. And because, I add, given what the captain just read us, I'd rather get onto the God Eater kill list a bit later than a bit sooner. It's the squad's secret, Fang Hong says, standing up. And it's the squad's trump card. Nobody breathes. Xiao Qin files the withdrawal. The answer comes back in 40 minutes, and it is 2 pieces of information, and the second one takes the floor out from under all of us. The first is that withdrawal is denied. The second is that Wrong City is surrounded, not attacked, surrounded. Beasts are sitting in a ring around the wall at a distance, in numbers, and they are not advancing, and they are not dispersing, and no traffic is getting in or out on any road in any direction. That's them, I say. That's the society. That's the whole method. They don't chase you down, they close the door behind you and let the North do the rest. And there it is. There's the answer to the question I've carried for 50 years without ever knowing it was a question. Why did nobody come back from the Burial Moon plan? Not because the Fox was strong, because 20 squads went north and then found out they had nowhere to go home to and had to keep walking forward until there was nothing left of them. New orders arrive on the same channel. Operation Danger classification is raised to 5 stars. Objective is changed from reconnaissance to acquisition. Recover the Tianji core from the Phantom Moon Demon Fox, cooperating with Han City assets where possible. Attrition is explicitly stated to be acceptable. And then the reward line, 100 million low-grade divine crystals. I want to give you the scale because a big number on its own is just noise. A 1-star crystal to a 2-star is 10 times. 2 to 3 is 10 times. 3 to 4 is 100 times because that's where the quality changes. 4 to 5 is 10. 5 to 6 is 100 again, which means 1 5-star crystal is a million low-grade. Which means the reward on that order is 100 5-star beasts, which means the reward on that order is 1 6-star beast, and there is no such thing as a 6-star beast in any file any of us has ever been allowed to read. They're not paying us for a core, Kai Long says into the silence. They're paying us for a war. The captain explains what the Tianji core is that evening. An artificial brain. Think of it as a chip that runs a city. Specifically, it is the chip that ran Hongcheng. Hongcheng was a tier 4 city, which is a rank above Rong, and it fell 10 years ago, and I remember the week it happened because everybody's rations changed. Inside that core, the complete construction data for a tier 4 city, the full Divine Chosen Research Archive, a combat technique library that goes up to 6-star, which is 2 grades above anything my grandfather threw. At my feet, the engineering specifications for weapons and equipment, which would let whoever holds it build its own source energy cannons instead of buying them at the price of a district, and an access credential to the China Sky Eye network at a level considerably above the one that got Xiao Qin's satellite request refused this week. Then why, Peng Jun says, are 12 of us doing this instead of a God King? Because the military doesn't know whether it's a trap. The captain says it without any bitterness at all, which is somehow worse than bitterness. And a God King can't leave a city. If they draw one out and kill him, that city has no roof, so they send squads first. We're the poles they poke the ground with before they walk on it. I look around the fire at 11 people who have just been told, in writing, that their attrition is acceptable. Peng Jun throws his meat into the fire. That's terrible. That is genuinely terrible. Brother Tao's was better. He wipes his hands. Fine, then let's go and get whatever's in that thing and let's make somebody pay for him. I've had a few decades, Song Hao says. That's enough for anybody. Killing higher star beasts is good money, Kai Long says. I'm saving for a wife. Send more source crystals, Duanbo says. I'm going to run out. Wen Kai and Ye Qingqing don't say anything. They clean their weapons, which is the same thing. Give me a few nights, I tell them. Give me a few nights and I can take a 4-star on my own. Nobody laughs at that either. That's the strangest part of the whole evening. 4 days later, 7th Sky Eye in the ground, 300 kilometers from home. Progress, 2,676. Windfire. God Seal. 2nd imprint. Level 11. My decoy has grown a second mark on my left leg, and at 400 divine crystals a level it is now costing me 20 times what the first one did to keep the lie plausible. Beast God Seal, 2 seals, level 13, Spirit 655, Strength 800, Agility 655, Speed 655, 800 base, 1360 with the armor, 2,720 with blazing blood on top. 2,700 is what an SSS grade looks like at 3 imprints. That's why I said what I said about the 4-star, and I meant it, and I'd like about 2 more levels before I have to prove it. That's my entire prayer at this point. Not survival, just let the conspiracy unfold slowly. Give me another week. There are corrupt officials in the military, the captain says at the fire, apropos of a question nobody asked out loud. We don't know who. There's probably more than 1 or 2. He turns a stick over. And historically, the ones who did find out were, without exception, dead shortly afterward. I keep my face still and think about a marshal with 9 imprints on his hand 20 years from now at a place called the Heavenly Pass, and I say nothing at all. 400 kilometers south, inside a ring of beasts nobody has explained to the civilian population, an 18-year-old is doing something the academy has no procedure for. Ye Xinyue has stopped attending lectures entirely. Her day is the virtual hall, then the hunting ground, then technique drills, then the hunting ground again. In 2 weeks, she has reached level 12. She kills 2-star beasts the way you deal with chickens. She has emptied the beginner hunting ground completely, to the point where the academy has been quietly sending a divine general outside the wall to catch beasts and restock the enclosure. For one student, which has never been done in the history of that institution, Shu Ting is doing the same thing to the intermediate ground on the other side of the tree line, and the 2 of them have never once spoken about it. Her second imprint came in 3 days ago. When she opens it now, the flame doesn't sit around her shoulders anymore. It takes a shape, and the shape has wings, and every day she goes to the desk on the way out and says the same sentence to the same very tired member of staff. Teacher, there aren't enough monsters. Please restock quickly. And every night, at the window, to a city with a ring around it. Brother Lin Feng, come back. Somebody asks, at the fire, why people join squads. Freedom, Song Hao says. Zhou Kong laughs so hard he has to put his cup down. Don't listen to him. His woman married somebody else. Your woman, Song Hao says with enormous dignity, married somebody else. There is a pause. It was the same woman, Hua Li says to me helpfully. First beauty of their year at the academy. She's a section chief in the army now. They both asked. She turned both of them down inside the same month, and then these 2 idiots signed up for hunting work together, because at least out here nobody asks. Hua Li. What? He asked. And you? Zhou Kang points at me. Why are you here? Freedom. The entire squad tells me to get lost at once, in unison, and that is the moment I stop thinking of these people as a job. Everybody at that fire has a reason, and most of the reasons are private, and nobody digs. That's the culture. You get to be whoever you are out here, as long as you stand where you said you'd stand. Kai Long comes to me the next morning about his fists, which nobody expects, least of all me. You use a spear. You use a spear, he agrees. But you look at fights differently than the rest of us, so look at mine. So I watch him go 3 exchanges with a 2-star fire ape, and I see the problem immediately, and then I give him an instruction that makes 4 people shout at me, switch your seal off. He's a metal attribute. Peng Jun is on his feet. His entire defense is the seal. If he drops it, that thing will. The ape knocks Kai Long 10 meters. Again, I say, seal off. 3 corrections. 1. Your weight sits about an inch too high. Drop it. 2. When you throw the straight, your left arm does something decorative that costs you 1/5 of the mass. Cut it. 3. And this is the one that matters. Stop leaving yourself a way out. Every punch you throw has half of you already thinking about the step backward. Put everything into the front. He stands there for a second. Then he throws 1 punch, with no seal at all, and puts a 2-star fire ape 20 meters down the slope and takes its arm with it. Total silence around the clearing. That, Fang Hong says from behind me, is your fist intent, or the beginning of it. The old texts call it that. When the power condenses that way, it changes in kind, not in amount. Everything we learn is technique, I say, because I am apparently incapable of shutting up. The technique is the hammer. You're the arm. You can have the best hammer in the province, and it's worth nothing if the arm is thinking about something else. I nod at the captain. Watch him cut sometime. The wind coming off the blade is sharper than the blade. In an old master's language, Fang Hong says, that's blade energy. A sword has sword energy. It's the same thing, and nobody teaches it because nobody can explain it. Kai Long and Song Hao bow to me, actually bow, both of them, calling me teacher, and I try to stop them, and it makes it worse, and the captain, walking away, settles it. From now on, you're responsible for their combat skills, all of them. A 19-year-old first imprint is now the combat instructor of the #1 squad in Wrong City, and not one of 11 veterans' objects. The order comes in that afternoon. Han City has confirmed it. The Fox has the Tianji core, and Han City has run it to ground in the ruins of an ancient city 150 kilometers north of us, and the Fox is not leaving. That's the part that should have told everybody. It's cornered, it's wounded, it has what everyone wants, and it is sitting there gathering beasts to it from every direction, because it intends to turn the encirclement inside out and finish everybody in one place. New tasking. Every squad in the theater abandons its own objective and converges. Recover the core. Relieve Han City if possible. 2 days of forced march. Understood, Fang Hong says. We're moving at maximum. Then he closes the channel and sits back down. Eat something. We'll go at a reasonable pace. Zhou Kong catches my eye and grins. If we sprint 150 kilometers and arrive first, we arrive tired and alone, and we bleed for everybody else's mission. He goes back to his food. Let them kill for a while. I love this man. I want that on the record too. Also, it buys me 2 more nights of conversion, and I would like to be honest about the fact that this was the first thing I thought. I hear the last part of the conversation between the captain and Xiao Qin on the night before we reach the city, because I am still, fundamentally, the kind of man who keeps listening. When you see Wang Minghan, what are you going to do? Kill him. He's a 5-imprint god general now. Nothing. Hong. What actually happened back then? It doesn't matter what happened. His voice has no edges left on it at all. She's dead. That fact alone is enough for him to die 100 times. And what if this whole thing is aimed at exactly that? She's not crying. She's laying it out item by item like she's briefing him. Think about the shape of it. They bring both of you north. They keep you 3 days apart the whole way. They pull you to the same point on the same day. What if the entire conspiracy is just to get the 2 of you into the same field so you finish each other, and they collect what's left? She is completely correct. When he's dead, Fang Hong says, I can look at it properly, and Lin Lei's death runs back to those people as well, and I'll settle with every one of them in order. A pause. I'm not going to die out here. Then, in a completely different voice, Quartermaster Flat. But if it does come to that, and you have to take the squad out, what I left with you is everybody's last way home. Wen Kai works it with you. Not before. Xiao Qin doesn't answer that for a long time. My mistake, she says at last, was meeting you at all. I still like you. Come back, Lin Lei. I turned that name over in the dark for a long time. We reach the assembly on the morning of the 6th day, and Bloodwolf is already there, and they look terrible. Chao Lei has lost a man and 2 vehicles. This mission, he says, in the flat voice of somebody who has already rewritten his estimate twice, is worse than any of us thought. 10 squads from Wrong City ring the ruins from the south and east. 10 elite squads from Han City are already inside, working inward. 20 squads in one place, plus regulars, tightening on one animal. 20 squads. I have been waiting for that number for a week, and it still hits me in the chest when I see it on Xiao Qin's board. Before we go in, progress. 3,677, Windfire 2 seals level 12, Beast God seal 2 seals level 14, Spirit 962, Strength 1000, Agility 922, Speed 922, 1000 base, 1700 with the armor, over 3,400 with Blazing Blood, 3,400 is an SSS at 3 imprints. The only thing I'm missing is an imprint power, which is a fairly enormous thing to be missing, and I would like 2 more levels, and I am not going to get them. Under the ancient city, in tunnels that were a metro line before anybody alive was born, there is a room with screens in it. Shadowhunter watches 2 columns converge on his map. Both leads are on stage, he says. We can start. And into a handset, to something that answers him in a voice. Jade Serpent, your turn. The next 90 minutes come to us as text on Xiao Qin's board, and I want to reproduce the order, because the order is the whole story. Han City engages. Han City lands serious damage on the Fox. 1 Han City squad breaks and scatters with heavy losses. The Fox turns south. 2 Wrong City squads destroyed. Complete. Not reduced. Not withdrawn. Destroyed. Both of them. 24 people, inside 11 minutes, and the board just changes their status color like it's a train timetable. Captain, hold formation. Keep advancing. Fang Hong doesn't look up. Ignore them. And he's right. And everybody knows he's right. And it is still the coldest sentence I have ever heard a decent man say. You cannot peel off to rescue people in a converging advance. You break your line, and then there are 3 destroyed squads on the board instead of 2. Everything alive in the north is coming to defend that Fox. Blood Moon demonic wolves, Black Wind demon wolves, cloud leopards, earth bears, and mid-tier mythicals that Xiao Qin has to look up. We come into the open ground at the center, and there it is. The Phantom Moon Demon Fox is white and about the size of a house, and it is currently making itself smaller, which is what they do when they're getting ready to leave. There's a wound along its underside from the Han City engagement. Its tails are curled around a dull iron sphere the size of a man's head, and then it opens its mouth and starts gathering light. Brother! Chao Lei is shouting across 50 meters. That's a 5-star. A divine general wouldn't take that head on. Look after everyone, my captain says, and steps forward. The beam comes out about 2 meters across, and everything in its path stops being a thing. Not burns, stops. The air behind it bends. Fang Hong goes up on the wind, opens his 4th imprint, and puts a wall in front of it. A wall of wind, tens of meters wide, standing in the air like a sheet of glass. And he turns the beam, not blocks it, turns it, up, out of the horizontal, and it goes off into the sky over the ruins, and something happens 6 kilometers up that puts a cloud over the whole valley in the shape everybody recognizes from the history modules. 20 squads stop fighting for about a second and a half. Is he human? Somebody says on an open channel that isn't ours. He's a 4-imprint divine warrior. That's a 4-imprint on the roster. Check the roster. Then Fang Hong comes through his own wall and takes half the fox's head off with one cut, and when it throws a foreleg up to cover, he takes that too, without opening a single seal. The iron sphere comes loose and rolls, and he's already there, and it goes into his converter, and the Tianji core belongs to Wrong City. Everybody cheers. I don't, because I'm the only person on that field who is unhappy, and it takes me a few seconds to work out why. That was too easy. I have watched a 5-star beast fight before. Not this one, a different one once, from a very long way away, in a life nobody here knows about. A 5-star is not something a 4-imprint divine warrior beats in 90 seconds, even if the 4-imprint is my captain. And the fox never used what I'd expect a fox to use. It fought like something with claws. Then it drops the core, and turns and goes into a hole under the ruins, wounded, and every beast on that field disengages behind it, and the whole encirclement simply opens. Nobody leaves a Tianji core. Captain, I start. It didn't fight with. You are not worthy to touch that. The voice comes from the north side of the plaza. 10 people, the lowest ranked of them a divine warrior, 4 divine generals, and in front, a man of 30 in no armor at all, with 5 imprints on the back of his hand and eyes like water at the bottom of a well. Wang Minghan, my captain says. His voice comes out wrong. It comes out the way it did on the hillside with Gao Qiang, and this time, there is no red mixed in at all, and that turns out to be much worse. Today it's finished. Chao Lei, he doesn't turn his head. Take my people, all of them, now. And that is the moment the sky closes. It comes down over the ruins like a bowl being placed over a plate. A barrier 5 kilometers across, made of source energy particles, humming. A bird goes into the edge of it and does not come out the other side. Xiao Qin has her hands on the console. Comms are gone, all of them. We're cut off from China. Her voice is very steady, which is how I know. Captain, the emplacement is underground, deep. There's nothing on the surface to break. Underneath us, in a room with screens, a man watches 20 squads worth of signatures sitting inside a dome he built at leisure over 3 weeks. Everyone here dies today, Shadowhunter says. Leaving? Nobody is leaving. He watches 2 figures walk toward each other in the center of the plaza. Well, except one. Fang Hong is allowed to live. That's the piece I don't understand yet, and it will matter later. There it is. That's the burial moon plan, not a battle. A lid. 20 squads and 2 marching companies walked 400 kilometers north, and somebody put a lid on them, and by the time anybody in Wrong City understood what had happened, there was nothing to send, and nowhere to send it. And the only question I have, standing in a plaza inside a dome, is whether the military failed to see this coming, or whether somebody inside it did see and let it. Wen Kai tells me the truth while the 2 of them are still circling, and I think he tells me because I asked, and because he has been carrying it for 10 years, and because I'm the only person present who did not know any of it. Her name was Lin Lei. She was the 3rd of the 3 heroes of Wind and Thunder. Talent to match either of them, and softer than both, and she was kind to everybody, which in a squad is a career-limiting condition. They both loved her. They both told her, separately, within about a fortnight. Wen Kai's face does not move. She turned them both down. She could see exactly what was coming, and she thought a clean no from her would stop it. Then it started anyway, so she disappeared for 2 months, and when she came back she was ice. Wouldn't look at either of them. Wouldn't be alone with either of them. She thought if she killed the thing that made them rivals, they'd go back to being brothers. It made it worse. It made it much worse. Each of them decided the other had done something to her. He turns his sword over. And then, 10 years ago, we went out after a Tianji core. I take my time with that one. The same core. The same core. The same fox line. The same north. 10 years, and here we all are, standing on the same square. At the worst moment of that fight, Lin Lei put herself in front of Fang Hong and took what was meant for him. Wen Kai says it in the same voice he uses for everything. Our captain then, the original one, used the divine sacrifice. He burned his own seal to buy us a gap and hold on until relief came. It cost him his life, which is what it costs, and he knew that when he did it. And it didn't work. It nearly worked. The formation we had up was called the Source Energy Protectorate, and it has one keystone position, and whoever holds that node holds the whole structure. He finally looks at me. The old man gave that node to Wang Minghan. He was SS grade. He was the strongest of the three of them on paper. It was the correct decision. And he stood there, Wen Kai says. He stood there and looked at Lin Lei, and he did nothing at all. Long enough. Then the formation went, and then the squad went. Relief arrived to a field with three of us breathing on it. 10 years. Wang Minghan has spent 10 years telling everyone that Fang Hong failed to protect her. Fang Hong has spent 10 years knowing that Wang Minghan froze. She used to pinch my cheek, Wen Kai adds, out of nowhere, in exactly the same flat tone. She'd say, Wen Xiaokai, smile more, scowling doesn't suit you. On the authority of a beautiful woman, I hereby order you to be happy. He goes back to cleaning the sword, and something in what he said is wrong. I stand there holding it, and it will not sit down, and it takes me about 40 seconds to find the shape of it. Wen Kai, that doesn't match. What doesn't? Freezing doesn't match. Think about what he'd have gained. If Wang Minghan wanted Fang Hong dead, letting the formation collapse kills everybody, including the woman he was in love with and including himself. And if he wanted her alive, the single fastest way to save her was to hold the node. I'm talking too fast. There is no version of standing still that gets him anything he wants. It isn't jealousy. It doesn't compute as jealousy. It only computes if he genuinely could not act. He could act. He simply, in that fight, I say. The thing you were up against. Was it a Phantom Moon Sky Fox? Wen Kai looks at me strangely. There's no such animal. There's a Phantom Moon Demon Fox. There is a Sky Fox. It's what a Demon Fox becomes. And there it is. Because a Demon Fox is a 5-star with teeth and a light beam. A Sky Fox is what happens if one of them lives long enough, and its whole nature is not force. It is illusion. That's the entire reason the fox we just watched fought like a very large dog, because it wasn't the one running this. It was the one holding the ball. Wen Kai, second question, and this one matters more. Ask. After you were pulled out, did the captain and Wang Minghan ever speak? Silence. The captain was badly hurt, Wen Kai says slowly. His father took him out of the theater that night. He never saw Wang Minghan again. 10 years. Two men have spent 10 years hating each other over what one of them saw and the other one didn't, and they have never once been in the same room to check, and I am standing on the field where somebody arranged for them to finally meet. Out in the middle of the plaza, they are already past the point where anybody talks. You couldn't protect her, Wang Minghan's voice carries. You don't get to walk around in the world. Why didn't you move? And my captain's is worse, because it's quiet. 1 second. 1. She would have lived. All of them would have lived. Why didn't I move? She was standing next to you. Do you still not understand that you killed every one of them? You had the node. You had the protectorate. Why didn't you hold it? Wang Minghan stops. Something goes across his face that is not anger, and I catch it, and I file it, and it is the single most important thing I see that day. Then my captain closes his eyes, and his lashes are wet, and what he says isn't to the man in front of him. Lin Lei, do you see him? He never deserved to love you at all. And they go. Wang Minghan, SS grade, level 42, 5 imprints, lightning attribute, and his weapon is a plain heavy chopping blade with no ornament on it at all. Fang Hong, S grade, level 40, 4 imprints, wind, a ring-hilted sword, 1 entire imprint down, and he holds. Third imprints go first. A dragon of lightning against a 1,000-fold wind cut, and the shock takes both of them off their feet, and they both come up unsteady. Then fourth. Dark Knight, Asura against a storm blade several meters long, and both of them throw away their guard to do it, because neither of them intends to be alive tomorrow if the other one is. And when the dust clears, Wang Minghan's blade is in my captain's left shoulder, and the armor there is gone, and the lightning is still running. Somewhere behind me, the military channels are screaming into a dome that doesn't let anything out, and underneath us, a man watching a screen puts his hands together and applauds. They come apart and both of them are hurt. My captain has a blade in his shoulder. Wang Minghan has a ring-hilted sword through him just under the ribs. Neither of them goes down, which tells you what kind of men they are, and neither of them is going to last long at this rate, which tells you the rest. And then Wang Minghan starts shouting, and everything I think I understand falls over. I gave her everything, and she still chose you. My captain's head comes up. And I took it. Do you hear me? I accepted it. I was willing to hand her to you, because if it was you she wanted, then fine, let her be happy. What are you? You promised me. Wang Minghan's voice tears in the middle. You stood there and you promised me you'd protect her with your life. That was the deal. That was the only thing I asked for. Why didn't you do it? And I watch my captain go cold in a completely new way, because that isn't grief and it isn't rage. It's a man being handed a sentence that does not fit the world he's been living in. She never chose anyone, Fang Hong says. Don't. Lin Lei told us both to our faces that she would not choose either of us. She said it once and she never said anything else. There was no choosing. He takes a step. So who told you there was? Wang Minghan doesn't answer that. He opens his fifth imprint instead. It's like watching a storm get a body. Lightning comes off him in sheets, his eyes fill with white, and every hair on my arm stands up from 60 meters away. 5 imprints. God General. There are perhaps 200 of those in the entire country. And my captain, on 4, with a left arm that doesn't work, walks toward him. I have Eye of Insight up because I cannot help myself, and what I see is not what I expected, and it takes me a moment to find words for it. He isn't unified with the blade. That's what I thought I was looking at back in Wrong City, and it was already the most impressive thing I'd ever read off a person. This is a rung above that. The blade energy isn't on the edge anymore. It's on all of him, a skin of it, so that touching Fang Hong at all is the same as walking into the cut. He doesn't wait for the 5th imprint to finish gathering. That's the whole difference, right there. Wang Minghan needs a second and a half. My captain does not give it to him. The arc that comes off that sword is hundreds of meters long. 3 lightning spheres the size of a man come apart before they've traveled 10 meters. The cut goes through them and keeps going, and it takes Wang Minghan's blade with it, which is a piece of A-grade equipment and which becomes debris, and his armor after that, and then it puts him into the ruins at the far side of the plaza. The armor and the blade are the only reason there's a man to pick up afterward. Level and grade are the surface of it. In understanding of the sword, my captain is not on the same ladder as a god general. Wang Minghan's people come off the line to save him. 3 divine generals and 4 divine warriors all at once. Fang Hong turns his wrist and puts all 7 of them on the ground without appearing to think about it, and then he doesn't finish it. He could. Everyone watching can see he could, and he stands over a 5-imprint god general with a sword he doesn't use, and instead he goes down on one knee and hits him with his fist. Once. Twice. Again. Why did you hesitate? Again. Everyone could have walked out of there. Everyone. Why did you stand still? Why did you watch? And something falls onto Wang Minghan's face, and it isn't rain, because there is no rain under that dome. The captain trusted you with the keystone. He gave you the core of the Source Energy Protectorate because you were the strongest of the 3 of us. Why didn't you open it? And Wang Minghan, flat on his back under a man who is crying on him, says the sentence that ends 10 years. What are you talking about? Everybody was being overrun. There was no window to open a protectorate, and nobody ever asked me to open one. He gets a breath. And what divine sacrifice? When did the captain use a divine sacrifice? The plaza goes silent. I have been standing 40 meters away with my mouth shut for a very long time, and I am not going to be able to do that anymore. Both of you, I say, stop. They both look at me. A 5-imprint god general and the man who just beat him, and a 19-year-old with a B-grade mark on his hand. If neither of you is lying, I say, then one of you did not see what happened. Somebody starts clapping. They come out of the ruins on the north side, and they come out unhurried, which is the part I hate most. 8 of them. 4 are 5-imprint god generals. The other 4 are 4-imprint divine warriors near the top of their range. And 4 beasts walking with them like dogs. A 5-star blood moon demonic wolf the size of a building. A 4-star cloud leopard. A 4-star earth bear. And a white fox. The man in front wears black armor shaped around a wolf. The one beside him wears white armor shaped around a fox, and there is something wrong with the proportions of it that I can't put my finger on and don't like at all. Shadow Hunter, Xiao Qin says. Jade Serpent, says somebody from Han City, in the voice of a man reading his own charge sheet. I look at the white fox at their heels. An Eye of Insight tells me what I already suspected in the plaza 10 minutes ago, and I say it out loud without meaning to. That's not a demon fox. Nobody hears me because Shadow Hunter is talking. Since we're all being honest, he says pleasantly, Fang Hong, the reason your friend didn't move that day is that he was working with us. He wanted you dead and he didn't want to do it himself. We were very happy to help. And it is such a good lie. It fits every fact in the room. It is exactly what a broken man wants to hear at the moment his certainty cracks, and I can see Fang Hong's hand tighten on the hilt. Rubbish, I say. Everybody turns. What's the matter? I'm walking forward. Can't sit still now that I've interrupted you? You've been driving a wedge between these two for 10 years, and you were 3 sentences from finishing the job. Boy, that is not a phantom moon demon fox. I point at it. That's a phantom moon sky fox. It's what a demon fox becomes if it lives long enough, and its strength was never its teeth. Jade Serpent's pupils contract. It's a very small movement, and I catch it. A sky fox can put a mark in a person's mind, I say, to the whole plaza, loudly, because there are 300 people here and every one of them needs this on the record. It has to be done when you're not braced for it. Somebody hands you a thing, or shows you a thing, or stands close enough at the wrong moment. After that, at a time of its choosing, it can put a picture directly into what you see, and the picture is not a blur or a ghost. It is indistinguishable from the world, and it doesn't invent. It reaches into the ugliest thing already in your head and shows you that. I turn to Wang Minghan. That day, before the fight, did you meet somebody? Did somebody give you something? He has gone the color of paper. Answer me. What did you see? And a 5-imprint god general, lying in the rubble of a city that has been dead for 10 years, says, I saw you. I saw the two of you. His mouth is barely working. Holding each other. Right there, in the middle of it. And he stops. That's it. That's the entire thing. 12 people died and 2 lives came apart because a man with the keystone of the formation in his hand looked across a battlefield and was shown a 4-second picture of the woman he loved in his brother's arms. He didn't refuse to act. He stopped existing for a moment, and a moment was the whole budget. My captain sinks down where he's standing and ages about 10 years in front of me. Did you not know her at all? He says. After she came back, she wouldn't be in a room alone with either of us. She wouldn't take a cup of water from my hand. She told us both out loud that she would never choose. Do you honestly believe she'd have done that in the middle of a fight? Do you believe that of her? Wang Minghan makes a sound that I am not going to describe. Then he gets his hand on a piece of his own broken blade and turns it around. I get there first and knock it out of his grip so hard it goes 20 meters. No. Get off me. Your enemy is standing over there. I have him by the collar and I am shouting into the face of a god general, which is the single most stupid thing I do all week. Do you want to die right now? You do not get to. You have a debt and the only currency it takes is work. Get up and pay it. Jade Serpent laughs. It is not a good sound. He's not wrong though, she says. About the fox. About all of it. How does a first year know what a sky fox does? We've kept that quiet from our own people. The beast tides on wrong city. Xiaoqin's voice is very controlled. That was you. Obviously. And the core? Oh, the core was always going to end up in his hands. Jade Serpent tips her head at my captain. We took what was in it a long time ago. It's a shell now. It's part of the arrangement. And then, with real relish. Fang Hong, you really should look at what we left inside it for you. And him? Shadow Hunter says, nodding at the captain. He doesn't die today. He can't. He's the key to the next part. I file that. I file it very carefully because it is the single most frightening sentence anybody has said out loud on this trip. Something's off about that B-grade child though, Jade Serpent adds, looking straight at me. The air around him is wrong. Then the white fox shakes itself and the disguise comes off. The fur changes color along its whole length, and a white crystal surfaces between its brows like something rising out of water, and the 4 beasts throw their heads back and call at once, and the ground of the ancient city opens. I don't remember deciding to take command. I remember that somebody had to, and that the captain was on his knees, and that 300 people from 2 cities were standing in a plaza with nothing above them. Everybody in. Form the Forbidden God Realm, all squads, 1 perimeter. Wounded in the middle, healers with them, shooters on the ring. My voice is doing something I didn't know it could do. We are all going home. Every one of us. Move. They move. Nobody asks who I am. That's the thing about the second minute of a disaster. People will follow anybody who is speaking in complete sentences. Fang Hong gets up. Wang Minghan. He doesn't look at him. Are you going to make the same mistake twice? Are you going to stand still and let all of them die as well? Wang Minghan picks up what's left of his blade. Here's the count, since I had to know it and Xiaoqin had it. Just over 300 people from about 30 squads, most of them already hurt. 11 divine generals plus my captain. No communications, no air, no exit. A 5-kilometer lid against 8 god eaters and 4 high-star beasts and however much of the north they had time to bring. Before it starts, I get 30 seconds with the captain and I use it to say 6 sentences and to take 2 things out of his spatial converter, and he lets me do both without asking a single question, and that decision is going to matter more than anything else that happens today. Then the wolves reach us. They put a wedge of them straight at me, which is flattering, and somewhere in the middle of that, my windfire seal goes off on its own. I didn't call it. It fires, the second imprint on my leg opens, and both of my beast seals pour straight into it like somebody opened a valve. Power can be shared. I have had a B-grade decoy strapped to my life for 6 weeks. I have been feeding it divine crystals at 400 a level purely so that people would keep believing in a lie. And it turns out the 2 seals in my chest and my eye can pump straight into it. Wind, fire, long sky. Fire comes out of me, and the wind takes it, and the wind makes the fire hotter, and the fire rides the wind, and what leaves my hands is a ribbon of flame that behaves like something with a spine and a bad temper. When it stops, there is a clear space in front of me 40 meters deep, and 5 3-star wolves are not in it. On the far side of the plaza, one of the God-Eaters says, in genuine disbelief, "That was a B-grade second imprint?" And I stand in the smell of burning with a thought I do not have time for and cannot put down. If a B-grade seal can be fed by an SSS-grade seal, what happens to its ceiling? Because in the life I lived, I hit the wall at 3 imprint Divine Master, like every B-grade who ever lived, and I stopped, and I was 31. Numbers, so you know what I'm doing this on. 1000 base, 1700 with the armor. That's above an S-grade 3 imprint Divine Master, and it will have to do, because Blazing Blood costs thousands of crystals to refill, and I have 1 4-star in my ring that I borrowed, and burning it early in a siege with no exit is a way of choosing when to die. 2 hours in, we are down from 300 to a little over 100. The small squads went first. Both cities. Whole units off the board between one glance at the perimeter and the next. One of the 11 Divine Generals is gone. Kai Long takes a 3-star bear's paw across the chest and shouts, "Don't look at me, don't get distracted," which is the standard sentence, and I have started to hate it. Hua Li is past her limit and still working.